already have a bunch of people waiting, and we are just a few minutes late because we've been trying to change the screen to horizontal. My guy who usually sets up the live streams, he is currently hiking in no man's land in Greenland, scouting out new territories he can claim. No, I'm kidding, but he is actually in Greenland, so he doesn't have any service, and yeah, we set up the live stream, but we didn't manage to get it horizontal. So this time we are in vertical, and I hope you guys are still able to enjoy today's live show, even though I know on the TV screens it may not be as convenient, but if you're watching from your phone, it might even be better. I'm not sure. But anyways, it's good to be back. It's been a while since we did our last live stream. So say hello if you're in the chat. So I see that the comments are working, and I see Romania Rockhound says hello. So hello to Romania. And I'm flying to the US next week. So things have been pretty busy. Also, we are changing a lot of the things within the company. We're moving in the next 2 months, so there's a lot going on behind the scenes, and restructuring the business with moving to the US and everything. So there's a whole lot going on. But yeah, so this is actually going to be the last live show that I'm going to do from my apartment where I'm at here in Germany. So I plan on spending most of my time coming in the US. And I'm flying to Tucson pretty soon to find a facility that I can use for my future business operations. And at the show in Tucson, I got to know someone who really enjoys agates and is very organized. And with his support and help, we will start the full-time operations coming from Tucson in January next year, hopefully. It's like the plan that I have in mind. Of course, it depends on a whole lot of things. Foremost, or most importantly, finding a facility that works with everything that I have planned, and that's not as easy. I currently put in an offer for a place in Tucson, but it's only a backup offer, because I haven't seen the place in person yet, and I'm excited to see it. So I think the chances are not very high that I'm actually going to get the property, because most people that are selling their properties, they want the person that's buying it to have seen it in advance, which is understandable for reasons that they are serious about it. But it's difficult for me to just fly over to the US for a few days, and I'm planning to go to Tucson anyways in August. So if I can't get that property, then I'll have to find something else. But that's the current status. We will definitely keep you guys updated about what is happening with the business operations here in Germany too. Like I said, we're going to be moving in the next 2 months, and then give an update probably at the beginning of October or end of September when we moved into the new facility. We have 2 new co-workers that are helping to organize the business and everything that's going on, because it's just been getting a whole lot bigger than it used to be. So I mean, it's a good thing, but it also comes with a lot of challenges, and bureaucracy is Germany's entrepreneurs, self-employed person's worst nightmare. So there's always a lot going on. That's happening. The Stone Master saw looking like 2027 production. It's always I try to stay optimistic about things, but also that requires a lot of attention, a lot of financial, um, you know, stuff to get it started and everything. So, you know, I'm staying hopeful for 2027. I think 2026 is absolutely unrealistic, but staying optimistic for 2027. All right, yeah. I have prepared the table with most affordable stuff in the beginning, and then we can work our way up to some more of the higher end pieces. We have a focus on polyhedroid agates today, as I announced, and I assume that a lot of you guys also watched the video we released yesterday. So for the first time ever, we are offering some rough polyhedroid agates bagged up. So we bagged them up into these rainbow bags for a couple pieces, and have them available in the rough stone section on our website. We already sold about half of the stock, so there's not that much left. So if you want to cut some of your own polyhedroid agates, you know, with surprise pieces, so we made sure that practically every single piece in those bags is going to be a nicely cuttable specimen with practically no windows. So that's something we've been pretty careful with. I didn't personally do it all, but I advised my coworker Jigor to do that, and I checked over it, and he seemed to do a very good job. So polyhedroid agates, if you want to get some rough, check out my website. And today I'm just going to have probably like a handful more pieces that I can sell individual. Some of them are windowed, so these are not like the typical selection as I have it on the website. I have some cut pieces, and I have some absolute killer polished pieces as well of the polyhedroids. Furthermore, there's a bunch of stuff that I had priced, and it was just laying in boxes, so I'm gonna do a whole lot of discounted material as well, where I'm just gonna cut down the prices that I have on them. And we're going to do some absolute museum quality specimens too. So yeah, just let me know in the comments whatever you want to see at what time, and I'll try to facilitate everybody as good as possible. And of course, let your friends know about it, so we can have more people excitedly watching over the beautiful specimens that I have here today, so they are not gonna miss out on that chance. All right, I'll try to plug in the phone. Oh, actually, how do I, wait. Oh, okay. So actually, oh, I think I got it figured out. Just give me a second. All right, here we are. We are in vertical today, so I probably gotta adjust a little bit to the circumstances, but this is what we have on the table, and we're just gonna start with, I think I gotta put this down further because otherwise I'm not gonna see the screen of my phone. So we're just gonna move a little bit more from side to side, but this way I can also see what's going on my screen. So batch A is gonna be 5 polyhedroid agates, one here with a beautiful triangle shaped crystal druzy. Then here we have a windowed piece. Then here we have a pretty slim one with some nice agate banding right there. Another one just like that. So these are 2 of the flattest polyhedroid agates you can imagine, but they're so cute. And then there's 1 cut piece as well, and I'm only gonna ask 50 euros for all those 5 pieces together. So that is A50 for the first person that wants to get 5 beautiful polyhedroid agates to work with on your own. Like I said, one of these is a already cut piece. I'm just gonna quickly get this a little bit wet so you can see the banding a little bit better. So it's got some light blue, it's a floater, some great transparency, and these are some of the most affordable polys you're gonna ever see. It's only 10 bucks a piece, So super, super affordable. This one here with some black and light blue colorization. So that's a really neat one as well. So that is gonna be 50 bucks for all these 5 here together. This one seems to have like some botryoidal cavity, and it's actually a really long piece. I also have the measuring tape with me here today, so I'm well prepared. And that is about 55 millimeters long, so that's just over 2 inches. So these are relatively small, but that's why they're so affordable. So 50 euros will take all of these polyhedroid agates, and I think we will be looking back, at polyhedroid agates in 5 or 10 years from now, and it will be a whole different situation in terms of rarity and value. Part of the reason is these have been mined out in the 1970s, and that means there has been no supply of these for the last 50 years. So I think moving on into the future, it's going to be a whole lot more difficult to get any of these pieces, and I think they're going to be a whole lot rarer and more valuable. Just, with common sense. So 50 euros for the first batch altogether. That's going to be A50 for the first person to claim these. Next batch up is going to be another beautiful lot of pieces. Let me check if all of these are actually cut. No, we have 2 rough pieces. This one here I took out of the selection of the bags as usual, because this one has this kind of hollow area. But other than that, it's 100% complete, except for this area here. So it appears like it's going to open up to a botryoidal cavity. But since it wasn't 100% complete, we didn't put it into the bags that we have as an offering on the website. So this is the first one. Then this one here is strangely cut. So it seems like somebody wanted to slice it up and didn't get all the way through. But it's a beautiful dark blue and black banded agate. So that's number 2. Then we have another one of that style with a little more contrast that probably needs a little bit of doming around the corner. But this one here has some pretty insane potential. And then there's 2 more pieces. One here with a beautiful druzy cavity. Also very long piece. And then that's the last one here with a beautiful, nice quartz crystal druzy. This entire batch here is going to be at 100 euros. And if you remember from previous live shows that we've been doing, then you will know that everything that's below 100 euros is going to be first come, first serve, and everything that's over 100 euros will be up for bidding. So this batch here will start at 100 euros. If there's just one person bidding, then you will get it also for 100. If there are several people that would like to get this batch, then it will be with 10 euro bid increments to get it up higher. And these polyhedroid agates are actually one of the most interesting agates in the entire world. So these have actually formed in between of large sheets of barite crystals. And that's what you can see here on the reflection of the exterior. And yeah, the agate just kind of filled in between the voids. So pretty crazy material, and definitely one of the most desired agates, when they're nicely banded on the entire market. I think these 2 pieces here very easily make up the value of 100 euros, so the other pieces are practically entirely for free. 100 euros is actually a great deal, which makes it only at 20 euros a piece. I don't see a lot of comments right now, so just leave a nice comment even if you don't want to buy these, just so I can make sure that all the comments are still coming through. Actually, also quick shout out at this time here. Kyle from Kyle from World of Rockhounds. Mixed it up there. Kyle from World of Rockhounds. He's also live right now, and he specializes in very affordable pieces, not just agates, but also all kinds of minerals. So check out his channel, World of Rockhounds. He also just bought a bunch of the polys that I have available on my website, the rough polys, and he will be cutting those open for you guys, and then you can get the processed cut and polished pieces directly from him. So quick little shout out for him. And if you're more in the market for affordable pieces, then always worth to check out his channel as well. All right, back to the polys. B100 is the badge that we have on here right now. I think that price is very, very good. Yeah, I think maybe that's the reason why he just got you know, a lot more pieces off my website, because I think they've been selling so well for him. Maybe he'll tune in and get those pieces that I'm showing right now later as well. I haven't checked out when his live show is starting or where he's at, but you know, if he has the chance, he probably would grab some of those that I have here as well. All right, next batch up, we are on the C lot. And that's the last affordable poly batch that we have here right now. And that's gonna be C60. So we have one pretty big elongated polyhedroid with a botryoidal cavity that still has its original soil or dirt in it. And the second piece is an already cut piece. It's a floater, and again with these mostly common darker blue and black color tones. So this one here also of that same type, but at 30 euros a piece, you can really practically not do anything wrong with those. So that is what we have available of the polys. I'm just quickly gonna show these. So in case you wanna get some of these, you should grab these now, or probably Kyle is gonna get those, maybe. So A50 is the most affordable batch here with 5 pieces at just 10 euros average each. Then we have the B100 batch at 100 euro starting price, where we had those two beautiful banded specimens just requiring a little bit of work. And yeah, I just shouted out Kyle. I'm not sure who Isaac is, but probably another person that is live right now, I assume. And then the last batch here is gonna be C60. So altogether we are having them at 210 euros. And as the first deal of the day, I would drop the price for 10 euros per batch, making it together at 180 euros for all the polys that I have on board right now. So I'm just gonna zoom out a little bit again so you see them all together, I hope. Oh, I can zoom out more. Gotta get up higher here. Wait. Okay, I think this way. Yep. So that's all the polys I have for 180 euros. I also want to make a quick announcement as usual that we will have free shipping from orders that are higher than 250 euros. And below 250 euro mark, here I am, below the 250 euro mark, there will be 25 euro shipping. And I now see that Surf is going to grab the entire batch. And now comes the announcement that I have. I think, I counted 31 or 32 Malawi agates that are all already polished, that I will be giving away to every person that is ordering any agates today here. So these are in a value of about like 20 bucks a piece. And since Surf is starting us off here, she's going to grab the biggest one of those Malawi agates in this giveaway box. But everybody who's purchasing anything here today will get a free B Malawi as well. Thank you so much, Surf. Really appreciate that. That's a beauty here. Beautiful red banding. Oh, these two here as well. Yep. Danke. All right, I have stocked the batch here with a few more pieces for lapidary purposes, and then we can also go and do some polished agates. Let me just get the tripod thing that I have here a little bit lower to the ground again so I can see the screen while I operate. All right, so next one up, we have D100, and that's a special piece. I think these typically go for a lot more, but I kind of got this as part of a larger deal. And this is an Australian agatized fern. And within the structure of the fern, you can see that there's like tiny little agate centers within that. So I'm trying to just get that a little bit moist. So you can see those little chambers of agate. Look at that. Isn't that cute? So this is actually some pretty rare and valuable stuff. I've seen these go in the higher hundreds. But yeah, this was one of the odds and ends that I had laying around, so I'm just gonna start this one here at $100. But I know these don't come by very often. So this is a very rare opportunity. I think this is called something like Osmunde or something. Not something you see very often. It seems like it's been stabilized here. So like a natural fracture that's already been stabilized. And we have a D100 from Jim Fry. So I'll just give 5 more seconds in case somebody else would like to get it. Calling it down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and sold. Thank you so much, Jim. Next one up to clear the board. There's only 2 more pieces that we have here. I think I gotta turn that a little tighter so it's not going down. Oh, is it? Wait, where? Oh, no, wrong one. Sorry. Petrified fern, petrified wood, basically. All right, so next one up is an agate from Sumatra. So I've been buying a few pieces, and I think I have 2 or 3. I see 3 pieces, pairs and pieces that I have available here. So some beautiful banding, but not just on the inside. A lot of these Sumatra agates, they're exposed to weather and time for a pretty long duration. That's why they have these opalized backsides quite often, with this remarkable contrast in this opalization. So not just from the front, a beautiful piece with no fractures, great contrast, and probably some parallax, but also the backsides really intriguing on these Sumatra agates. And I'm also starting this one here at just $100. So that's only 50 euros a half, 100 euro starting price for the pair, for a flawless, beautiful specimen. That's going to be E100. And that's probably about just around the price I paid for it. So I bought a larger batch, and I'm just getting a few of the highest end pieces polished, and now I'm just passing these on for practically purchasing price. You can see this one has not been cut with my Stone Master saw. It's doing a little bit of a better job than what's been happening here. So it does require a little bit of grinding, but it's still relatively flat. It looks worse than it is. But yeah, you'd probably have to start with 80 grit and not the 220 that I regularly start with my Stone Master saw cuts. So anyways, E100 for the first of the Sumatra agates. I'm just gonna put it up here, and then the second one is gonna be at F120. So I'm just gonna show these here real quick. And this one's got some gorgeous pastel colors with the yellow and light blue, a little bit of pink. Yeah, it really hits the sweet spot for the colors I like, with these shades of yellow, blue, and red, but also very soft colorization. Also here on the backside again, you can see that opalized window, just beautifully peeking through, and you can also see it's so rounded, so they have definitely gone through some sort of alluvial transportation through river systems. And yeah, very, very interesting pieces, and these are beautifully colored. Let me quickly measure them so you get a little bit of a better idea, but this is a very, very decently sized piece, and that's going to be F120 here for this specimen. Just shy of 3 inches, just around 3 inches. Down there at the bottom, we are right around 7.5 centimeters. So that's going to be F120 for the last one, and E100 for this piece right here. Also, since this is the last sale we are doing from here, yes, those 2 pieces are unpolished. So this one here is slightly already prepared for a slight dome. And you know what, Jim? I'll do both pairs here together for $200 to, make it a little bit more attractive since they're not polished yet. So E and F together for 200 instead of 220. All right, Jim already wants to get the F120. Let me know if you want to add the other pair here for a total of 200. So that would, get you the 20 euro discount that I offered. All right, F120 going to Jim Fry. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. That means if anybody else would like to get it, since Jim has been passing on this pair here, it's now 80 euros, first come, first serve, for whoever wants to get this beautiful Sumatra agate specimen. That's only 40 bucks a half. That is super affordable. I'm sure I'm not making any money with that. But yeah, it's a beautiful piece. Hello, Sean. Great to see you in here. I saw you did get some of the polys. There's just a handful more polys in rough that I have here today, and a few exceptional quality polished pieces that we have later on. But right now, Sumatra agate here for just 80 bucks. Beautiful, beautiful specimen for a super affordable price. 80 bucks is as low as it can possibly go. So let me know, chat, if you'd like to add this one here to your box. Also, if you tuned in late, everyone who is purchasing anything here today, you will get one of those freebie already polished Malawi agates here from the box. Any purchase will get one of those random pieces valued at around 20, yeah, roughly 20 euros a half. Let us know, chat, if you want to get this piece here. Also free shipping from order value over 250 euros as usual. Putting this one here aside for a moment. Let's quickly restock the board with a couple other odds and ends that I have laying around here for affordable prices. Hello, Donahue. Yeah, that video turned out great. I saw a lot of people really enjoyed learning about thunderic agates. So that was exciting. Thanks for tuning in. All right, let me quickly restock the board here with more stuff we have going on. Oh yeah, we can also, of course, do giveaways again today here. Once we hit certain marks. So let's do the first giveaway once we hit the 50 likes. And then there's going to be a 50 euro giveaway. All right, I have restocked the board with some beauties. So first off, these are some odds and ends. These are two Mozambique Swazi agate cabochons that I got cut. This one here has a slight imperfection that probably should be redone. And this one here as well that can easily be grinded out and repolished. So these are just two pieces that require a little bit more work, and then two absolutely stunning Malawi agate cabs that also have a little bit of a marquee here. Excuse me. And I don't know if this one here has got anything going on that's not perfect, but it seems like it's in very good shape. I don't know if there's anything wrong with that. I don't really see any mistakes on this one here. Anyways, I value this one here at around 60 euros because it has such beautiful color and eyes going on. Malawi agates and that sort of quality are not that common. However, I'm gonna do this entire batch here for let's say 80 bucks for the entire batch. What does that get us? Oh, just 20 euros a piece average. That is quite the deal for this, you know, already almost perfect cabs that we have here. So A80 for 4 beautiful cabochons, just requiring a very little bit of work. 2 Swazi agates, 2 Malawi agates. These probably even came from the same nodule, judging, you know, these same kind of colors and formations they are sharing with those eyes. So that's gonna be A80 for 4 beautiful cabochons, you know, that will make some incredible wearable jewelry. Yeah, if you get these, you know, the little marks polished out and set them into silver or something. So just 20 bucks a piece on average, making this 80 euros for this entire batch of pieces. First person to comment A80 is gonna grab all of these 4 pieces here together. I know, this is a pretty tempting deal. And only one person can get these. So first person to comment 80 is gonna grab this entire batch of cabochons. Also, these are the only cabochons that I have. That was the little sad story with Kyle's package back in the day. Yes, the top ones do look a little bit like Kentucky agates, but they are Malawi. But yeah, those yellow colors are pretty common in Kentucky land. So A80. You know, if there's someone who likes the Swazi and someone who likes the Malawi better, I could also split them up and say $40 for the Swazi and $40 for the Malawi as an option, but 80 is really the least I would take for this batch here. Doesn't really make much sense with, you know, the cost of material and labor. Hi Marcia. Marcia, yeah, good to see you on here. Say hello back to Ed, and I'll see you guys in Denver. All right, so A80 here for this batch. I'm gonna put these back down, but if you want to get these, you should probably comment soon. Next piece up is the only other Sumatra piece that I have here of those beautiful banded agates, and this is pretty insane. Look at this piece here. Also, this one here is not polished yet, and it has been cut on both sides. I'm gonna get the other half here of this one polished for sure. And I'm very, you know, I was about to get this one here polished as well, but I wanted to have a killer Sumatra specimen for you here as well. This is only $100 starting price, B100. Let's flip it over. This is what the other side looks like, but such intense colorization with those pastels. This one here has that healed fracture on the back side, but beautiful yellow and pink with red and green and chromatography. This has just so much going on. B100 have been bid by Jim Fry. Thank you so much. I'll give it 5 more long seconds for other people to join in on the bidding if they'd like to. Calling this one down here from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and sold. Going to Jim. Thank you so much. That brings us to the next batch here. We are on C50, a German agate from the about 20 years long closed quarry Waldhambach, also known as Quarry Kuhn. Beautiful piece right here with just gorgeous pastel orangey red banding. Then you have the membrane curls here, the platelets and the banding. This is such a beautiful piece for just $50. That's gonna be C50. I always, you know, I gotta put the price tag somewhere, and these are non-sticky price tags, so they're gonna remove easily with no residue. But you know, I gotta put them somewhere. I'm not trying to hide anything below those. So that's gonna be C50 on this one. Super affordable. Don't come by very often anymore in this sort of quality. I only get these from old collections. But this one here is pretty nice. Not very big, but super cute, super nice. Not really any flaws going on with this piece here, just really beautiful specimen. It's gonna be C50 here on this one for the first person to comment. C50 is gonna grab this one here outright. Then we have coming up next a really special piece. You probably all have heard about, you know, corals and sometimes agatized coral. But I have been chasing down some special pieces of coral where they have these fully agatized centers within the coral structure. These are from Indonesia as well. I don't think they're from Sumatra or the same place as the previous banded pieces we've had, but they might be. I'm not sure if it's exactly the same place, but super cool to see the structure of the coral right here from top and the sides, and then just all the different agatized centers. So this is a pretty dang cool piece. And yeah, if you look closely, you will see that every single one of these cells has a little bit of a different agate in there as well. Some of them, you know, some more earthy color tones, some white, some bluish, some with a botryoidal cavity even. You know, pretty interesting piece right here. This is one of 2 specimens I have. So that is going to be D100 for a pretty cool piece that also reminds a little bit of, well, I mean, Petoskey is also based on coral, if I'm right. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Jim can enlighten us if Petoskey is actually coral as well. But I think it does look like it. Well, anyways, this is D100 here on this piece. Then next one up, we have another very cute little batch of Polys. And I'm gonna make these so affordable that I'm not gonna leave you guys any chance to not get these. So we have, again, some super cute pieces here. Just, oh my gosh, look at that. Isn't that cute? Then we have another one here that probably needs a little bit of a dome. Then we have this cutie here as a floater with a battery oil cavity. Then we have another just super cute specimen right here. Oh, just look at that. Wow, these are actually some pretty high quality, you know, pieces. They do require a little bit of work, but they are so nice. I'm gonna get, I would like to get 75 bucks here for this entire batch of pieces. So that's gonna be E75, making it 15 euros average per piece. So super affordable as they are. You know, you could leave these natural. You could, you know, put these into your lapidary shop and get these polished. But they are really just super, super cute pieces. And like I said, polys are not something you know, commonly see very often. So I think looking back in like 10 years from now, we will be looking at these entirely different in terms of rarity and value. All right, that's E75 here for the last affordable batch of small polys I have. I have a couple more little bit larger pieces that I will be offering individually, but this is the only other small affordable batch that I have here. E75 on this one here for the first person to comment. And that brings us to the very last piece here on board. And that is another one of these agatized corals, and that might very well be one of my favorites I've ever seen. So that's gonna be F150. Doesn't really look like that much from the outside, but oh my gosh, look at that. Isn't that crazy? I don't think I've ever really seen a better agatized coral than this. Now, this is still in rough shape, but it has a pretty clean break. So this practically only requires a slight dome and is practically ready to be just grinded down a little further and get its final polish. But this is pretty insane. 150 bucks. That's going to be F150. And just such an extremely cool piece. I think this is really up there with one of my most favorites I've ever seen in terms of this light blue agatization. Just an absolute stunner. I've seen some before, but you know, they typically never get as good of an agatization as this piece here, right here. Just an absolute stunner. So that's going to be F150 here. In comparison, I can show you the previous piece we had again. So here you can see the cells of the coral are a little bit larger, but I would say the color in the second piece here is just unbelievable with this bright blue. So 2 pieces of the coral is what we have available. Then we have the 4 caps here at 80 bucks. We have the 75 euro small polys, and we have that German agate. Let me quickly think if I can make a deal for all the lapidary pieces together, or if you would like to, you know, make an offer or claim on any of these pieces that I have on the board right now here. So that was A80, D100, E75 on the polys, and then F150 here on the coral. Let me know if you want to get any of those pieces right now, and in the meantime, I'll think of a deal that I can make for all of these together. All right, I see there's 2 offers coming in, C40 and E60. Oof. It's a little lower than I would like to go, but if we can meet in the middle and make it 110 for both of these together, so then 1 poly is entirely for free, that I think I would be fine with, and hope you are too. So CE 110, if you would like to get those 2 batches together, thank you so much. You have such cute agates, sir, like for real. I know you got some incredible Laguna agates from me in Tucson, and now these polys, you know, they don't get cuter than that. In the meantime, Jim Fry 130. I really like this agate here a lot, but I also like you, Jim, and you've been getting some incredible pieces from me before, so I will say okay to that as well. So this one here is going to Jim Fry for 130. Thank you so much. Ja, for Surf 110 hast du, ne? Jo. Kannst du ja aufsplitten auf 50 und 60 oder so. Weil es sind unterschiedliche Sachen. Ah, okay. Okay, gonna adjust the price because now for the export permissions we have to list every single item on the invoice with country of origin and price. So customs has gotten a lot more, you know, detailed about whatever they're doing. So, all right, we have one last deal here that I can do, and that is $150 for both of the, you know, pieces that are left on board. That is 100 for the coral. That is 8 Waldhambach. That is 80 for the cabochons. So that is a 30 euro discount for those pieces together. And actually, I'll make it 200 euros for this entire batch together. So this year is just going to be at 70 euros for the pair, making it 35.5. So 200 euros for this entire batch here together. Let me know, chat, if you want to take this incredible offer of pieces. Originally, these 2 here were at 200. So all the 4 cabochons are, you know, entirely for free after my asking price. So $200 for this entire batch of pieces. Let me know if you want to get those into your lapidary shop and work on these. Great chance, great pieces. Indonesian. So these 2 here are from Sumatra or Indonesia. Then we have 2 cabs from Malawi, 2 from Mozambique, known as Swazi agate, and all together for 200. Let me know, chat, if you want to take this rare opportunity to get some beautiful stuff at discounted prices. And also let me know, chat, anytime you have any special requests about certain localities or polished pieces or rough stones or whatever you may desire. I probably have it here if it has to do with agates. That's the only thing that it has to be. But other than that, I can probably pull something out of a box. All right, let's move these aside for the moment, and let's do something really unique that I have prepared here. And so this is from Oregon. This was found in a thunder agate, and this is a plume formation that is, you know, covered in chalcedony. Super unique. I've never seen anything else quite like it. This was mined by Brian Curl, who I got this from a couple years ago, and I thought this is just so damn cool, so I had to get it. I'm offering it for $100, so let's call it A100. I think that's probably also right around what he had been asking at the time. But yeah, pretty crazy. So you can really see this kind of feathery structure of the plumes right below the chalcedony, and then this layer of kind of clear chalcedony right on top of it. So this is a plume formation covered in chalcedony, and this was found as a structure in a thunderite agate from Oregon. Yeah, pretty crazy piece. Yeah, super unique. Yeah, I only have that one piece here. So A100 for this specimen. I'll have to look up the exact locale, but I think it was something like dragon skin Thunderex or something that were on a small property of private land in Oregon, and he had the rights to mine it. But then the owner kind of got in an argument with him or something, or wanted more money for the mining or whatever. So for a couple of years they haven't been mining there anymore, and so yeah, that's the story with it. A100 for the only chalcedony covered plume structure that I have here. Pretty crazy piece. A100. Then the other one I have, and I'm not very flexible on this price here as well, that is gonna be a kind of feathery chalcedony formation in those kind of same thunder eggs, looking like cute little fine stalactites. I'll have to get 120 for this one here, so that's gonna be B120. But these are both from the same location. Just some odds and ends, pieces I got. I was fascinated by them, kept them, but never really did anything with them. So they've been laying around in my workroom upstairs, and I haven't touched them for years. So now I decided it's time for them to get new homes. So A100, B120, or let's do AB200. Really not much room I have on these items here. Pretty rare stuff. And also, like I said, the mine is not accessible anymore for, let's call it geopolitical reasons or whatever. But yeah, not available anymore. Yeah, and I absolutely think they should stay together. So comment AB200 to grab both of these and let them stay together. Yeah, I mean, I've never seen anything like that before, so I was pretty intrigued and wanted to get them just to have them for how unique they are. And I've had these for a few years. I just kept them. So AB200 on those two pieces. Let us know, chat, if you want to do that. In the meantime, I will restock the table with a couple of German agates. All right, we have 4 more German agates on board here. Also all from the Waldhambach mine that has not been accessible for 20 years. Super cute pieces also from the backside. You can see those pieces, still have those tiny little agate nodules within the host rock that's attached. So it was a pretty hard rock quarry to mine these out of. And a lot of these will have these tiny little baby nodules attached. And a lot of these will actually have agate inside of those tiny little nodules. So yeah, pretty cool find. This one here also pretty special because of that secondary colored, chromatography through a healed fracture. So, this kind of red color tone is not very typical from this location at all. And very clearly it has been infused by this kind of fracturing line that healed and, recrystallized and agatized an entirely different color than the original kind of agate that formed in it. So the fracture here probably healed with a very high iron content, making, giving it this beautiful red color. Also some really nice icy light blue color tone, and that's gonna be C100 for this beautiful specimen, full husk backside. And like I said, these only show up from old collections. So a lot of the stuff that I'm offering is also rare material. So it's going to be C100 on that one. Next one up, same location, also from the Waldhambach quarry. Beautiful shape of the nodule. Let's flip it over. Just gorgeous, gorgeous banding with this kind of light blue and white and pink. And then now is the really cool part. You can see in that white floater, it actually has some parallax going on. Would you look at that? Super cool piece, great depth within the quartz as well. And that's going to be D100. I know I kind of priced this one here low, But like I said, the pieces above 100 euros, starting with 100, they're open for bidding in case there are several people that would like to get the same pieces. Also some beautiful parallax here in the outer banding, not just in the floater core, but I hope you can really see the parallax as I move it around. Yeah, this is a beautiful piece, really. The chromatography in the floater, you got the parallax, you got the depth. Beautiful piece. D100 have been bid by Merete. Thank you so much for that. And now if anybody else would like to get this piece, it's going to be 10 euro bid increments. So next bid would have to be the 110 euro mark. And like I said, everybody who purchases anything here tonight, or morning for you guys, maybe, depending on where on the planet you are, will also get a free Malawi agate in their box as well. So D100, currently the high bid, calling it down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and sold. Thank you so much. Don't be shy in the comments. If you like something, just let me know and we can probably work it out. I'm also here to make some good deals here today, so I have to take less material on the move with me. So I'm gonna move out of my apartment soon, and then I'll have less to carry around. All right, we have E100. This is a gorgeous German agate. This is from the Freisen area, so different location in Germany, but also super beautiful with this light amethyst druzy opening. Just a really cool piece. And again here, some super nice banding with parallax surrounding this amethyst core, and tons of platelet with chromatography in the banding as well. This is a super nice druzy. That's gonna be E100 on this Freisen agate specimen. Let me know, chat, if you'd like to get this piece here. Kannst du kurz bei Mailchimp reinschauen, ob auch Mails rausgegangen sind?
Ja.
Ah, sind rausgegangen? Okay.
Nee, das war.
Okay. Alles klar. All right, that's gonna be E100 here on this beautiful piece, and that brings us to the last one on board, which is a Waldenbach piece, like some Americans would pronounce it correctly, would be Waldhambach with a strong at the end of it. And that's gonna be the last piece here on the board, and just an absolute banger. I priced this one here really low. That's gonna be F200 for the pair, but just an absolute stunner. Nicht?
Nee.
Ah, dann hat Julia.
Entwurf.
Aber das ist für die Live-Show vorbereitet?
Mhm.
Okay, kannst du das rausschicken? Weil ich glaube, Julia wollte das eigentlich planen, aber hat es dann vielleicht nicht gemacht.
Ja.
Okay, danke. Alright, oder ist schon geplant für eine Uhrzeit oder nur mit Entwurf gerade?
Das ist geplant, aber es war halt nie fertiggestellt.
Okay. Dann schau nochmal, ob der Inhalt gut ist und schick's dann bitte raus.
Vielleicht ist alles fertig. Ich habe, glaube ich, einfach noch vergessen, dass
Okay, und das ist auch nicht das von letzter Woche, was geplant war ursprünglich,
das
sondern...
alles mit dem Polygonal.
Okay, super, danke. Alright, so F200 for this absolute banger of a pair. Please excuse my German. Speaking here, I just had to quickly communicate with my coworker here, so we are gonna send out some emails so more people are aware that the live show is happening right now, because not everybody's checking on my social media and stuff. So hopefully a couple more people will tune in a couple minutes. So F200 on this absolute banger of a pair. They do not get much better than that. In that sort of size, beautiful banding, great contrast, super nice details here as well. At $200 for the pair, it's actually just $100 a half. And yeah, like I said, just a gorgeous specimen for a mine that is not producing for at least 20 years. Yeah, pretty cool piece. All right, let me zoom back out so you get a little bit of a better grasp of what we have been offering here, and you can make your claims. So if you want to get some pieces, make me some offers or claim those pieces directly if you'd like. So we have AB200, really not much room on those pieces at all. I think that's right about what I paid for it. Then we have C100, with that beautiful red heeled fracture. Then we have E100 on this beautiful amethyst Freisen agate piece with parallax. Really cool piece here, actually. Also cool piece of the nodule itself. And then we have the banger of the board. That is gonna be F200 on this beautiful Waldhambach agate gem. So that's what we have. Let me know, chat, if you'd like to get any of those pieces. I'll try to zoom out so we can have them all on board at the same time. And yeah, let me know in the chat if you'd like to get any of those pieces for your collection. Also, let me know what you would like to see next. I have a couple more pieces prepared. We can get into a little bit of a higher end segment just to feel out if that's something you would like to see today. There's a couple pieces that I have in the couple hundred to 1,000 euro range. And then we can do some stuff from my Turkey trip that came back fresh from polishing, and some other pieces that came from our own cutting workshops, such as Malawi, Turkey, Royal Imperial Jasper. Some pieces I got repolished from old collections. Oh, there's some pretty neat stuff I see here. Also, I have a couple more pieces from the Dietrich Meyer collection. And yeah, just let me know what you'd like to get. In the meantime, I'll try to think of a good deal for all the German pieces here together, because those are very good and unique pieces. They would come up to a value of 400 euros altogether, and I would do this entire batch. I would do all these 4 pieces together for a total of 320 euros, cutting down 80 euros for this entire batch of pieces and making it an average of only 80 euros a half now. So 320 instead of 400. That's as low as I can go for this entire batch of Germans. And Surf says, I'll have to get those. Great call there. Thank you so much. And I really wish I could find these here in your home as well, but I really just don't have much room here. So anybody who would like to get these 2 pieces, I can do another 20 bucks of those here, down to the lowest of 180. Nee, nur das ist Freisen, nur der hier. Alle anderen sind Waldhambach. So AB 180 for someone who would like to get these pieces here together. I think I paid 100 bucks a piece for these. Let's call it dollars. So, you know, if I sell these at 180, then I'm just breaking even on those 2. Very, very rare and unique couple of pieces here. I would really like to keep these together, and I would also really like to find these a new home. So let me know, chat, if there's someone who would be willing to take this batch of pieces here for together 180 bucks. There's just really an oddity. So let us know, Jim or anybody else. Maybe a Romania rock hounds. I see Romania really like those. So 180 euros for both of these together. That is the lowest I can go. That actually makes sense. All right, AB 180. Let us know, chat, if you want to do that. Otherwise, I'll be moving those out of the frame for a bit and maybe come back to those later. Let me know when the emails are sent out, okay? Hast schon, sehr gut. All right, let's actually do a couple more Germans, since they're like right in front of me. So let's just do 4 Germans quick, and then let's do 2 Palis, 2 polished Palis. All right, so let's get started. Each of these pieces is going to be 40 bucks. So first person to comment is going to grab each of those pieces. They're pretty small, just about 1 inch in size, I would say. Right around, just a little bit bigger than an inch. $40, that's gonna be A40 for a super, super nice and very distinct banded German agate for the location. So the German Freisen agates, where this one here is from you can also see that on the backside, from WKA, which stands for Windkraftanlage. It's one word in German. Can you write it out quick and put it in the chat? Windkraftanlage, which stands for wind turbine, creating electrical energy. And that's where it's from. So this was found during the construction of a Windkraftanlage. So A40 here for this one. Beautiful piece with this soft yellow and pink banding, great symmetry, and super affordable. A40. Next one up is also from Freisen area. Similar pattern, a little bit stronger with the yellow, I would say. Possibly some slight amethyst in the center core as well. Great chromatography here in the center as well, with the change of yellow to this orangey pink. Beautiful piece here. That's a very, very neat piece. Also a little bit bigger. Also just at $40. I should probably ask 50 for this one, but also at $40, 39 millimeters wide, making it about 1.5 inches. Gorgeous German agate here. B40. Someone's got to grab that piece here. This is so nice. B40 going to serve. Thank you so much. The next one up is a very unique piece, also from the Freisen area. You can see it's got that kind of weathered out backside that we've seen on the Sumatra agates previously here, like this one. Sumatra agate, this is the German agate, and this one's super cool. There's gonna be C40 for the reason that it has some absolute bangingly nice parallax. Look at that. That is so cool. Such strong contrast as well. By the way, these pieces came from my father's collection. I just kept them because they were so cute and never offered them for sale. So now, first time, C40. Okay, A and C going to Mrs. Kinda Sorda. Thank you so much. We need to make sure that we have you signed into our Google Forms so we can email you with the invoice after the live show. Please let us know if you already filled out the Google Forms, which we have pinned in the top comment. Is that right, Logan? Oh, it's in the description of the live show. Make sure to sign into the Google Forms if you haven't done that. We need your address and email so we can bill you with the invoice on Tuesday. So let us know if you've done that. Then you will be getting those two pieces here in your box. I'm going to put them aside for you for now. Just got to make sure you're signed in. And that brings us to the last piece. That is going to be D40. Another one from WKA, Windkraftanlage Freisen, with beautiful colorization with this baby light blue. Some chromatography here down with the yellow and pink. Actually also got some parallax. And yeah, just gorgeous pieces. I mean, I think I've talked enough about these. D40 going to Caters. Thank you so much, Mrs. Kinda Sorda. Let me know if you have trouble finding it, or and please let me know as soon as you fill it out so we can put those pieces into a box for you and get those shipped to you mid of next week. All right, now 2 polys, super nice piece. It takes a lot of cutting to get those together here. Also, for how good they are still kind of affordable. That's going to be E180. Look at this beautiful piece here with this dark blue and black. So since we have a relatively strong light source here, the blue appears a little bit lighter than it will appear in your regular cabinet or display case. So polyhedroid agates do need a lot of light to bring out those colors. So don't be shocked if it looks a little bit darker in color, but they just really need daylight or a strong light source or a flashlight or a really strong display case lighting to bring out the color. Anyhow, great piece, E180. Let me quickly measure it out. We are at 78 millimeters, so just over 3 inches. So that is a very nice and greatly representative specimen. Great symmetry, great shape here. Just gonna quickly weigh it out to see how much this weighs. This is 118 grams with a beautiful backside. And yeah, just gorgeous piece. So 180 bucks, that probably makes it about $1.50 a gram, if my math is not too off. Beautiful, beautiful piece here. And then the next one, let's quickly weigh that out. Wow, that is almost perfectly on the dot. We have a 200 gram piece. So this is a relatively large one. You can already see some yellow color peeking through. Great elongated shape here on this one, and this is real beauty. This is gonna be F200. This is such a striking, gorgeous piece with the yellow, the white, and then this never-ending depth of the nodule. I mean, the pen is a little too thick, but you know, it would go most of the way into the nodule here. That's gonna be F200 on this really, really beautiful specimen in this very dark blue with white center core, yellow chromatography. Super nice piece. That is gonna be F200. We only have 2 pieces on the board remaining. Other than that, we've sold out the entire board. And now is the killer deal for both of these together. I'm gonna do it for $350 for the first person to comment $350 instead of $380. That is a killer deal for 2 absolutely stunning polyhedroid agates. Also check out my website agatebay.de, where we have been adding some incredible polyhedroid agates to the site just yesterday with the drop of the new video on my YouTube channel. We always stock up the website as well. And from the last cutting session, there have been some incredible polys that you can add to your collection as well that are also even larger than these here. So that's gonna be $350 as a killer deal for E180 and F200, making it EF350 for the 2 polys together. That is a very good deal on those beautiful, beautiful pieces, making it about $1 a gram. So these are relatively large in size and really just beautiful pieces. I cannot believe they haven't been grabbed yet, but $350 is definitely the lowest I will go. Typically it shows in Tucson I sell, you know, practically all polys I'm offering, because you just don't see very many anymore. And it's just a great opportunity to get some of these pieces. Also, I'm very lucky that I have access to some of these German collections, because a lot of the polys back in the day have been exported to Germany. So a lot of the older stock German collections will have some polys in there. So that's typically how I get these larger, higher quality pieces. Also, we're just 22 likes away from a €50 giveaway. So smash the like button if you want to get a €50 agate for free. No other commitments required. Just hit the like button and I will give a random person commenting a €50 valued agate with free shipping. So just 22 more likes for the next, for the first free agate of the day, but also, like I said, every order will get a free Malawi agate in their package as well. So that's EF350. Going to move these out of the way real quick, and we're going to move up to some real high-end agates if we have some of those high-end collectors watching today as well. Some really, really special pieces coming up that I personally really enjoy a lot, and that also adds some very nice polys to the board. Bang. And let's do a really, really special Malawi as well. All right, let's get started with every piece on the board being higher than the €500 mark. So these are going to be some real bangers now. We have a super, super rare Moctezuma agate pseudomorph. Personally cut this piece here. That's going to be 800 for the pair. It is super rare for Moctezuma agates to have pseudomorph sprays here. And here you can really see how it's kind of transitioning from a carbonate up to the agate agatization at the top of the pseudomorphs. So this one here has been trying to get agatized. You could probably also kind of describe this as a sagenite. But yeah, Moctezuma agates with pseudomorph are super, super rare. It's maybe 1 in a couple hundred or maybe 1 in 1,000 pieces that actually have a pseudomorph. And yeah, this one I cut right through the center of it because you could see it from the bottom. And I think I hit it just about perfect with this light blue. Then you have that extra explosion here in that area. So that is gonna be a 800 on this incredible rare opportunity to get one of those Moctezuma pseudomorphs, which just doesn't happen very often at all. So this is a very special one. I hope we have Rock Dog watching as well, because he really enjoys those pseudomorphs. But it seems Dentista also enjoys the good pseudomorphs, so great timing to tune in and grab this one here. I'm gonna give it 5 more long seconds just in case someone else doesn't want to miss out on that rare opportunity. So I'm just gonna call it down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and sold. Thank you so much, really appreciate that.
Ganz kurz.
Moctezuma. Yep. Next one up is one of my most favorites, coming from the recent polishing. I've been a little bit more active with Condor agates lately. This one here seems to be an older find with that opalization in that area. That's always an indication that a piece has been on the surface for some time or close to surface. Otherwise it will not create this sort of whitish opalization, is how we call it on the backside. But just such a beautiful piece, and I just like this so much because, you guessed it right, it is yellow. And it has parallax, and that combination is just incredibly rare for a Condor agate. Parallax is one of the rarest things to find in Condor agates at all, and with parallax it is, you know, practically non-existent. So as I move it side to side here, you will see that shimmer of change of color with that parallax. So, you know, once you know it's there, you cannot unsee it. But you have to pay close attention so you actually see it, because the banding is so fine that otherwise you may miss it. So $800 is the very least I would be taking for this one. I love it for the symmetry, I love it for the depth, I love it for the yellow, I love it for the parallax. There's really practically nothing I don't love about this agate. That's why I would not let this one go here for less than the $800 I'm asking for it. That's gonna be B800 for an absolute banger of a Condor agate. Just look at that. Maybe even some slight amethyst in the core, hard to tell if it's actually off color or if, you know, maybe it's just with that kind of orangey band in the center that gives it a little bit of a darker hue. Also the chromatography here in the outer rim with the green. Look at the green. Isn't that crazy? Just popping out of nowhere from the otherwise, you know, kind of more... I don't even know what to describe this color. More like a, I don't know, bluish light green or something. But here it's really popping out with that green color in the chromatography. But yeah, super, super crazy piece for a Condor agate. One of my absolute favorite pieces that came back fresh from polishing. B800, one of my, yeah, favorites for sure. B800, next one up. I think Jim is gonna like that one. Absolutely perfect polyhedroid agate. This is from the collection I purchased earlier this year in March. So it was a larger collection, and this is one of the most perfect pieces from that collection that I am letting go of now. Absolute perfection for a poly. You know, this is one in 1,000 pieces and also just fantastic size. Just look at that. Absolute perfection for a polyhedroid agate. Just look at that. Perfect rosy center with the crystals in there. Then you have that yellow color, the blue, the chromatography with those black bands as well. The shape of it. You know, polys don't really get much more perfect than this. This is an absolute banger at 750 bucks. Again, here we have a relatively strong light, so the blue appears a little bit lighter and more intense on screen than you will have it probably with your own lighting, unless you use a strong flashlight or put it in the sun. But these polys do need a lot of light to bring out those incredible colors they display. However, this is about as perfect as they get. Hence the price of €750. Another one I just really enjoy looking at. Next one up, another absolutely special piece. This one found its way back to me. A rare Moroccan face agate with beautiful eyes going on. Doesn't look like that much, but from the backside. But the really funny part is in here. Look at that! Isn't that a gorgeous specimen right here? Like a little monster face looking at you, and then the bunch of other eyes surrounding this pair here. That's €1,200 for the pair, making it 600 and a half. But of course, the pair has to stay together. You know, for these kind of pieces, they cannot be separated. Yeah, that's a crazy alien face for sure. Little monster hiding inside of it. That's gonna be D1200 on this rare face agate. Yeah, and the light blues and tessarine agates are definitely one of the best on the market. Also in combination with this orange, it's not just a great monster face agate, but also high quality band agate specimen the way it is. So that's gonna be D1200 on this one here. Let us know, chat, if you'd like to add this one here to a collection. And I totally get it, Jim Fry. You have an incredible collection of polyhedroid agates already, but I also think moving forward with the next 10 years, I think they're kind of an investment to have, because they've been mined out for so long. They've been rising in value ever since they've been mined out. They were so affordable in the beginning when they've been mined. I've heard stories of like $1 a kilo, and now we are almost at 1,000-fold of that. So yeah, pretty crazy story with those polyhedroid agates, at least for the higher end ones. All right, we have E500 for a pair that you might remember from my Tucson travel in the beginning of the year. This is one of those rare high quality smooth skin Malawi agates. So I cut this one here on camera. I don't remember if it was in a video with Taylor the Rocksmith, or if it was a separate video. Maybe it was also just an Instagram story. I don't remember. Anyhow, I cut this one here. Now it is polished in all of its glory and beauty. One of the very few drip Malawi agates I've ever seen with those stalactites going on. Crazy colorization as well with that intense red, the platelets, but of course the what really creates the rarity and value is those stalactites reaching from top to bottom. Oh, it was with Taylor. You remember? That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, I cut so many agates. I don't remember every single one, but it was fun hanging out with Taylor. He's a good guy, and I think when I spend more time in the US, we'll maybe do a couple more collabs on stuff to come. But yeah, this I don't remember if Taylor posted it also on his YouTube about Tucson, but you might actually able to see it in that video as well. But yeah, that was a crazy cut. Yeah, anyways, E500 on this beautiful pair here, making it 250 a half. I think that's a fair price point. So let us know, chat, if you want to get this special piece a new home. Yeah, so with the Malawi agates, there's a couple different locations that we've mined, and the agates from this location we've actually never put on market before. So this is from the Smooth Skin location, and reason why we haven't put these to market before is they can be absolute bangers, but most of the time they will be nodules filled with quartz. And you know, if I sell a kilo or 2 kilos or maybe 5 kilos, it could happen that every single one of those pieces you're gonna throw away. But you know, also some of the most valuable pieces came from this material. So you just never know what you're getting with them. And the spread in between low quality and high quality is so big that I haven't really found a reasonable way to market these. Because there's, you know, such a big difference between the goods and the bads. And, you know, I don't want somebody to, you know, be sad about cutting a bunch of pieces and not getting a good one. On the other hand, it could happen that someone's cutting 3 pieces in $100 batch and they could be worth 3,000. You know, it's just such a big difference in quality for these smooth skin agates that I have a hard time deciding on what I'm doing with them. Yeah, but at some point I'll probably make some rough of these available as well. Anyways, E500 for one of the most special ones I've ever cut from this location. Also a little bit of a famous piece, it seems like. So E500, oh, that's awesome to hear. That's awesome to hear. And that brings us to the last piece on the board, rounding up some of the most high valued pieces of today. And that is, you guessed it right, another Pali. And this is about as nice as they get, about as large as they get, in a really good quality. You can again see here the kind of negative impressions of the barite sheets that kind of made these flat surfaces. Here you can see it really well. So some pretty crazy stuff going on also on the exteriors. But this one here, just absolute perfection on this specimen. This is a very big piece, pretty heavy, and you know, I think I marked this one pretty fairly at 850. I have another really nice one on my website that I have at 950. And this one here is at 11.5 centimeters, which makes it pretty exactly 4.5 inches. Let's quickly weigh it out. It's gotta be somewhere, oh, wait. I think maybe the battery is low. Let's be quick. 732 grams is what we have on this piece here, but just absolute perfection with a light blue and black. And here it's actually really light blue. So comparing these two, the one on the left is a lighter blue than the one we have here on the right. Then it is a floater specimen surrounding the center core triangle. It's got that little bit of a yellow in the very center of the piece. Oh, let me put it around again here in this way. And then we even have some dendritic growth on the very outside of those white bands. So a lot of great details going on with this. Wow, look at that up top here. And the kind of black colorization in that exterior float as well. So this is actually a double floater, I'm just noticing. So you have one layer of quartz, then the agate, quartz, and then agate again. So yeah, pretty special piece. 850 is what we have on it. So that's gonna be F850. Right, let me zoom out. And let me know, chat, if you want to make some deals for these. And I think we'll do some Koyamodis next. Or Koyamidos, how it would be pronounced correctly. All right, perfect. So let me know, chat, if you want to get any of those exceptional quality pieces. Otherwise, I'll put these in the background and just enjoy looking at these for the rest of the show as we move on to some other beautiful pieces that we can get into your collections. So we have A 1200 on that Moroccan, or actually I think it was D, Let's call it D1200 on that lovely, lovely Moroccan monster face. Very, very rare to get faces and agates. I would say it's at least 1 in 1,000 cuts that you have to do. Then we have B800 on, you know, absolutely one of my top favorite Condor agates I've ever owned. Yellow parallax, can you believe that? I couldn't believe it when I saw it, honestly. Then we have C750, absolutely perfect polyhedron. They in terms of shape, color, perfection, they just don't get much more perfect than that. So that's going to be C750. Then we have E500 on that famous and rare stalactite smooth skin Malawi. Super nice piece, very rare. Taylor really liked that one here. Maybe I'll have to get this one here to his collection. I don't remember if we cut it together or if he came just later after I cut it, but I remember he really liked that one. So that's E500 on that pair. And then we have F850 on this monster of a poly. Just absolutely gorgeous. I can do one killer deal of the day for the 2 polys. I would be willing to go down to 1,500. But that is the very best I can possibly do. I think the prices for the Malawi is great. I think the Condor is absolutely mind-blowingly good with that parallax. I just personally really like it, also with the chromatography of the green. Can you imagine? For a Condor, this is absolutely insane, and we don't even have to talk about the face and say about how special it is. So all of these pieces are incredible, and I will really enjoy looking at those for the rest of the show. So I'm just gonna put these here in the background so they can keep staring at me. And now we're gonna go ahead and get to the Koymedo Agate Especímenes. Alright, where do we have those? Where did I put them? Oh, sheesh. So many agates here. Oh, I found them. Alright, let's get started with the most affordable ones first, and then work our way up a little bit higher. Oh, just 60 bucks. Oh my gosh. Alrighty. Alright, that's a pretty dang nice one coming up here. Some nice purple. Let's put this one here. And then this one here is from my dad's collection. I did say Koymedo. And these agates, I priced these years ago. They were also in a box up in my workroom. I haven't touched these in years. So I think the prices are a little outdated, meaning today I would probably mark these higher. But I'm just going with the prices that I have on these from years ago. A60, which means going to the first person that comments A60. This is an absolute no-brainer for a Koymedo. Just look at that. 60 bucks. Can you believe that? I can certainly not believe it. The maroon color with the surrounding, then you got the flow channel, the blue, the white, the floater. Crazy at 60 bucks. Going to Caters. That was some quick thinking there. Next one up is a pair. We have this one marked here at 150, half, making it 300 for the pair. And this is another rare specimen from the Los Alamos mine. Great parallax. Oh, look at the parallax over here. Beautiful color with the orange, black, and yellow. The chromatography also showing a little bit. At 300, this is also a lot lower than I would market it today. But I'm going with the prices I had these marked on from years ago. Beautiful parallax, great colors. Also the black is really unique in that sort of banding. So that's gonna be B300 on that pair. I'd probably be around 400 to 500 if I was offering this one here at a show like Tucson or Denver coming up. That's typically what I think I would ask for a show price, like 500 bucks probably. So definitely higher than I'm asking now. So that's B300 on that pair. Next one up is another really special one. This is one of those pseudomorph pieces, sometimes also known as stalactite, which is obviously not right, because here in the center core you can see it is actually a pseudomorph with that dark purple and pink, maybe a slight surrounding of amethyst even. Maybe it is amethyst. It does have a little bit of a purple hue, and other than that, clear icy quartz around it. So that is gonna be C200 on that pseudomorph / stalactite specimen. Very, very nice to have this one here also attached to its bottom part. But I think the pseudomorph is actually ending right around here, and this came from, let's look at the bigger picture, the round nodule like this. I think the pseudomorph originated from down here. So that's, I think, what this specimen originally looked like. So super cool piece. That's C200. In the meantime, we have Dentista, who would just like to get the left half. I'm not a big, huge fan of splitting up pairs. Let me know, Dentista, if you would be willing to take the pair here for 300. Because the sad thing is, most of the time when you split up a pair, there's almost no chance that they're gonna find back together at some times in the future. And we have Stephen Elisko, who would like to get the pair, which I very much appreciate. So we are currently at B300 for the pair. Let us know, Dentista, if you also have an interest in the pair, or if you want to wait for other pieces to show up. So B300 currently the high bid. We have 10 euro bid increments from 100 to 300. We are doing 25 euro bid increments from 300 to 1,000, and 100 euro bid increments for 1,000 and above. So Dentista, I'll take your 320 as a 325. Let us know, Steven, if you want to take it up to 350. We are still a lot lower than I would typically ask for the pair here. So these are prices from many, many years ago. So 350, the new high bid from Stephen Elisko. Thank you so much, really appreciate it. I am currently still in Germany. I'm gonna be back in the US very soon. So we will be having an accord of live shows coming up with Denver from the 5th and 6th of September. In just over a month from now, we will be at the Denver show with a booth at the Hard Rock Summit, and we will be going live with a couple live shows during that time as well. 375 currently the high bet. Let us know, Steven, if you want to take it up to 400, and we'll have some other beautiful pieces coming up for the Koimidos in just a little bit. 400 it is. Let us know, Dentista, if you're fine letting Steven get this one here. There will be more beautiful pieces to spend your money on. But this is a nice one. For 25 is a new hybrid by Dentista. Really appreciate that. Let us know if you want to take it up to 450. Steven. Merci beaucoup. Steven Elisko is out, so let's give it 5 more long seconds, and we have, in case we have a late snipe, calling it down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and sold to Dentista for 425 euros. Thank you so much. Next one up, we conveniently have marked in just the same price range, 400, and this is a big boy. Really big piece. I think this is an early find from the Las Morenitas location. So these are the ones that have the most intense purple colorization on the Koyamiro Ranch, I would say. I got this many years ago. I think it was with my first trip to Mexico with Andres. So it's been a long time. Maybe this is also from the Japanese location. I'm not 100% sure, but I think it is from Morenitas. It does have a little bit of fracturing, so I have to point that out, but also the purple is so intense. This makes no sense. That rhymed. Also some neat crystallization here with partial agatization, partial botryoidal, but yeah, just gorgeous color with that purple, and then the rim exterior here with the orangey red. That's a beautiful piece. Also here, again, the prices have been made years ago. I'd probably also put this one here a little higher in nowadays market value, but 400 it is. Currently with the high bid from Dentista at D400. Let's give it 5 more seconds in case Steven Elisco or anybody else would like to add this beautiful purple piece to their collection. Calling it down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and sold. And something seriously went wrong with the next piece. Oh my gosh. I mean, you can already see this is a beautiful, beautiful specimen. This came from my father's collection. I have marked this at 125 euros. I don't know what happened there, but I would clearly put this maybe around 200 or higher today. Yes, this has been polished maybe 50 years ago, so it is not quite up to the standards of polishing you're used to seeing from me. But oh man, this is a piece with history and beautiful banding. You see this kind of stalactite with the eye up top here. Beautiful flow channel, great colors, no fractures. But it does need a little bit of a touch up. But at 125, this is an absolute steal for the size and quality of the specimen. 125 on the E lot, so that's going to be E125 for a more than 3-inch wide Koyomido agate. Just an absolute beauty. You probably have about 1.5 millimeters to this flow channel, so you can still grind out this entire area without getting to the flow channel if you want to keep it. But also, you know, if you want to keep it more symmetric, you can also you can also kind of grind behind that flow channel. You have drums on passion and condors for you. I mean, that sounds interesting. Maybe write me an email about it, and maybe we can do something about it. I'm not sure what all of that means, but an email will help me clarify what's going on there. So, beautiful, beautiful Koyomido agate at just 125. This is much lower than I would put it today. Probably 200. So each 125 on this one here. Next one up, we have F300. And this one here is screaming Rock Dog all over it if he's watching. Just absolutely stunning pseudomorph specimen. Also one from the old times. And here you can see those aragonite pseudomorphs probably came from a spray down here at the bottom, spreading into the fingers here like that. And this is just absolute beauty. Look at that. At just 300 bucks with the yellow, the creamy white, the purple, and those pseudomorphs partially agatized and recrystallized with quartz. This one here in the right hand side, a perimorph, leaving that empty cavity space which makes it this perimorph. And here on the left side you can see a little bit of carbonate in that pseudomorph area. So this is a different, pseudomorph with different types of pseudomorph. You have that entirely pseudomorphed area, then you have the perimorph, and here you have the carbonate pseudomorph. But what a beautiful, beautiful piece this is. Just with that little fracture running through it, but man, I wish Rock Dog was watching. He would love that piece. If anyone has contact to Rock Dog right now, please shoot him a message and let him know we have some crazy stuff right now, since I can't do that on my phone right now. Kannst du kurz in Instagram reingehen und ihm eine Nachricht schicken? Okay, merci. Alright, anyways, F300 for anyone who would like an absolute banger of a banded pseudomorph. Very, very special piece. So that's what we have left. 3 pieces. We have C200 on that beautiful pink and purple stalactite with a hue of amethyst around it. Then we have E125, absolutely underpriced for how good it is. And then we have F300 for that absolute banger of a pseudomorph. Let me know, chat, if you want to give those pieces here a new home. Or of Rock Dog. Yeah. So those are the 3 pieces we got. Really not too much room on whatever is going on here. They would be adding up to 625. I would do 600 for the bundle of 3 pieces here. That is a very, very good price for this sort of quality and, you know, specialty of Koemitos these are as well. So 600 for CDF if you want to make a deal on those pieces here. Meanwhile, just 14 more likes for the 50 euro giveaway. Hang on tight and smash the like button if you want to get a 50 euro agate for free. We'll do more giveaways and double down once we hit 75 likes for 150 euro agate, and then we will do a 200 euro giveaway once we hit the 100 likes. It's happened before. I think we had 175 likes on one of the live shows we did. And I think we gave away a more than 500 euro valued agate for once we hit that. B-Toon! Hi, how are you doing, Aston? Alright, let's move these out of the way for now. Let's restock the table with more Koyomodi beauties. Because I am sure some more of these will be grabbed as we move along. For how nice and fair these are priced, for the quality they are. I should have probably looked at some of those prices before I put them on the table. Sheesh. Anyways. Couple more beauties coming up. I hope we will have the Rock Dog join us soon, because I know he loves Koemitos as well, but maybe he's busy with other stuff, who knows. You know, life doesn't only consist of agates and live streams. But sheesh, there's some absolute bangers coming up. Big boys. Alright, let's go for it. We have A400. This is a Los Alamos piece. Beautiful kind of golf ball pattern structure on their exterior banding. And they probably all, these dents were probably all filled in with these carbonate spherulites, and they just weathered out, leaving this dented kind of featuring behind. Let's flip it over, just look at that. How good of a Koyomito is that? A400, just absolute banging banding. Yeah, that's a good one, Jim. I don't do these live shows very often. I wish I had more time to do those, and maybe I'll do more in the future. Carl, it's you. Yeah. You know, I gotta stop by you sometime again. It was fun hanging out, and I hope you didn't cut those Laguna agates yet, and you have your big saw so we can cut those open, because man, those were some exciting big boys you had there. So yeah, I gotta stop by Wyoming sometime. I don't know when yet. I'm not gonna have time on my Denver trip. Possibly in winter when I'm back in the US. You know, I'll get in touch with you whenever I'm getting close to you, okay? All right, we have A400 for this banger of a Koemito. So beautiful. With this light, creamy white changing softly to a more yellowish color to the core. Also different shades of yellow. Then we have that black chromatography. If it didn't have those little fractures here at the bottom, I would rate this at double the price. It would be an easy sale for me for 800, but with those flaws, it makes it a lot more affordable. And that is that is A400 for actually a really big piece. We're looking at 9.5 centimeters, almost 400. Oh, almost 4 inches, I meant. All right, yeah. You know, I'll probably make some posts when I travel on Instagram or something. Usually on social media, when I travel somewhere, I'll say where I'm going, and then people wanna hang out and look at some beautiful agates and stuff. So you know, it's also something I enjoy. So I'll do that, and make sure to follow me on Instagram. Probably is the easiest way to be aware when stuff like that happens. All right, B500 is the next one coming up. Look at that. Isn't that crazy? Oh my gosh. That is insane. Oh my gosh. Absolute insane pseudomorph agate right here. I think I way underpriced that as well. That's 500 bucks. For such a big piece, we are looking at almost 5 inches, just shy of 5 inches. And of course, having the backside cut off takes away a little bit of value as well. But man, 500 bucks. That is not very much for such a huge, intense pseudomorph agate. We have Rock Dog in the chat. That is awesome. You are really just here at the right time. I don't know if you saw the last few we had on the listing, but I gotta show you those as well. I can make you a deal for the last ones we shown. But yeah, 500 is an absolute incredible piece. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, we will have a lot of fun when I come visit you, Carl, and yeah, cut some beautiful agates. All right, we have, what is it, B500 with the high bid currently by Rock Dog, calling it down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and sold. That is quite the deal you made there. All right, let's quickly put the pieces that I had previously that I thought Rock Dog will enjoy. So we had this piece here from my father's collection that has been polished maybe 50, 60 years ago, maybe even more than that. And yeah, this is a crazy piece. I have it marked at 125 euros, but this is a price that's been put on maybe 8 years ago or something. So now I'd probably ask way more than 200 for this piece. So this is definitely outdated in terms of price. Then we have that beautiful pink and purple pseudomorph sitting on its matrix host rock. That is another absolutely special piece at 200. And then we have another just absolutely stunning piece here. Just look at that Rock Dog. Such incredible banding with the purple chromatography, the super contrasting yellow with the creamy white up top here, then those centers, and yeah, just an absolute banger of a piece. I will offer these 3 pieces here together for a minimum of 600 euros together. This is much lower than I would typically ask at shows, but I've had these prices on here from a long time ago, and now I've even discounted these more. So 600 euros Rock Dog for this batch of 3 pieces, making it just at 200 euros average a piece. Let me know if you want to get this group here, grab or get this group here of 3 pieces at 600. These are definitely very, very special pieces, both in terms of the color and uniqueness. Thank you so much, Rock Dog. These are going to a very good home. Yes, Ale Koemito. All right, there's one more Koemito that you might have missed. That's this one here. Just an absolutely stunning banded beauty. Gorgeous, gorgeous banding. Also just at 400 bucks. I would typically ask about 800 for this if it didn't have these small fractures down here at the bottom. But fractures are typically something that does decrease the value a lot for me. But 400 is an absolute killer deal for such a beautiful specimen like this here. So that's going to be A400 if you want to add this one here as well, Rock Dog. Just an absolute beauty. This is also close to 4 inches, so this is a really big piece, and I think I'm very, very fair with the pricing on those Koemiro agates, and that's part of the reason, because I haven't changed the prices from like 8 years ago. These were just sitting in a box in my storage, and I haven't touched these or looked at these in years. So 400 if you want to add this one here as well. And also at 400 is going to be the next piece coming up. That is going to be C400, same location. You can also see the same exterior here with these kind of golf ball looking dents, which were originating from like carbonate inclusions that kind of weathered out from the backside. Super cool to look at. And this one here is an absolutely flawless piece. Just look at that. Those are all flow channels. These are not fractures. And with that light purple, the yellow, the white, super, super nice piece. And this is flawless and will also be at 400 bucks. So this is C400 for an absolute gem. I think the colors are showing a little bit too light on my phone. I think this is probably a little bit more accurate. Just the light source I'm using is pretty strong here to the side. So especially the darker colors will light up a little bit more. But this is just such a beautiful piece. Look at the depth here on the side of the banding. And that is actually a perfect example to explain parallax. So even though this doesn't have parallax, this is perfect to explain it, because depending whether you look on the side of the next band or deep down inside of the banding, you will either have a lighter colored section looking at the yellow of that band, or a darker kind of purple color looking deeper down into the banding, and that's really what creates the parallax effect. So it appears darker if you look in deeper into the agate where the light doesn't penetrate as much in the banding, or if you look at the side of the next banding, which will create a lighter color, and that's what's creating these kind of light and dark effects in the parallax. Pretty crazy stuff. C400, can't believe it hasn't been snagged up yet, but I'm sure it will sell eventually. Next one up, another absolutely gorgeous pseudomorph agate that's probably way underpriced. You can already see these botryoidal bubbles from a pseudomorph that is somewhere hidden here on the back side of it. Also very big in size. Let's flip it over. Wow, just a perfect beauty with very large aragonite crystals originally. Let me just quickly measure it out. Over 4 inches at 10.6 centimeters. And that is something now that you can see is the aragonite has been entirely replaced with carbonate minerals, and now some of the carbonate has already been weathered out. So if we wait, a couple more 1,000 years, then this is that's a good one, Jim. Then this is probably all going to be empty. Meanwhile, in other areas, you can see it's agatized right down here. So sometimes these pseudomorphs, they will not be, homogeneous, or however you would pronounce it, because you have different sections. The pseudomorphs can be agatized, they can be carbonated, or they can be weathered out and be perimorphs. And this one here has a little bit of everything. Currently 400 is the high bid held by Rock Dog. Dentista just came in second, so 425 will be the next high bid, but this one could have very well be started at 600 or 700. 400 is a very low starting price from when this has been priced years ago. Also beautiful pink color with some gorgeous yellow banding, some greenish color up top here, some orange, some great depth. This is overall an exceptional quality piece, not just for the pseudomorph, but also the agate banding and its size. Currently only 400. Let's see if we can take it up to 500 or 600, where I feel like it belongs. Yeah, it's kind of a middle finger scenario, which makes it even more funny. So we have D400 currently as the high bid still by Rock Dog. Let us know, Dentista, if you want to take it a little higher, or if anybody else wants to chime in on this beautiful piece here. Also interesting to see how this pseudomorph over there kind of separated another little chamber over there. So these pseudomorphs sometimes make up for really interesting structures within the banded agates as well. But yeah, this is a really special big piece here. Everything else but common. Dentista, we already have another bid for 400. So if you want to get this piece, you'll have to take it up to at least 425. But like I said, even 600 or 700 is realistic for where I would put it on market right now. Okay, we have the 425 by Dentista. I think he just missed the bid by Rock Dog. So 450 it is now. Let's see if we take it up to 500 Dentista. Also the backside, I got to show that again. You got these botryoidal features on the backside, which also originate from that very origin of the pseudomorph. So you can see the sprays from this bottom reach to the back here, creating these eyes from the backside of the pseudomorph and these botryoidal features on the backside as well. So fantastic piece. Dentista takes it up to 500. Rock Dog is out on this piece, and you are right. Outdoor Adventures, we're only missing 9 more likes for the 50 euro giveaway. And I'm gonna call this one here down from 5 more seconds, calling down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and sold. This one's going to Dentista. And the next one up is an even bigger banger. This is about one of the largest banded Koyomido agates I think I've ever owned. It's pretty dang heavy as well. And just quickly get a grip on how heavy it actually is. Let's tear it. Wow, it is. Well, actually, I can change it to pounds. 2 pounds, 4.7 ounces, making it more than a full kilogram. This also came from my father's collection, but I think it originally may have come from Johann Senz, the famous author of the agate books. And this one here is special because it is a perfect heart shape. Look at that. Beautiful banding as well here on the sides, but of course the value comes from that heart shape. It does have a few smaller fractures on the sides. We're looking at almost 5 inches, just shy of 125 millimeters. So just shy of 5 inches. And yeah, typically with that quartz, I would probably price it a little lower, but it is one of the very few agates that have a perfect heart shape that I've ever seen. So that's why I have it marked at 750. Very, very rare sighting. I would say hearts are maybe even more rare than faces. But I'm not keeping statistics about it. All right, that's gonna be E750 for probably the only heart today. And I can't remember if we ever even sold any other hearts at any live shows. Not something that that happens a lot, and not something that I have a lot of pieces of. I think maybe there is 1 or 2 on the website, and they're probably even marked at that. So if you check out my website, there is a search bar where you can search for parallax or pseudomorph or even other features like face or heart, and then you will be shown all of the pieces that are tagged with that specific search if we have it marked with that. So E750 here on this piece. Let's move on to the next one, and that is an absolute banger. And that's a very, very interesting piece. That is going to be F800, one of the most intense light purple pieces you can imagine. Another really special piece, not just because of the color, but also because it's a pseudomorph. You can see the remains of the pseudomorph here on the back, And of course then the perimorph here from the center spray, so it's probably come right from here and kind of exploded into the front of the piece. And this one here, the color is a lot more purple than it's I think if okay, right at the beginning, if I turn it into the coldest light color right here, that's how the actual color is. Let me try to maybe put a flashlight on it or something. So to try to, yes, I think this is pretty accurate. So it is a very purple color, and that's going to be F800 for this beautiful piece right here. It's just my phone is over adjusting with the light and making it less purple than it actually is, which is a shame because it's beautiful. Maybe if I zoom in, it will show. Oh, this is not right. Maybe if I zoom in, it will show more of the purple color. It is very purple. This is about one of the most, purple, passiony purples you are ever gonna see in a Koyomido. It's also very large in size, and it's an absolute beauty. That's F800 for a 4-inch and a little bit, 10.5 centimeters on this one here. Absolute banger of a piece. That's F800. And with that, I have to tell you a little secret, and that is also the last Koyomido agate that I had in that box. Sheesh. So these actually came together. You can see it's the same specimen, but I had made a recut, and I think the slice I already sold years ago. But I made a recut because I wasn't happy with the face, so I recut this piece here actually, and it is so much better now. I have this one here at 1,500, and look at that piece. This is absolutely insane. Purple Cyclops at 1,500, and I feel like I'm too low on this piece here as well. You see the flow channels going out here to the side. The Cyclops, the purple color is absolutely insane. Just look at that. I know it's again over adjusting, but it is just absolutely incredible. Let me try to get the flashlight back on. I think this is much more accurate on how purple it is. If you hold it in hand, you will be, this is way more purple than I imagined, for sure. 1,500 is what we have on it. I wouldn't sell it for a dime less. I think it is, I think it is worth more. I could see myself putting this one here at 2,500 at a show. Realistically. Full hasp backside, absolute perfect piece. And this, eye here with the Cyclops actually is also originated with the pseudomorph here that we have from the other piece. So these actually belong together. I like this one here a lot more for the banding and everything that's going on. So I have this here almost at twice as much. I would be willing to give a slight little discount. I would give 200 euros off the pair and make it 2,100 for both of these together. However, I feel like this is worth more than the 1,500 I have on. So 2,100 for the pair if someone is looking for an absolute banger of a Koyomido. And like I said, this is much more purple than my camera can fathom right now, if that makes sense. But yeah, look at that. I think that's pretty accurate. All right, that's the last Koyomido I have here. Then you've seen all those incredible Koyomidos agates that are online. So let me quickly zoom out again and put these somewhat all in frame so you can see what's going on here and make your decisions accordingly. That's what we have available. Everything else has been sold. So we have the A400 piece, then we have the C400 piece, then we have E750 for the heart, then we have F800, and we have, let's call this one G1500 or FG2100. That's what we are at. I think all of these are very fairly priced. Let me just hypothetically think about a deal for all of these pieces together to make someone very happy. All right, that's gonna be 800, that's gonna be 1550. Then plus 2100, we would be at 3650. All right, as a deal of the day, I would do all of these Koyomido agates that are on board right now for 3500 as the best deal I can possibly make for these. I think all of these are priced very, very fairly. But now another special offer for this entire batch of pieces. Also, you know, take some screenshots. If they didn't sell at the live show, I always get emails about unsold pieces after the live show. So if you're unsure right now, you can take an email and maybe you're lucky and some of these pieces will be available even after the live show is over. But now you will be on the safe side. So if you're thinking about a piece or the group, then now would certainly be the easiest and most convenient time for everybody for you to ensure you're getting those pieces. So let me know, chat, if you would like to get those. And also, chat, let me know what else you would like to see. We have some other great, oh my gosh, what is that even? Holy moly. What is that? I don't even know. Well, we have other exciting stuff coming up. So I would say let's move those Koyimodis out of the way for the moment. I'm sure we're gonna get back to these at some point because someone will be, damn, I gotta get that piece. I'm certain that's gonna happen. But for now, I'm just gonna put these in a box where they came from. So this box was originally full, so most pieces did actually sell. Now there's only 5 pieces left out of like 15 or something. All right, let's go ahead and make some great deals. All right, we're gonna get back to some affordable pieces. So these were part of a sale that I had with a museum years ago. So we partnered up to have those pieces in the shop of the museum as a commission while they had an exhibition going on about agates. And that was the Prehistoric Museum in Bayreuth. Let me see. So with the exhibit in the museum, there was also a book that's been released that's called Faszination Achat, which is Fascination Agates. I think I probably have a couple copies of this book as well. So if you want to get one of those books, email me and we will check how many we actually still have in stock, because officially they've been sold out for a long time. A lot of the agates that you can see here in this book originally came from me, and also there are, oh my gosh, look at that, isn't that crazy? Those details, damn, I remember those 2 condor agates. Those definitely came from me. So the collector, his name is Hadi Schabdach, he has a passion, also this one, that's a German agate, he has a passion for taking some detailed photography as well. And boy oh boy, he did a good job on those. Some super interesting photographies. On practically every page there's pieces I remember. And then the interesting, all of those Argo Nova agates came from me. Sheesh. I think almost all of the Lagunas here came from me. Yeah, well, great to look back at all the memories and all the old times also. These were years ago when I sold these, so I sold them, of course, for a lot less than they are in today's market. But I also wrote some insights about, agate mining. This was when I visited the Purple Passion mine. This was when I visited Los Alamos in Mexico. This was at the Alianza claim at Ojo Laguna. Oh, holy moly. These are Malawi agates. This was when I visited the Apache mine. Oh my gosh, that's been like a decade ago, more than that probably. Wow, all of those Malawis I personally cut. Wow, this is exciting. Anyways, yeah. So back to the story. Yeah, email me if you want to get one of those books. I'll check if I have them available still. They'll probably be at like $30 or something, so they're not gonna break your bank. And but yeah, back to the story. I did write some articles here. So this was when I was in China in the mining area. This is at the Luda-1 quarry, which maybe if you follow me on social media, you will see how much it changed. This is me in China in probably like 2016 or something. I don't remember when I was there. The mines closed in 2016, so this was probably like 2015. Oh, this is like in the early times when the Luda-1 quarry had been closed, and here you can see those nets covering the quarries. So it's a great book to see, even if you don't understand German. You know, it's a great book of pictures. Oh, I remember that, Polly. That was, boy, oh boy. Oh my gosh, that Chinese agate. Holy moly. Oh my gosh, yeah, I remember all of those. Oh, that Koyamito, look at that. Oh my gosh. Oh, I mean, it's nice to see them, but it also makes me a little bit sad for all of the nice pieces I once had and now don't have anymore. Yes, so for the book I'm planning on releasing, we're thinking about making it bilingual. So we will have kind of the same concept like the Dietrich Meyer books with exquisite agates and more exquisite agates, that we kind of have pictures, and then we will have like a German and an English text on the same page. So we don't have to like print a couple thousand German books and a couple thousand English books. So we, you know, only have to print one book. That's kind of the idea we have right now. All right, anyways, so those agates I have here now, those were part of that exhibit in the museum. And yeah, let's just get started. So all of these are going to be first come, first serve. Yes, there is going to be a few Chinese agates coming up. I'll get to those in a second. This one here is from the Aouli location in Morocco. Also, these prices are from years ago, so that's going to be A60, first come, first serve. Beautiful piece here with this kind of dark greenish color and the red eyes going on. So all of these are priced very affordable at just $60. So that's going to be A60. So if you're looking for some beautiful pieces, but are on a little bit of a budget, then now in the next few minutes is going to be your time to grab the pieces you like. This is just over 3 inches in size. A60 for the first person to comment on this piece here. Also very interesting with some of these Moroccan agates, you will see that the healed fractures actually brought in more platelets. So they had a higher iron content, kind of coming in a new silica kind of layer within these fractures, creating those red dotted healed fracture lines. Very interesting to look at. A60 going to Paco. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Also, Paco, we have polyhedroid agates available on my website if you're looking for some really nice rough. Kannst du den schon mal nehmen?
Ja.
Okay. Next one up is another Aouli agate specimen from the Middle Atlas Mountains of Morocco. Flipping that one over here at $60. All the colors of the rainbow happening in this one here. That's B60. Beautiful. Yellow, red, some purple, some great depth and details going on. These little structures here that are kind of looking a little bit like an UFO is what we refer to as spherulite. So technically, spherulitic growth is, you know, from, you know, it's originally comes from Latin, from, I mean, sphere also comes from the Latin word, which I don't actually know what it originally is, but spherulitic has to do with like these kind of circular growth structures. And in scientific terms, this is maybe not even correct to use, but they're widely known as spherulites when they're being talked about with agate collectors. So these are the things to look out for if somebody is talking about it. Yeah, for the books, I might have a few more in the store. Do you know about it, Lauren? I think we might have a couple extra copies here. The one I've just been showing is my private copy that I have in my showcase here, in my display case. But there might be like 5 more books that we have in the store. But you just write an email to info@agatebay.de if you want to get one of those books. Or Lauren, can you make like an extra list or something with anybody who's interested in the book? Or is that getting too complicated? Or should we have them get write out an email? Okay, we'll just make a quick extra list here. So,
Ich kann eine Umfrage machen.
oh, in YouTube? Wow. Okay. Then let's try that. So, Lauren is going to set up a little bit of something here that you can put in the comments if you would like to get a book. And then we're going to make a little bit of an external list. So everybody who would like to get a book, we can just add you to our little whatever Lauren's doing now.
Wie heißt dieses Buch?
Um,
Oder ist das egal?
yeah, let's just call it Agate Book because, you know, there's no other Agate books that I'm going to sell today. So it's going to be an easy one. All right, B60 here on this piece. In the meantime, gorgeous colors on this Auli agate from the Middle Atlas Mountains of Morocco. First come, first serve, B60. Next one coming up is gonna be C40. So a little bit more affordable, also beautiful colors with that yellow and red and those tubular structures going on. So that's gonna be C40.
Okay, es geht nur
What again?
10.
Oh, okay. So the thing that Lauren has been trying is only working with percentages. All right, then, we have Stephen Elisco, Jim Fry, YOLO, Space Explorations that would like to get the books. So maybe just write down an extra list with all the names. And drop a comment right now if you want to get the book. So C40 on this piece here, also from the Middle Atlas Mountains of Morocco, a Auli location. So just 40 euros on this one. Next one up is from the High Atlas Mountains at 200 euros. So this one better be a little bit better, which I'm sure it is, because it's yellow. D200. Oh my goodness. This is incredible. Look at this piece here. So beautiful. The yellowy mustard banding with that sparkly crystalline druzy. What a beautiful piece this is, also with those eyes going on. This is spectacular. 200 bucks for this one. That is D200. Let us know, chat, if you like this one here just as much as me. Wow, look at that. There's even some parallax up there surrounding that eye structure. I think I just gotta clean off the surface a little bit because this one here does actually not have any fractures. This is just a little bit of something that I need to clean off. Anyways, look at that beautiful parallax just dancing around the entire eye here. That's crazy. D200 on this one. What a beautiful specimen. Someone should grab this one here, please. I really like it. All right, next one up is gonna be C, and I think that's a 150 or E. Yep, E150. Wow, that is crazy. That is an agate from Agate Creek. Oh my gosh, that is so big, and it's got so much parallax and so much contrast. Holy moly, that's 85 millimeters. That is like 3.5 inches. That is massive for an Agate Creek piece. Just 150 bucks as well. Also priced years ago. This is very affordable for how big it is and how beautiful and parallaxy and just a gorgeous piece. Oh, I see 2 more likes for the giveaway. I'm only at 48 likes here on my screen, but I think Sean also, last time you said it, I was just at 1 like less than I saw it. So currently probably you're showing 50 and I'm showing 49. But just 1 more like and we'll get to the €50 giveaway. And now This Agate Creek agate has been built by Mississippi Rocks. I'll give it 5 more long seconds just in case somebody else would like to place a bid of at least 160 euros on it. Calling it down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and sold. This one's going to Mississippi. Thank you so much. And now the last one on the board is F50, another one from the Middle Atlas Mountains of Morocco, and another, wow, this is intense. Wow, very fiery red color. I remember cutting this one here many years ago. One of the very early times. At only 50 bucks, this is another great deal here on this piece. Also, these kind of crumbly sections are kind of a little bit trying to be, what do you call it? Membraned curls. Beautiful piece right here, super fiery. F50, Surf came first, Paco. You probably got to refresh or have a little bit quicker fingers on your keyboard because Surf was just a couple seconds earlier than you. And that brings us to the last 3 pieces we have here. That is a beautiful set of specimens. We have B60, we have C40, and we have D200. If you want to grab any of those pieces. In the meantime, I remember there is a special other piece that I got to grab from upstairs quick. But if you want to grab any of those pieces in the meantime, let me know, chat. All 3 together I would do for 250. So 50 euro discount for this batch of Moroccan agates. This one is extreme. I really like this one here. Especially with the parallax around these eye structures. So beautiful. Also the yellow color, the druzy. There's so many things I like about it. 250 instead of 300 for this entire batch of pieces. Let me know, chat, if you want to do that. Do we have the 250? Alright, I do not see a 250, so I think we have to lower the price to 200 and make those 2 pieces entirely for free. So the first person to comment 200 is gonna grab the triplet with a 100 euro discount on this batch as one of the best deals of the day. And we have Surf with the 200, thank you so much. Now I gotta do the 50 euro giveaway, and then I gotta show you something really cool coming up next. All right, let's do a 50 euro giveaway, and I'm gonna make it a really unique, nice one. So, Polish agates are actually considered one of the most desired within European collector circles. Laurin, hast du irgendwie eine Notiz oder irgendwas, was du machen kannst? Schreib mal bitte eine Zahl zwischen 1 und 100 da auf. Ja, bitte. Danke. Alright. So, Polish agates are considered one of the most desired agates. Okay, gib mir schon mal. One of the most desired agates within the European collecting community. They have been, I think not allowed to collect for at least like 20 years or something. I know there's like some nightly activities like at most places where agates are found, where some people are going without permission, so I know that is still happening a little bit, but officially there's not really anything coming out. And also this location has been collected for probably a century, so what's being found now is typically also not quite as spectacular as what's been found like 20 years ago. And most of the Polish agates are not very big. They can be beautiful with incredible details and inclusions and all that going on. but they're also relatively high on the market. So I have very little margin when I sell these because I already pay relatively high prices to get them because there's no commercial activities and there's never been those commercial activities. So every single one mined by a personal collector, you know, digging through dirt and rock, unearthing it, cutting it open, polishing it. So there's a lot of manual labor that all went into finding these, and also, you know, not any found in newer times officially. So I'm giving away a Polish agate, but I do have a couple more that I can make available. Sean, if you're not the lucky winner of the giveaway, this is the piece that I'll be giving away. This probably cost me not much, less than 50 euros. So I think the value is very according. And this actually reminds me very much of an Apache agate with those ribbon red bands going on in it. So this is what it looks like. This is not a typical occurrence, I would call. Typically, they can have some beautiful platelets in the banding, sometimes tubes and pseudomorphs and stalactites. A lot of times they will have great depth, and sometimes like this purplish chalcedony, as you can also see it in the exterior of the banding. This is a thick slice and pretty badly polished, but that's just the way I got it. So you might want to rework this one, but it is a beautiful Polish agate. 50 euros is the value of this piece, and now everybody has the chance to win this piece. Every person can pick a number between 1 and 100. Every person can only make one guess, otherwise you will be disqualified. I will give you like 10 seconds time, and after the 10 seconds I'm calling stop. And then after that, if your number comes in later, you're also not participating in the giveaway. So make sure to refresh right now if you're watching this, so you're not gonna come in late for the giveaway. Laurin gave me a number that he drew onto a piece of paper, and the closest person to the number is going to win this giveaway. If we have a tie between the closest, then we're going to make a face-off between those two people that got the closest to the giveaway. Once we hit 75 likes, I'm going to triple the value of the giveaway, and we're going to give away a 150 euro piece. So hit this like button, share the live show with your friends if they're also like to look at good agates. I mean, you don't have to buy anything. I mean, just looking at them is fun too, you know. And yeah, this way more people are gonna see it. This way I'm going to give away higher prices. So 50 euros giveaway, calling this one down here. 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and stop. Last person I saw is Merete, and Lorik and Brett and Bryn Verheeden all came in late, but it doesn't matter because you're not gonna win anyways with your number. 36 is the winning number, and I think I did see a 35. Is that right? Anybody else who was close to that? 33, 35, I don't see a 37, so 35 is the closest. So the winning comment is Kelly M. Kelly, now important for you. If we do not have you signed up in the Google Forms, you gotta do that so we have your shipping address so we can send out your package. Without your shipping information or email address, we cannot reach out to you and we cannot send you this freebie. So make sure to sign up into our Google Forms if you haven't done that yet. And also everybody else, if you want to participate in future giveaways, you got to sign into that Google Forms so we can ship you those giveaways and get in touch with you. But yeah, congratulations, Kelly M. And I'm sure you're gonna love this one. And I hope it finds its way to you. All right, now is the part where I'm going to talk about the exciting agates that kind of triggered when we had that previous one piece talking about the membrane curls. Because I have some collectors that really specialize in those membrane curl pieces, just like other people, you know, focus their collections to parallax or pink agates or flow channel agates. You know, everybody has like their own little pockets of, you know, features they like the most in agates, and there are some collectors that specialize in membrane curl agates. And there's now 5 pieces that I have prepared that have those really cool inclusions. I don't know. I have one specific collector that buys practically every good piece that I ever offer of those. I don't know if I've shown these pieces to him yet, but yeah, this is a great opportunity. The first 2, Puchki-Gorn, Poulon. Okay. So the first 2 are actually gonna be Malawi agates. I believe this is also from that rare smooth skin location scenario that we talked about earlier today. Yeah, thank your mom, please. OIC instructions now. OIC? Oh, that's funny to speak that out. But yeah, please sign up into the Google Forms, otherwise we cannot ship this agate to you. The form, Google Forms, is under the text of the video. You can also see it pinned in my Instagram, for example. If you need any more help, let us know in the comments so we can get that agate to you. First pair is gonna be this one here, and that's a very, very interesting piece. So you can see some of those fragmented membrane curls, and what that actually means is, you know, you have these structures in the formation of the agate. It kind of loosens out from this rim area here, and then gets redeposited inside of this agate while it kind of recrystallizes with a second generation of silica fluid. And that's what happens in here. Also, this one's super cool because it has pyrite inclusions in those membrane curls. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Super special piece. That's gonna be A200 in this chaotic agate. Yeah, I think Jim Fry hit it on the nail there. But super cool piece. Super rare also to see something like that. Like I said, those smooth skin agates, they're always good for a surprise. And yeah, this is definitely one of the more odd pieces I've ever cut from there, with those membrane curls in there and up here, and of course also those golden pyrite in those membranes. We have an A200 by Rock Dog. Let us know, chat, if there is somebody else who would like to get it. Maybe Jim Fry or anybody else. Give this one here 5 more long seconds, calling it down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and sold to Rock Dog. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Next one up is gonna be another one with those kind of weird structures. Another Malawi from that smooth skin area. You can see that with that smooth skin here. Super interesting piece. Steven Alisco, you just came a little bit too late, so make sure to bid a little earlier or refresh your browser so we can take your bids into account. Next one up is going to be B200, another super interesting piece here. Look at that, with those kind of green inclusions, again here with those kind of fragmented membranes kind of depositing all here at the bottom of the nodules. These are a little bit thicker, and then you have the banded whitish blue agate at the top of the piece. Another one that's very, very chaotic and interesting. That's going to be B200 for the only other from the smooth skin agate that I've ever cut like that. Never have I seen other pieces. Yeah, it's just something that, happens once or twice and then it doesn't. Sometimes you get these odd pieces in between there. So that is gonna be B200 on that second pair that we have available here. Also the green color of that kind of jaspery membrane fragments, rather unique in color. And yeah, it's, sometimes just that weird stuff happens. So that's gonna be B200 on this one. And now we have 3 more pieces that are gonna be singles. So they're looking for their better forever home. That is gonna be C200, one of the Waldhambach agates. Very rare also at that location to see those curly structures. And here we just have that one long one. Very, very interesting, and also beautiful piece with those pastel pinks. The floater almost looks more like a Friesen agate with those pink color tones, but it is a Waldhambach agate specimen. I'm certain of that. Also with that attachment of the host rock, very clearly identifiable. Also the shape of the nodule as one of those Waldhambach agates. Very, very cool piece. Bryn Verheiden, 200 euros, and it can be yours. Great contrast in the banding, beautiful platelets, gorgeous floater, actually double floater. Look at that tiny little center within that float. Beautiful, beautiful piece, great size as well. That's gonna be C200 for an 85 millimeter large agate. I am not sure what glauconite is, so I don't have a good answer. C200 on this one. Next one up, we have a D150. Another beautiful piece, and here you can already see those membrane curls from the outside. Just beautiful specimen with all those curls going on. Beautiful platelets here as well. Just a gorgeous, gorgeous piece. I think I gotta grab a quick cold drink from the fridge. I'll be right back with you for you to enjoy those beautiful pieces that are on board. Now is already your time to comment. We have that pair here, B200. Yes, that's basalt host rock with these tiny little agates in there as well. So super cool to see. Very rare with those membrane curls for the Waldhambach agates. So we have C200 and D150 for the 2 German curl pieces. I'll be right back. You also gotta eat something, some snackies, maybe some chocolate or something. Alrighty. And now the last one, and that is very exciting. This is one of very, very few polyhedrons I have ever seen with membrane curls. Practically never happens. It's large in size. It's a beautiful druzy. For whatever reason, I have marked this at only 200, but look at how cool that is to have those membrane inclusions going around the exterior of this piece. Great specimen, full husk backside. You can see those curls all around the exterior with that translucency. Super, super cool piece. That is gonna be E200. I marked this way too low, but that's on me. Let's see how much that weighs. We have 1 pound, 7.8 ounces. That is pretty dang heavy. Let me measure the grams quick. 674 grams. So this is currently at like 0.3 or something. I don't know. My math is not mathing right now. Anyways, no, I think it is actually at 30 cents a gram. That's currently where it's at. So pretty big, heavy boy here. Very unique specimen. Beautiful quartz druzy, pretty large in size. I don't think I've measured it yet. So let me quickly do that. Meanwhile, keep on bidding. It is just shy of 5 inches. We are at 12 centimeters. 250 is the new high value we have for this piece here. I think this can go way higher for how big and unusual this is. 260 currently the high bid by Jim Fry. And keep on hitting that like button and let me know in the chat also if you have any special requests of other things you would like to see in tonight's live show. In the meantime, Surf is out, so 260 is the high bid by Jim Fry. I'll get 5 more long seconds to call this down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and sold. Going to Jim, to the Keweenaw Special Museum of Oddities. All right, let's get back to the board to see if we can find these beauties here in New Home as well. That's going to be B200 for that green jaspery membrane curl piece. Then we have C200 for this beautiful Waldhambach piece. So even without the curl, I would price this around 200. This is just such a beautiful specimen. And then we have D150. And to get back to you, Rock Dog, Jess is currently in the US. She wanted to come over to Germany, but there have been some issues with her traveling plans. Yeah, we will see her for Denver, hopefully. Yeah, that poly was pretty unique. And then we have D150 here on this one. So we have those pieces available. And actually, I will make a price that is practically... Okay, we have C200, so we will do this one here individually. I'll just give 5 more seconds in case there's a late decider on this piece here as well. Calling this one down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and sold. Thank you so much, Mississippi. Really appreciate that. And now I'll try to make a Waldhambach. Make a nice bundle for the Malawi curl and the remaining German membrane curl together. And I will actually, yeah, I'll go a little crazy here and do those 3 pieces together for 250. So it's 100 euros off my asking price. So 250 instead of 350 on, you know, these rare curl items, which you just don't get to see very often. So I just kept these together because I probably had the intention to offer them to that collector who's going crazy over the membrane curls, but I probably never did. So yeah, these were also just up in my storage room with all the other stuff that I had neglected over the years. And yeah, so 250 instead of 350. Let me know in chat if you want to give those unique pieces here in New Home. It's one of the rare features to look out for. Yeah, just one of the rare things to geek over if you are not aware of what these are or how these form. I'm not sure if I did a YouTube video about membrane curls, but maybe I have, maybe I didn't. I'm not 100% sure right now. All right, BE250, last call. Also, Rock Dog, if we still have you in the chat, there's a few really crazy pieces that I think you missed in the beginning of the show because you haven't been watching. I hope you're still watching right now. This is a piece that I cut together in Tucson when Taylor was there. This is one of the smooth skin Malawi agates, which you also got the bunch of rough stones, and you know those are a hit or miss. You can cut incredible pieces from that rough, but also a lot of quartz balls. So that's typically how the rough is going. So I haven't really put any of the rough out there yet, but this was one incredible piece that I cut there when Taylor was there, Taylor the Rocksmith. And this is one of the, maybe the only one I've ever cut with those stalactites. Super fiery specimen. I thought you'd really enjoy seeing that one here. I have the pair marked at 500. Let me know if you want to add this one here. And also just leave a quick hello if you're still watching. So that's gonna be smooth skin Malawi 500 with full husk backsides, and you didn't even see any of the stalactites from the outside, so this was such a lucky cut. 8 centimeters, over 3 inches at 500. And now let's actually get to do some of the Polish agates, because I remember Sean wanted to see a couple of those, and probably there's more people that are curious about them. So these are a bunch of pieces that I bought in Poland, but I've never actually offered them. So I quickly gotta go back and look at them and see where the heck I'm gonna price these. But yeah, 500 going to Rock Dog. Thank you so much. This is a special one. For absolutely sure. Thank you so much. Malawi.
Cool.
Yeah. Even Laurin says cool and he doesn't really care about agates. All right. Yeah, let me just go. Oh my gosh. Let me just do those piece for piece because I'm discovering these together with you here. Holy moly. Look at those intense platelets there. Let's just go piece by piece. Let's call this one here A50. First person to comment A50 is gonna grab this one here outright. So since most of these are gonna be below 100 euro mark, we're just gonna do these by first come, first serve. But dang, those are some pretty dang nice platelets in there, in that, you know, dark purple Calcedony. Take your magnifier when you get this piece, and you know, some of these are pretty cool. A50 going to serve. Sean, you were just a second late, but I'll make sure to get you a nice one as well. So actually, let's put a group together here. Oh, that's some nice stuff that's going on here. Holy! Oh my gosh, those are nice. All right, let's make a group here. 3 very different pieces, all of them super interesting and nice. Here we have another one with a dark purple Calcedony, then the ribbon red band in there, and then another type of like purple in there. Then we have one with the stalactites going on and one with these kind of spherolytic growth structures. Since, you know, all of these are pretty nice but also very different, I will start this at 100. This is a little lower than I would typically ask for these. So this is like 33 euros a piece, but this will also get the chance to get it to different collectors if, you know, several people would like to get the same. Puczki. All of the ones we're doing right now are from Poland.
Okay.
So B100, starting with this batch here, so you can decide more easily and, you know, be less afraid about missing out on these if you want to get those. So B100 here on this batch of pieces, you get that really nice purple one, the stalactite one, and that spherolytic one. Now these are all not very big, like none of these. Typically they're just like 1 to 2 inches, I would say, maximum. So the biggest one here, 4 centimeters. Then we have this one here that's 3 centimeters. All right, we have B100 by Outdoor Adventures. Let's give it 5 more seconds, calling down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and sold. This one's going to Sean. Let's put another different type batch together. Oh, dang, this is... Wow, that's pretty neat. Those are 2 pseudomorphs, and I don't know if I have more pseudomorphs. Nope. These are the only 2 pseudomorph types I have. Let's call this one C100. I would also typically ask for more than that, but this will give you the chance to bidding if there's several people that would like to get these here. Here you have that kind of spherolite and then the kind of zigzaggy pseudomorphs on top, and this one here with these fiery red needles, and then that dark purple Calcedony. So these are the only 2 Polish pseudomorphs I have. I have a couple more with stalactites, I see. A couple more with like mossy inclusions, but for like real pseudomorphs, this is the only batch. So C100, let us know, Rock Dog or anybody else, if that's something you'd like to add to your collection. I only have about a dozen more pieces I see here, but some very interesting ones. All right, let us know, chat, if you want to do these for 100. I'm gonna put this, oh, Rock Dog. All right, we have the 100. I'm gonna go 5 more seconds, calling down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and sold. Thank you so much. Yes, Puczki Gorn, and perfect writing there. It's pronounced Puczki, so Sounds very different from the writing, but okay, I'm gonna match these two up. Actually, let's match these three here. Then we have D120. I have to get at least 120 for this next batch coming up. And this is a batch of spheralites. So I think this is all the spheralites that I can see here. Wow, look at this cutie here with the spheralites, the red dots in the banding. Here you have the spheralites shining through the quartz, and then here's some in the exterior as well. So 120 here for this batch. Let's call this one D120. I love this one up top here. That is just so cute and nice. The red dots just kind of look out of place. Like they're not like on top of a layer or something. They're just like kind of swimming in the center. Very, very cute pieces. At 120 for this batch here, that comes down to just 40 euros a piece. So that's D120 for this batch. Trying to see which other ones I can match up. All right, we have the 120 by Rock Dog. This one here will make insane photography. Oh, wow, that's nice. All right, let's call this one down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and sold. Yes, it does look a little bit like Steinkollenberg. No, these are all from Ploczki Gorn, just like Outdoor Adventures was writing. So these are from Poland. All right, this one's going to Rock Dog. Thank you so much. And then I have matched up two pieces that have stalactites. I'll do this one here again for 100. Wow, look at that. So different. This one here with that light purple chalcedony and these kind of shimmering through stalactites. And then you have that intense one up here with the red banding, the floater, the botryoidal bubble shining through. So that is called E100 on this pair of pieces, also at $100. So that's 50 euros a half on this one. All right, Surf got the high bid on this. Oh yeah, water and fire, I see that. Merete likes these as well, and she takes it up to 110. Let's see if we're going to 120 for this here as well. So currently 110 by Merete, the high bid. Outdoor takes it to 120, so it seems like we have a couple of people that really enjoy this pair here. Let's give it... So 120 currently the high bid. Let us know if you're still in. Merete takes it up to 130. Let us know if you're still in Outdoor and Surf. I'm trying to match up a couple more that I think will be a good fit. Outdoor is out, and I haven't heard from Surf. She's also out. Thank you so much for letting me know. It's very much appreciated that you're always communicating with me on that, and I'm calling it down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and sold. These are going to Merete for 130. Thank you so much. Now I have a very interesting pair matched up. This is a super cool tubular piece with red and purple. And then we have one here with perimorphs. Of each of these are the only two that I see here. So I'm also going to do this one here at 100. So let's call this one again A100 for two of the most unique ones in terms of inclusions that I have. Let me see which other ones I can nicely match up on this. Oh, there's a pair, I see. Okay. All right, we have A100 by Rock Dog. Let's give it 5 more seconds, calling it down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and sold. Going to Rock Dog. Thank you so much. That brings us to another beautiful pair. Wow, look at that parallax here. Super fine. It's a small piece. And I see there's another tiny little spherulite that I didn't see before. Oh. Wait. I sold this to Rock Dog. I think the 110 from Surf came in after I said sold. And so this one's going to Rock Dog for 100. I'm sorry for that. All right, let's do this one here also for 100. And now I did miss these before, but these are definitely the last two spherulite pieces I have here. Absolutely perfect position down in the corners. This one also with the beautiful parallax. So this, let's call this B100. This one's pretty crappy polished, if you can call this a polish at all. So you might want to rework that. But yeah, beautiful pair of pieces here. B100 currently with the high bid by Surf. Let's give it 5 more long seconds this time. Calling down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and sold. Going to Surf. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. And now we're coming to the last few batches. I have one more batch here with these kind of intensely red ones. These are pretty striking, also relatively small, but look at the depth here with that, you know, deep blue or purple chalcedony and this incredible red banding. Also at $100 starting price. Let's call this C100. Whoop. 4 centimeters. C100 on this pair of 2 pieces. I think there's like 3, 4 batches, maybe more. 1. Oh, that's pretty dang nice. 2. Oh, that's nice. Let's put these together. 1. Okay, 5 more batches. C100 by Rock Dog. Let's give it 5 long seconds, calling down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and sold. And like I said, these just don't come by very often. I handpicked these from probably 1,000 pieces, just picking the ones that I like the most, the nicest ones. Now this one here is almost like a plume structure, really like kind of feathery sprays. Then we have the water level banding with the floater around it. It's kind of rough around the edges, so also might need a repolish, but yeah, the only one I have like that in combination with this kind of beautiful red dotted piece with a pink center core. Let's call this D100. This is the only one I have like that with those plumes. I think I would actually call it plume because it does seem like it has this kind of feathery grow in that piece. So very, very interesting piece. Also with that water level banding, the only one I've had with the water level banding. So 2 unique things that we haven't had in any other pieces before. So D100, or did I miss anything? I think it's D100. The C100 was for the previous piece pair, I think, right? Okay. So D100 on this one, and then there's only 4 more batches to come. Let's put this one here to the side right now. Quick then this is the only pair I have, and this is, in terms of banding, absolutely one of the nicest of them all. Look at that. Just gorgeous, super fine parallax in this kind of salmon pink colored banding. This is a little higher, so this is not going to start at 100. And I think Mrs. Kind of Sorta is also lagging behind. So let's maybe write in the chat to ask Mrs. Kind of Sorta to refresh. Actually, I think this makes a nice butterfly if you hold it like that. Pretty neat piece. I'd have to get at least 150, and I think this is even on the lower side. I might have even paid more than that. I don't remember, but those slightly bigger ones that are more nice banded, I had to pay a lot more for those, I remember that. So, okay. So let's call this one here E150 then. Beautiful combination with that kind of purplish salmon color combination, and this is actually what made what these Puczki agates are known for, like this kind of salmon purplish color combination. Just shy of 2 inches, so this is probably the largest one we've had so far. D150 on this one. Also gonna move that away for the moment. Then we have just 3 more batches to come. This is a very unique combination. Again, here with this dark purple surrounded by fiery red. Then we have this beautiful salmon color with some stalactites going on. I'll have to get at least 120 for this batch. These are also relatively large. With the smaller one just about 2 inches, the larger one 6.5 centimeters. So that is 2.5 inches, 2 and 2.5 inches. Yeah, 120 is kind of low on these. So F120 is what I said on these, and in the meantime E130. I don't even know if that's gonna cover my cost on these. Do you want to do 140 and split it in the middle on those? Yeah, thanks for tuning in, Romania Rockhound. It was a pleasure having you here, joining tonight. Hopefully we'll see you again in a month at the live show from Denver. E40 going to serve, thank you so much. And that brings us to the F120. F120 here on this pair. That's such a beautiful combination. Dramatic, I would call it. F120, this is the third last batch we have here. F120, let us know, chat, if you want to do that. Gonna move these out of the way to show you the second last one. And that is the best stalactite batch we've shown. Wow. Just look at that perfection of stalactites. And you can see there's more kind of hiding behind the chalcedony. Also, this is a little rough around the corners, so you might want to give it a touch up. And then the other one just loaded with stalactites. Just look at what's going on in here. I'll have to get 150 for this pair here, making it 75.5, but these are so beautiful and unique. So that is gonna be, let's call this one again A150 here on this one. And that is the second to last batch. Absolutely one of the most unique ones. A150 here on this one. Super cool. The top one's pretty well polished. The bottom one would possibly need a little bit of a touch up. All right, let's move this out of the way quick. And then the last one, I kept my personal favorites for last, of course, with parallax. Oh my gosh, look at this little batch here. Oh, this is just so perfect in terms of the symmetry and the banding. Look at that. And then, oh my god. I don't think I've ever seen a stronger parallax from the Puczki location. Absolutely stunning, but it does also require a little bit of a touch up on the polishing. Oh, sheesh. I'll also do those two at least for 150. Can't do lower than that. So B150 on those two. Let us know, chat, if you want to get these two a new home. And then that's everything I have for Polish agates. And we can go back and do some other stuff. We can do a little bit of rough stones. We can do some Condor, some more Moroccan, some Chinese. I remember somebody's been asking for Chinese. So let's do that maybe right after. So B150 here on this incredible parallax. Oh, Dietrich Meyer. Yeah, we can also do those. We only have a handful of pieces of those. So let's do Chinese after that and then Dietrich Meyer after the Chinese. I think that's a good call. And now quickly let's look over what we have here. So let me put these kind of in order so you can all see these in frame. So we have a 150 for the stalactite lot. Super, super unique. This is about as perfect as a stalactite specimen's ever gonna get. This one I think is screaming Rock Dog all over. For how cool it. Oh my gosh. Look at the backside. Do you see those tiny little stalactites? All, oh my gosh, that is crazy. Look at that. I didn't even realize. Anyways, both of these pieces together for 150 bucks. I think that's a great deal. And just look at that beautiful backside. I hope Rock Dog's still watching. I know he would enjoy this piece here so much. Also with like these kind of calcite pseudomorphs in there. What a beauty this is. That is really such a good piece. All right, we have 150 from Rock Dog. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Gonna give 5 more long seconds, calling it down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and sold. Then we have the B lot at 150 with that monstrous parallax. It's possibly the best parallax you're gonna see here today. From Poland, who would have guessed? I wouldn't have guessed that for sure. Look at that. It does need a little bit of a touch up, I would say, but this one here also just so perfect in terms of symmetry, parallax. This is one of my most favorite ones of all the Polish I've had, with both of these parallax just incredible. That's gonna be B150 here on this batch. Now's your time to grab these if you'd like. We have B150 by Laurie Nimcan. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you tuning in. So let's give it 5 more long seconds, calling it down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and sold. Now only 2 batches remaining. We have on the C batch, we have also, you know, fiery piece here on the left. Also, it seems like it has a little bit of a scratch there. So needs a little bit of a touch up, but also so unique pieces. These two at 120. So that's C120. Also this one's so beautiful with the stalactites and such unique colorization. So it's gonna be C120 for the second to last batch on those. Let me know, Laurie or anybody else, if you'd like to grab this batch. And then the last one we have here is gonna be E100 with that kind of plumy inclusion, the water lines, and then this classic beauty with the platelets that we talked about earlier today, these kind of red blood clots. Maybe that's not a good description, but you know what I mean. These they look really like blood cells or whatever you'd call that. So E100, C120. Let us know, chat, if you wanted with that. Gem specimens, I wrote in the email that we were not able to find it, or at least I think I told Julia to write that. So I assume it's already just been sold in a larger bundle deal with another dealer. I couldn't find it, so I'm pretty sure I don't have it. So that's unfortunate, but hopefully we'll find you something else, and we'll also get you taken care of on Monday with the other emails you've been writing. And if you find something today that you like, we can also add it to your box and ship it together. That wouldn't be an issue. All right, all these 4 together, I'm gonna give a €20 discount, making it 200 instead of 220 for the first person to comment 200 and grab all the remaining Polish agates that I have. All right, after that, we had Dietrich Meyer request. We had Chinese request. Wow, so I'm gonna get those ready. All right, anybody want to make me an offer for this group here? I think 200 is super fair, but make me an offer. And these will probably find a good new home. Okay, I gotta put this one here as well. All right, first person that is commenting 160 on this group is gonna grab the last Polish agates that I have. That's much lower than I was asking, but I'm okay with that. So 160 going to serve. Thank you so much, really appreciate that. Gonna restock the table with agates from China. And I'm going to let you know the prices in Chinese. And maybe you can guess. Oh, well, I mean, they're written on the backside, so you don't have to guess really, but that way I can practice a little bit. Yeah, I think I only see 5 Chinese agates here. Oh no, wait. I know there's more. Oh, where is it? Oh, right there. Look at that. Sheesh, that's nice. Alright. Okay. Hi, just tuned in. Is there a price to reach? Yes, 250 is the price for free shipping. 250 euros will get you free shipping. If you're less than 250, shipping will be 25 euros. And also 25 euros is practically like the limit we pay. If it's a bigger package, we pay more for the shipping actually. So yeah, it means that you're getting at least a 10% discount on your entire offer if you spend more than 250 euros because you save those 25 bucks on the shipping. All right, let's get started with China. We have, no, that's not right. Is it? I think that's a high class mine agate. That doesn't. Middle class is not right. Oh, high class is also not right on that. Okay, something's been getting mixed up here. Anyways, this is a high class mine agate. The price, we'll just leave that on. Also, this is from that museum where we have that book that you've all been asking about. So high class mine agate at 180 euros. Super fiery, super beautiful, and super interesting also because of the matrix that surrounds this beautiful, beautiful specimen. Great deal here. Also, you see that kind of cubular inclusion in the host rock. Super interesting piece. And these kind of formations are, I would almost say, plumy. So A180 gets us started with this beautiful, beautiful specimen. Better late than never, I would say. There's many more beautiful pieces to come, and we are right now in China with some gorgeous, gorgeous specimens. The mines have been closed for about 10 years now, so everything that I'm showing is old stock material. I've been to China about a month ago and prices have gotten so much more expensive. But I was still able to get some nice pieces. So yeah, you will see these over time, but it'll probably take about at least a year until we got those polished. All right, okay. So we have 180, originally from Robert Adams. Stephen Elisco took it up to 190. So we have 10 euro bid increments until 300. So Robert Adams, if you'd like to get it, you'll have to get up to 200 since we are doing open bidding for prices above 100 euros starting. So currently this would go to Stephen Elisco for 190 unless someone takes it up to 200. Let us know, Robert Adams or chat, if you want to take it higher. And we are at 200. Let us know, Stephen, if you want to escalate this higher. I think this is actually also the only high-class mine agate we have. Yep. All the other ones are mostly middle-class mine. We have one from traditional mine. All right, 210 is currently the high bid from Stephen Elisco. Let us see where this is going with this beautiful specimen here. Super interesting to have this all surrounded with the host rock formation, so you can tell this is coming from hard rock. And this is a typical indicator for high-class mine agates, because there the host rock is a little bit more sticky and attached to the nodule, so they don't pop out as easily as the ones from middle-class mine, like this one here, for example. A220 is the high bid by Robert Adams. Let us know, Stephen Elisko, if you want to take it up to 230 or escalate it even higher. 230 it is. Let us know if you want to come back with a 240 or higher. Robert Adams. And thanks for tuning in, by the way, everyone. Really appreciate you hanging out, looking at some beautiful agates, having a good time. Maybe also learning one thing or the other about the beautiful banded agates this world has to offer. 250, the high bid by Stephen Elisko now. Let us know if you're coming back with a 260 on this. Also let us know if you're out. Communication is key, so we can move on and show you as many beautiful pieces as possible. 250, giving it 5 more long seconds, calling it down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and sold. Going to Stephen Elisko, the only high-class mine agate that I think we have. All right, next one up, middle-class mine. That is not correct. High-class mine was the previous one. This is middle-class mine. Let's flip it over and show you how beautiful this is. Gorgeous, creamy banded specimen with thick layers of white and then different color graduations up to this pink center with, if you look very closely, platelets going on, a tiny little dendrite, cute little druzy, and some color changes towards the flow channels, kind of interrupting that creamy, white, thick, layered banding. So that's going to be B300 on this one. This one's in a very good size, beautiful contrast, no flaws, nice colors, 8 centimeters. So that brings us to over 3 inches in size. Beautiful piece right here with no flaws, but a very beautiful flow channel as I'm noticing here. Just look at how that has formed. Crazy, huh? And the way the banding is shaped towards the exterior very much makes me think that these flow channels at a later time are not acting as just inflow, but also as like kind of a pressure release, maybe from the expansion of the crystal structures expanding, and then kind of there has to be a pressure release of the, you know, gas that's maybe trapped in the system and has to move out, and that's why it's shaping the banding towards the outside. If it was an inflow, you would see the banding of the flow channels move to the inside. So I have a strong opinion about it, but to keep it neutral, we're just gonna call it flow channel. Because there are people that will disagree with me on that. So that is B300 for this one. Next one coming up is a wild one. We have this marked at C350, and this is also not the high class mine. This is middle class mine. Another something that went wrong there. But oh my gosh, look at that. Holy moly, that is such a wild piece. The chromatography, the color, absolutely insane. The saturation of that red, the black, the blue, the colorization towards the flow channel area, that is so wild. We have an A350 by Robert Adams. Thank you so much. Also, the blue is so clear and pure. I really like that piece here a whole lot for how wild it is. And you know, this is a Condor agate on steroids, you know, practically. Just so much more coloring than you will find in most of the Condors. But the chromatography very much resembles the Condor agate type. But beautiful piece. A350, the high bid at the moment by Robert Adams. I'll give 5 seconds for you to think if you would like to get this specimen for your own collection. Calling it down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and sold. Terrifier. I don't think I know what that is. But maybe some of you guys know what that is. All right, going to Robert Adams. Thank you so much. And that brings us to D450. And here the label is correct. That is, wait, let me take that off because that's not correct. $450 traditional mine. I remember this piece very well, and that is just a gem. Such a beautiful specimen. Let's flip it over. Wow, look at that. Just the colors of the rainbow here with white and orange and purple and red, and then you have that super fiery floater with amethyst in the core. You can clearly see the purple here separating the amethyst in the float from that clear icy quartz surrounding that fiery center. So what happened here is probably we had that generation of clear crystals forming, and then a later time through the flow channel we had the filling of agate on top of the clear quartz, and then the amethyst as a later generation forming inside of that floater. So I think that is what has happened. But what a stunning piece this is. 450, such beautiful colors also in the rim area. Wow, just look at that. Isn't that crazy? That is traditional mine agate from Dishuya Quarry in that is China. Traditional mine, the province Hebei near Huanhua in the Changjiakou district. No, I think I got all of it right. Yeah, that is an incredible piece. 450, super fair value for this specimen here. Such high quality piece with, you know, all the different things going on. Just an absolute banger. Also full hasp backside, so beautiful. These Chinese agates were always praised as having the most beautiful butts, to speak a little bit more in literal terms here. Just such a beautiful backside. So round and nice. That's gonna be D450 here on this piece, an absolute stunner. Who's gonna grab this one? Then we have just 2 more pieces that are from Middle Class Mine, and that is gonna be a absolute stunning pseudomorph piece. Rock Dog, do we still have you in the chat here? That's E280 for this one. Just an absolute perfect, let's call it picture perfect, you know, spray of a pseudomorph, probably after Aragonite exploding on all the different directions, and then they have a couple more that are kind of layered independently of that, but just an absolute perfect pseudomorph going on. That's E280, and we do have Rock Dog still in the chat. That is awesome. E280, the high bid at the moment. Let's give it 5 more seconds, calling it down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and sold. Thank you so much. And that brings us to one of the most interesting pieces. Middle class. It is a naturally broken nodule that I think is so cool. Look at that. It just broke perfectly right there where the pseudomorph is, and it has been weathered out for some time. You can really absolutely perfectly see that radial structure, and how cool would it be to leave that pseudomorph natural and just polish that agate up top here. I'm asking at least 500 for the pair. That makes it 250 a half. But how cool is that? Beautiful colored agate up top here with that orange-yellow chromatography, and then that absolutely stunning pseudomorph. Just perfectly split where the pseudomorph was going, and you cannot even see it from the outside. Just a perfectly round nodule, revealing that absolute incredible pseudomorph in the center. So that's going to be F500. Let us know if you want to give this here a new home as well, Rock Dog, and make some beautiful artwork with this specimen. F500 here on this piece. And now I think I'm gonna do a Joshua is losing his mind deal for those last 3 Chinese agates I have here. They are adding up to 1,250 euros for this triplet of agates altogether. And I will cut down 250 euros of that asking price, making it a flat 1,000 euros for the first person to comment 1,000 for this set of Chinese agates together here. So this means this agate here is almost entirely for free. You get that incredible large rainbow amethyst icy quartz Chinese traditional mine agate together, which is pretty heavy and large. You get that mind-blowingly interesting and beautiful pseudomorph spray in this natural nodule that could either stay natural or, just what I have in mind and an idea is to polish the agate, keep the pseudomorph as is in its natural shape. I think that would look so cool. 1,000 is my deal of the day on those Chinese agates. Let us know, Rock Dog or anybody else, if you want to take me up on that incredible offer and get these beautiful agates a new home. Also, these are pretty fair value for those Chinese agates. Like I said, the mines have been closed for 10 years now, and they're definitely gonna get harder to come by. They already are a lot harder. I paid much more money in China than I used to. I spent about 60,000 euros, so like $75,000, not taking travel cost, translator cost, shipping cost all into account. So the entire trip was probably somewhere around like $85,000. But I did get some nice pieces, so that made it worthwhile, I would say. All right, anyways, 1,000 for this group of pieces here, if you want to support my future agate endeavors. Great deal on these here. All right, we do have yeah, no worries. And howdy, World of Rockhounds. Actually, let me take a second before we get to the Dietrich Meyer pieces and just do a quick little something for World of Rockhounds. But first, let's do this one here. I do see you, Robert Adams. Let's do it. 400 instead of 450. This one's going to you. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Don't be shy. Make your offers if you want to get some of those pieces. And that brings down the entire value of these pieces now to 600 bucks. So that makes this pair here 300 and this one here 300 as well. So Rock Dog, let us know if you want to do that here for 600 for the 3 remaining pieces, or anybody else, of course, as well. This group is now 600 instead of originally 800. Kannst du den kurz nehmen? Let us know, chat, if you're in for that treat. I would also be willing to split it and would do this pair here for 400 and this one here for 200. I think both are fantastic deals. Let us know, chat, if you want to do either of that.
Ist jetzt alles Mittelklasse?
Der war traditional, aber die anderen sind middle class. Okay, this one's going to Surf for 200. Thank you so much. And that leaves this, which I just think is so cool. This is going down to 400 now. So that makes it 200 and a half. I cannot believe this hasn't been snagged up yet. That is a great, great deal for such a unique piece. Really, really, really. I think also, Jim, you could do some fantastic things with that. Right now, let me quickly do the couple last polys in rough that I have. I did want to wait until Kyle possibly is showing up. Wow, I don't even remember what I all put here. That is neat. Also, quick shout out again. Kyle has been getting a bunch of those rough polys off my website.
Um ganz genau zu gehen, der ist wirklich mittelklar.
Yeah. So make sure to check him out in the next few weeks and months, because I'm sure he is going to cut some crazy beautiful pieces out of those rough stones and make these available to you. So make sure to follow up with Kyle and World of Rock Hounds to stay up to date with what's happening with those beautiful polys. And now I'm just gonna show all the beautiful polys that I have here. We sold everything that I've shown before, except for a few high-end polished pieces, but I will also show those again. So let's quickly go through all the polys and then do the Dietrich Meyer pieces. All right. What is that even? This is the flattest poly I think I have ever seen. Look at that. You can see the chromatography here at the kind of tip of the arrowhead, I'm gonna call it, and the rest of the agate is probably gonna be relatively dark. But I mean, what do you even do with that? I mean, you cannot really cut it, but that is just crazy. It's also really big in size, actually. Look at that, 12 centimeters. It's almost 5 inches, but it's so flat that you can't even really do anything with it. Anyways, I'm gonna sell this one here. I don't even know what I should be asking. I think this is just such a cool and interesting display piece. I don't know if that's fair, but I'll ask $100 for it. Oh, that would be a great idea, actually. But I think also just keeping it natural the way it is just so cool. It's the only one I have like that. I think it's ridiculous. Let's call this A100, just in case somebody wants to place a bid on it. But also I would sell it for lower in case that somebody wants to make an offer if it doesn't sell for the 100. I think it's just so cool. Let's put it on A100. Then actually I have a batch of 3 pieces that I don't know why they're here. I think these would typically be in the M size of what you find on my website. So these are probably on the smaller side of the M size. Oh, well, this is almost 3 inches actually. And the other ones are probably also going to be pretty big. 65 millimeters. Yeah, so these are right in the M size that I offer on the website. These are all fully closed. I don't know why they're not in the M size, but I'll offer these at the same price. 150 euros for this batch of 3 pieces. That is 50 euros a piece, making it just 25 euros a half. All of these are very nice cuttable. They have great shapes. This one looks like a pyramid. This one is nice and dark. It's gonna have some beautiful banding in there, I'm sure about that. And then we have one that feels pretty heavy, but it's also relatively light. I mean, light colored, so the lighter ones are typically quartz pieces, as you can see, but they can have druzy, they can have floaters. Yeah, anyways, 150 for this batch. It's right where I would put the regular M-sized ones as I offer them on my website. We're also very low on inventory. We sold most of the polys that I have on the website. So very rare opportunity here for this batch of 3 pieces at 150. I'm gonna put these in the nice rainbow bag, as all of the other ones are coming with when you order these on my website. Yeah, I know Kyle already got a bunch of these. And, you know, I don't mind if you're grabbing a few more, because 25 euros a half isn't that much. And these are all surprise pieces. So the ones that I have in the bags, they're, you know, not visible with any windows or anything going on. So B150 here on this batch of 3. You know, if nobody's gonna grab these here at 150, it's the only batch of complete ones that I have here to show, then I might split them up as well. But currently, I'd like to keep them together as a fair batch here at 150. Then let's do one other piece here that I think is just gonna be an absolute banger. Also 100 is what I would at least like to get for this one. You see the botryoidal white kind of covered druzy in here. Then you have that yellow core and that beautiful dark banding with an absolutely stunningly shaped backside of the nodule. So that is going to be C100 on this one. That's super fair priced. That's also a pretty big one. That's 8 centimeters, so over 3 inches, and also pretty heavy. Let me quickly weigh it out. 132 grams. So that is like 70 cents a gram on this one here. Beautiful, beautiful piece. This is guaranteed banger. So that's C100 on this one. Then we have one more piece, also guaranteed banger, with another beautiful window. Also here you can see different sections. You have that kind of gray agate, then the floater, and then that kind of black center with that flow channel moving out to the side here. I'd also like to get 100 for this one. That's going to be D100. Let's quickly put that on scale. That's 97 grams. So that's just around $1 a gram. And then we have one entirely closed piece that probably just was not fitting into a bag, or maybe even those small windows that are here and there were, oh, look at that. That's actually a double chamber. Oh my gosh. You've got to somehow cut that right through here to get the 2 chambers. This is not a fracturing line. This is what separates the piece into 2 chambers. When you cut it, promise me to go through this area right here. Yeah, I think I'll go with another 100 for this one. It's much lighter, but the double chambers are so rare. So this is 52 grams, so this is gonna be like $2 a gram. All right, so what do we have here? We have A for the flatty 5-inch piece, A100. Then we have B150 on the triplet. We have C100 on the guaranteed banger. We have C100 on another guaranteed banger. This has a really big face too. 95 millimeters, almost 4 inches. So you can just face this one off here. And then we have that double chamber. That's probably the reason why I put it here also at 100. So we are technically at 550 for the entire batch. I would do 500 for all of these together if someone wants to grab all of these right away. And also, even if you miss out on this chance, there's a few more rough batches that I have on my website, but I'm pretty certain they're gonna sell out in the next 2 weeks just because of that limited availability that there even is of these agates. So yeah, 500 for all of these together if you want to grab these, or I'd also sell these individually, of course, for the asking prices I've had here. But we will wait for Kyle for a second, and maybe I'll take that as a quick restroom break. All right, what do we have? Resist, Kyle. Yeah, I think it's also, yeah, that's totally fine. Oh, you can you can't resist. You know, I just also hope that you're able to pay off your loan as quickly as possible, because that, I know that's as the quicker you pay it off, the less of a headache you're gonna have with it. So I totally understand if you're not getting these. Let me grab another. What do we have here? We have a caramel pretzel drink. The weird stuff of the world, huh? Yes, 500 euros for the entire batch together. Thanks for the offer, Robert Adams, but I also couldn't go as low as that. Also, I mean, I've said it early into the show. Maybe not all of you were tuned in at the time, but I think looking back at polyhedroids in maybe 5 or 10 years from now, I think we're going to look at these entirely different, because they've been mined out for so long and prices have been going up every year, that I think in 10 years from now, if you have the patience to hold on to them or keep them, I think they will probably be a lot more valuable. Yeah, sweets are not good, but they're tasty, right? Wow, that's interesting, but not bad. When you say not bad in German, it's actually a big compliment. Like, we're so negative about everything. All right, Kyle, you're gonna grab these for 500. Thank you so much. Promise me to cut that double chamber one through the double chambers, please. And show me some pictures of how they've been turning out, because I know I'm missing out on a lot of beautiful pieces in these polys. And of course, I also hope that you're gonna sell out of these very quickly and make a lot of money, that you can pay off your loan with those. All right, thank you so much. We'll make sure to send them to the right address. I think you're probably also signed up in the Google Forms, so we're not gonna need your information. But if you haven't signed up into the Google Forms, then please do, so it will be easier for my coworkers to ship the stuff and reach out to you via email if there's any more questions. In 10 years, I may be using a cane to walk. Yeah, but I mean, the polys you have are incredible. I mean, if you hold on to them for like 10 years, they could be worth so much more. I'm serious about it. I think there's just one way where it can go. And you have such incredible pieces already, I know that. That's an annoying part here in Germany, since I think like 2 or 3 years, because of like plastic environmental regulations or whatever, every lid has to be stuck to the bottle. So when you drink and there is some liquid stuck in the bottle, you're just dripping the liquid all over you. So I'm just like kind of sucking out the liquid out of the lid, so I'm not like getting a mess all over myself. Just if you think that's, kind of a weird noise to make, but there is a reason for it. All right, let's do a couple more things. I hope we still have Rock Dog watching, because I do have some interesting pieces that maybe he hasn't seen yet. 65, Jim, you have so much more time. Like, really. Also, if you tuned in late, everybody who's ordering anything today is going to get a freebie Malawi in their package, just so you're aware of that, and maybe that makes you want to order something more. Dietrich Meyer for Stephen Alisco any more requests of pieces or anything that you're interested in learning about or something that you would like to see. You're so funny. Yeah, I can't wait to visit you someday. Okay. Weirdly interesting taste. All right, Rock Dog, let us know if you're still in the chat. I'm gonna run a couple of the affordable pieces really quick here. If there's any more lapidary guys that want to do some work with affordable material, that's really cool. And I'll already reload with 3 Dietrich Meyer pieces on the board as well. They're, you know, the Dietrich Meyer pieces are the good stuff, so they are gonna be a little higher in value. But they're also gonna be pretty dang nice. Some of them have good stories as well. All right, let's flip the camera real quick. Do the affordable stuff first. So Rock Dog or anybody else who wants to do lapidary work and just tuned in. This is an agatized coral from Indonesia. Very rare is when you see those as agatized centers. So typically these corals are not agatized, and here you have every single one of these formations with an agate filling. Super cool to see at just $100 for this one. That's A100. Just a quick recap, and then we have those 3 Dietrich Meyer pieces coming up next. We have that batch here for cabochons, 2 Swazi agate cabochons. You know, I probably value these around $40-50 each. They have little marks here that need to be grinded out. That's why I'm offering this batch so much more affordable. And then we have 2 incredible Malawis. You know, this is like an easy $50-60 cap. This one here also like $40-50. Also this one here has a little bit of a problem. But the value of finished caps here, I would say, is at least, I don't know, somewhere around $200, I would say. Yeah, I think that's probably accurate. And I'm offering this entire batch here for 80 euros for the first person to comment on these. Just needs a very little bit of a touch up, and then these are gonna be insane. Set them into silver, or just make some nice pendants out of it, wire wrap it, or whatever you want to do. These are incredible pieces. So B80 instead of typical retail around 200, I would say. Let us know, chat, if you want to do that. And then we have a pair of Sumatra agates with beautiful banding and parallax. This one here is at 80. C80 for this pair right here. Beautiful depth and banding. Also super nice from the backside with that opalization. So that's C80 for the first person to comment C80, or B80 for the 4 caps for the first person to comment B80. Actually, let me quickly think about a deal of all of these. So these add up to, what is that, 160 for these 2. With the coral at 100, we would be at 260. Okay, we have a C80 for Mississippi Rocks. Thank you so much, really appreciate that. We already had that discounted from 100. And now I'm gonna do the remaining 2 pieces on A and B for 150 instead of 180. And like I said, the caps finished, I think, are already like 200 in value. So let's look at 300 originally and now at 150. So first person to comment 150 is gonna grab 4 cabochons, and actually you can make some killer caps out of this material here. Just cut it up like and make some. Oh my gosh, that would be insane. I didn't even think about that. I mean, you could make a specimen, but I mean, just making cabs out of those agatized areas with that coral structure in between still intact, that will make some killer cabs. I just thought about that. Look at the top area here as well. You can really see that kind of star pattern with that agatization in the center cores. Mississippi rocks, did you mean the cabochons that you wanted to grab or the Sumatra agate? Just want to be sure. In the meantime, either of these, or if Mississippi rocks wants to change it up between B80 and C80, if we have clarity on that, the remaining pieces in either case are gonna be at 150. So that means no chat. If you want to do the coral and cabs for 150, which I think is the case, and Mississippi confirms. Oh, he's just teasing. All right. Anyways, I think the coral is fantastic. And the cabs, of course, as well. I mean, 150 is such a good deal. Okay, perfect. Yeah, we got you sorted on that, Mississippi. In the meantime, chat, let me know if you want to do that for 150. I think that's pretty insane. All right, next up we have D400. And now we are at Dietrich Meyer, easily recognizable with his distinct collection numbering. Just look at this incredible color here on the backside already. Let's flip it over. Wow, so fiery and intense. That is D400. Absolute banger. Oh my gosh, look at that. The orange, the yellow, the red, the depth, the blue. Wow, I hope we still have Steven in the line, because I don't think he would want to miss that. That is D400 on this piece right here. No flaws, no fractures, just absolute beauty in this piece. And that is 94 millimeters, so just shy of 4 inches. So pretty big piece too, and just absolutely gorgeous. 3726 probably marks some of the high atlas area. That is D400. Let's call it Aguim area. Or more specifically, Tizarine. D400, Steven, where are you? Next one up at 500. It's just gonna be more expensive from here on out, just so you know. Dietrich Meyer had one of the best collections in the world, and these are some pieces he let go of right before he sold his entire collection. So 3713, beautiful, beautiful piece. Wow, look at that wild piece. That is so crazy. It's like a firestorm with all these different sections here, like flames bursting, and just look at, oh my, isn't that crazy? All these different chambers here with purple, with orange, with yellow, like one chamber next to the other, kind of separated by the firestorm. Just so intense. These high atlas agates from Tizarine really mark some of the most, intense colors in the entire world, and also wildest structures, just around 5 inches here. And also, since about 3-4 years, there's no current mining operations. I don't know if they will resume, but currently there is no mining from what I know. So E500 on this piece, with currently holding the high bid, Robert Adams. I hope we still have Steven in the chat. If so, please leave a comment so I know I can continue with more Dietrich Meyer agates, because I'm mostly showing them for Steven because he's asking about it. Calling down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and sold. Great claim there, Robert Adams. Thank you so much. And that brings us to the last one on board, and that has quite the crazy story. This was a big, big rough stone, and I remember when I was offered this as a rough stone in Morocco. This is from a location that's a little bit away from the Tizerin location. Let me quickly think about what what the name was. Tidili. Tidili is the place. So this was one of the newer locations they discovered in the wider area. So I think this was the last access point, and some of the biggest agates came from this location. And the person that had this rough rock was absolutely obsessed with it and was asking like 2,500 euros for just the rough rock. And they've been cutting it themselves because I was like, oh, I love that rock, but I'm not gonna spend 2,500 on a rough rock. So they cut it, and I don't know if they recut it, but they didn't read it right and cut through a healed fracturing line. So that, of course, took away some of the value rather than if they had avoided it. It's still an absolute incredible piece here. I mean, just look at that. But of course, that healed fracturing line does take away a little bit of the value. But oh my gosh, what is even going on in that piece? The orange is so intense, like really as intense as they have ever gotten. Then you have that light blue floater, you have the stalactites. Overall, just an absolute incredible piece. Also very large in size. And now, even after I didn't purchase it in Morocco, I'm still holding it in my hands now. Probably over like 2 or 3 different corners. But maybe it was meant to be. Anyways, beautiful piece. That's F750 for a piece that is over 6 inches at 15.5 centimeters. Super striking specimen from the Dietrich Meyer collection. With quite the story going on. So that is F750 here on this one. That is what we have on the board right now. Let us know if we can clear it out, or if anybody else would like to claim any of those pieces. We do have a bit of D350 here on this piece, which I think is lower than I would like it to be, but I'm also okay letting it go for it. So I'll give 5 more long seconds in case somebody else would like to get a chance at it, and call it down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and sold. Going to Stephen Olesko. Thank you so much. In the meantime, I'm gonna drop the price even lower on the A and B lot. Instead of originally 180, and I honestly think they have 300 euro value in them, I will drop the price for the coral and the cabochons down to 120. Can you believe that? I can't even believe it myself, but 120 as an absolute incredible deal for the cabs and the possible future cabs in that agatized coral. I think maybe the cabs are even a better idea than making it a specimen, but I think it would also make a cool specimen. So that's what we are looking at. B120 for the cabs and the coral. Also, chat, let me know if you want to get this kind of piece with a big storyline, F750 here. Let us know, chat, if you want to do that. And I am gonna drop the price even further, making B100 as one of the best deals of the day now. Making the cabs entirely for free. Somebody's gotta grab these, please. AB100 for the first person to comment. AB100. Est-ce que par chance je pourrais avoir le cabochon pur? I don't speak French, but I love trying my luck there. I think it means something like, can I buy a cabochon for 25 bucks? Maybe not. Maybe all the cabochons for 25? All right, we have an AB100 going to Robert Adams. Thank you so much. Irene, I thought you were from Australia. How come you speak French? Or is Maybe YouTube is just making a weird translation there. I don't know. Anyways, Canada, Quebec. Oh, now it makes sense. All right.
Das ist jetzt alles für 100.
Yeah. All right. All right. All of these are going to Robert Adams. I said first person to comment AB100 is going to grab all of these.
Marokko.
Nein. Die beiden Malawi, die beiden Mosambik, das Indonesien. Kannst du aufsplitten in 20, 20, 60.
Gut, mach es.
All right, thank you. Merci beaucoup. All right, let's go ahead and do the last few remaining Dietrich Meyer pieces I have. And like I said, from here on out, it's just gonna get more crazy. Well, I mean, this is pretty dang crazy, right? All right, let's put this aside. 750 is where it's at, you know that. Let's do the other stuff that is... Sheesh. Sheesh. The good stuff, okay? Let's get the crumbles off the board and restock the board with the crazy Dietrich Meyer stuff. All right. First up, we have another Tizarine specimen, super unique colors. Really like the combination of colors, and that's gonna be A500. Beautiful, beautiful colors with that dark red with platelets within the red. Then you have that super fiery orange, yellowish, green, maroon. You have that outer orange band, and you have that white parallaxing banding surrounding the piece. Hi, Jess. Good to see you. And that's gonna be A500 here on this one. Beautiful colors, beautiful combination. Like the symmetry as well. I would say this is color-wise really one of the most unique ones I have, because typically the white ones from the Tizarine location, they don't come with that much of a punch of color in the center of the pieces. So you either have the colorful pieces or you have the white pieces, but practically never in that combination. So that's a pretty special one in terms of contrast and colorization that I had to point out there. That's A500. Next one up is crazy. Another one of those fiery multi-chamber specimens, but this is even more crazy than the one we have had previously. Just look at that. What is happening? Just one chamber next to the other, every chamber different. This is gonna make for the most crazy detailed photography you can imagine. That is unbelievable. I have it at just 600. I think I should have went higher with that. That is B600. I think I probably even sold the other half or more. I had it up on my website, I think even. But this came from the Dietrich Meyer collection. I think I might have had the other half from a different collector, or maybe I got it from Dietrich earlier, but I do think I had both halves. But I mean, just look at that section right here. Isn't that just unbelievable? Every chamber different colors, different intensity. Unbelievable. Just really unbelievable. This is one of less than a handful of pieces I've ever seen like that. I mean, it maybe from Dynabone or something, but in like a regular nodular agate, an absolute oddity of nature. B600 is less than I wish I would have marked it at. Let's say that. I like it a lot, but I think 600 is super fair. Right, next one up is gonna be, yes, it does look like those kind of puzzle together paintings from good old Gustav, or Gustav. I don't know how you guys pronounce him. We would say Gustav. All right, next one up is gonna be C600 for an absolute beauty. Look at the banding, the contrast, the perfection, the eyes in the rim area, the depth, the platelets, the flow channel. Dietrich was really collecting quality agates, and it reflects on what I'm showing you here today. That's going to be C600 on an absolute stunner of a piece. I also really like the translucency in the center, where you can see those kind of botryoidal features shining through. And depending on how I tilt it, you can look deeper inside of the agate, or you look on, on the botryoidal feature in the center. That's C600, absolute fantastic piece. And now we are getting into the more valuable pieces. We are on D1000. I mean, you can already tell from the backside how special this is gonna be. Let's flip it over. It's a pretty thick natural slice, like probably an inch thick. Wow, just wow, look at that. There's not really much to say about this piece. I think you can just look at it and enjoy. It is just crazy. Like how beautiful banded this piece is. No fractures, no flaws. It is all an entire floater. Oops, I wanted to zoom into the agate. Surrounded by the quartz here, and just, banding absolutely crazy. It is actually more precise in colors if I zoom more out. So it is actually a really nice light blue surrounding this more white in the center core. And then of course in the very center you have that yellow, black, surrounded by platelets and the banding, and just crazy piece. That's gonna be D1000 on this one here. And then just two more and we're entirely done with the Dietrich material. Also of this one here, I did already sell the other half. I probably also did not get it from Dietrich, but I think it came from the Pfeiffer family that discovered a lot of the different localities in Morocco. So that's E750 on this incredible specimen. And if I do recall correctly, I did sell the other half to the Gaumer Museum in Red Bluff, California. I am not 100% sure, but like I would say 80%, because Bill was one of the guys that early on got some incredible pieces from me, and he did get some of the best pieces from when the Moroccan agates came out. So this is an absolute stunning specimen. Just look at that amazing piece. I keep any of the recent Dietrich Meyer pieces? I'm not sure what we mean with recent. I did visit Dietrich Meyer, but he's not selling his collection at the moment. So these are pieces I got from him for a longer time ago. So these are not from my recent visit. But yeah, 750. Absolute banger. And then last one, this is actually from the Alhama location. And I do also remember that I did have the other half of this one. I think it also originally came from the Pfeiffer family, and I think I did sell the other half of this one at a previous live show, possibly even maybe to one of the viewers today. Monstrous piece. Also from the backside, you can already see this has such a rich iron content. It's like already shining silver just from the husk. Now let's flip it over. This is F1250. And here you can see it. That same high iron content is reflecting in all of the bottom areas here with those jasper inclusions. It also feels heavier than it typically would feel for a piece for this size. Then you have those incredible colors. Jimothy? Where do you see Jimothy? Like this here? Like with the little legs and the little snout? Is that what you're seeing? And yeah, F1250, one of the largest Alhama agates I've ever owned. came from Dietrich Meyer. I think I did have the slightly smaller half, and now this is the bigger, heavier half. But also really one of the biggest and best Alhama agates that have ever been found. Also here, just beautiful mossy stalactite inclusions. You have that beautiful druzy with those black dots, which are actually tiny little hematite crystallization points, or goethite, I shall say. And then, yeah, the beautiful combination of these high iron contents with yellow, blue, white. Beautiful, beautiful piece at 1250. And that is a wrap for the Dietrich Meyer stuff. Now is your chance to get the ones you would like. I'm sure people are gonna message me about some of these pieces after the show is over. So now is your chance to get the first dips and actually get them while they're still available here publicly before I'm selling them quietly in private. We have an A400. I would be okay to split this one here in the middle at A450, but 400 is lower than I would like to take on it. So let me know, Steven, if you're okay with the 450. And of course, also anybody else. Now is your chance if you want to get this piece here or other pieces. And make me an offer for those. All right, 450 is fine. Let's call it down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and sold. Thank you so much. So we have B600, that absolutely incredible piece. Yeah, I like it so much, and I think 600 is so fair. I hope we still have Jim or Rock Dog watching, who I think both would really enjoy this piece here. Also, if you're into detail photography, you're never gonna get tired of this piece. That brings me to John Wilkinson, if he's watching. Probably not, otherwise he would have grabbed a couple pieces. But what is even happening in this one? I like it so much. That's B600 on this one. Next one up is just the Banded Perfection Beauty. That's C600 on this one. Just an absolutely perfect piece with flow channels, platelets, beautiful symmetry on colors, eyes going on. Just an absolute stunner, also at 600. Then we have D1000. This is just talking for itself. Really just a perfect piece. And so big also. How big is it? 16 centimeters almost. So 16 centimeters make it a 6.5 inch size specimen. So this is a really, really big one. We have a C550, which I would be okay selling at. Let us know, chat, if there's somebody else who wants to get it, while I give 5 more long seconds, calling it down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and sold. Thank you so much. And then we just have 2 more pieces left for the recap. This one here I think is just absolute amazing. Fiery orange, and then you have these darker platelety red yellow kind of features, just gorgeous eyes up here. This has so much going on. Absolute incredible piece. 750 I feel like is also very fair for this kind of quality. And then we have the last one here, the Alhama piece. Yeah. A lot of eyes going on in this one. F1250 on the last one here. Alhama agate specimen, one of a kind. This has maybe been found like 15 years ago, maybe more. That was roundabout when the Alhama deposit was discovered, and it was probably right early on, one of those surface area finds from that Alhama location. Pretty crazy piece with those hematite metallic inclusions. Trying to find the right angle to have it shine silver. Beautiful, beautiful piece. 1250 for the F piece. So 4 more pieces left on board. Let me know if you wanna grab some of these or work out a deal. Just hypothetically, I'll make a great deal for all of these together again if you want to grab the remaining Dietrich Meyer pieces as a museum quality lot. Where are we at with these? That's 2, 3, 3, 6. I would do all of these together for a flat 3,000 instead of 3,600, which would make this piece here entirely for free. So that's my deal of the day with that bundle lot all together. I don't have to sell these as a bundle, so if you're interested in 1 or 2 more of these pieces, then you can also let me know about that and make an offer. Take a screenshot, send me an email later. But don't wait too long, because I'm sure a couple of these are gonna sell. All right, moving these out of the way real quick. Let me know, chat, what you would like to see, and I will be to your service. Oh, I see something interesting, nice. Oh, den hast du noch hier. Yeah, okay, das müssen wir. This has to be on here. But yeah, what else would you like to see? Let me know, chat. I'll get some really unique stuff out. We haven't done any Turkish, I think, so let's do a couple of those. There's some really good stuff that I have. Oh, sheesh. Good night, Wild Heart Gems. Dang, this is... Do we still have Dentista in the chat? Because that is something that I think is incredible. Let me see what else I can show. Oof, sheesh. There is some nice stuff here. Yeah, let's put that one in here as well. And that one too. All right, we're gonna start with a little bit more affordable stuff and then again do some bangers. All right, first we have this, you know, a perfect shaped kind of guitar pick pendant. Absolutely beautiful with that eye. A friend of mine cut this, and yeah, I had to get it when I saw it. Honestly, I don't exactly remember what I paid, but I know that I liked it so much that I didn't even care about it. Oh, look at that. With the backlighting. Let me turn on the flash. Wow. Look at that, isn't that crazy? Let me flip it over. Wow, look at that. Well, anyways, it's gonna make an absolutely stunning pendant. Oh, that's it, that's the flashlight. Oh, that's too strong. Okay, enough now, thank you. Yeah, I think it's an absolute stunner. It will make an absolute killer pendant of an agate lover. I'll do it for 80 bucks, A80. I just really like it a lot. A80 for the perfect pendant. The next one we have a Turkish agate, and that's also a very unique one because it has those metallic inclusions atop some of the banding. Look at that, isn't that crazy? All around the center and in some of the flow channel areas as well. You wouldn't even be able to tell. And now let's look at the center core. I don't even know what's going on there. It's so dark. But let me shine some light on it. That is crazy. That looks like goat-hide needles. in the quartz or something. It's like silver shining needles. Do you see them shining? Like once in a while you see some sparkles. And I think that's silver needles within like the almost black quartz. I think it's so black because it has that black layer of agate going in the druzy, but I think, or maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Anyways, it's such a weird and cool piece. That is B200 Çubuk location. I don't think I've seen another one with those metallic inclusions in banding in those Turkish agates. So really unique piece, super nice with those flow channel areas. 200 is what I have on it. That's B200. Next one up, again here from that museum that I used to work with. That is a Karushan agate from the Middle Atlas Mountains of Morocco. Beautiful, beautiful piece. That is gonna be C120. Great color shading from that kind of maroon red color, more into a kind of yellow greenish colorization, and then into these thick white bands with these multiple floaters and that gorgeous flow channel moving out there. That's gonna be C120 on this beautiful Moroccan agate from the Middle Atlas Mountains. Let us know, chat, if you want to give this one here a new home. Also, the black center kind of gives it a nice contrast detail. So that's going to be C120 on this one. Next one up is another agate pair from Turkey, and this is from an area that produced some great agates in the past, but hasn't really produced much great in the last 2 or 3 years. So they've gotten a lot more scarce and valuable, and this is a beautiful piece. In the beginning, these were wrongly sold as petrified wood, but these are actually formed in a rhyolite flow structure, and you will see those in situ if you check out my video traveling to Turkey that was in December of 2025 when I published it, so about a half year ago on my YouTube channel. You will see that exact place where these are coming from, and this is just a gorgeous specimen. I have that pair here at 400 euros, so marked at 200 euros a half, but just gorgeous with those creamy bands, that light blue chromatography is kind of separating it in between a kind of pink and a baby blue. So, you know, good luck using that for a gender reveal. And just a beautiful piece with that kind of contrasting flow structure. This is an amazing specimen for the location. I would say you probably have to cut north of 100 pieces to get one that is even close to as beautiful as this one here. This is a really special one. This is D400 on that pair. Yeah, totally agreed, Caters, Irene, and Robert Adams. Whew, I think I'm low with the 400 on the pair. And I really just don't have many in a quality like this. Would you be okay splitting it at 375 on this? I think it's the only one I have from this location at all, actually. Just checking some boxes. Maybe there's one more. All right, 375 it is. Calling it down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and sold. Going to Robert Adams. Thank you so much.
Was war das jetzt?
Turkey. And now we're getting back to those banded killers, and that's why I've been mentioning Dentista, because he likes those good banded agates. This one here at 450, Ago Nueva Sublime. Wow. Is that not an absolute beauty? Oh my gosh. 450, this is from years ago when I priced it, when I had that cooperation with the museum. It's got to be like 5 years ago. Typically, most of the pieces, especially for Mexican agates, you know, if they've been priced 5 years ago, prices have only been going up. I'm keeping the price on this one here for now for 450, but I also cannot sell it for less than that. Beautiful piece here with that typical golden band that you sometimes find in those Agua Nueva agates. Then you have the combination of the dark red, and this has everything you're dreaming of when you are looking for a good quality Agua Nueva agate. And you also have those cool botryoidal structures here on the right hand side. So much color and depth, and that pure white druzy is just the cherry on top of the strudel. Yep, that's it. E450, absolute stunner of a piece. And that brings us to one more. I did have this one here originally at 650, but there's no way that I can still sell it at that. So we are raising the price to 750 from like 5 years ago. In nowadays standards, it just doesn't make sense. It is, even at 750, this is an incredible deal. Agua Nueva, I mean, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Also here the colors appear a little bit too warm again. I gotta shed some cold light on it because the blue in the center and the pink is actually a lot more intense than my iPhone currently makes it look like, but I would say this is more accurate with that light blue in the center core, then the botryoidal shining through, that again light yellow banding separating the outer sublime pink colorization from that center banding. Absolute incredible piece. 750 is the least I can take for this one here. Phew. Just fantastic. Absolute museum quality. This was one of the highest value pieces we also had with that museum. Let me show those quick again of all what we have on board. Let me zoom out. We had A80. I'll do $60 for the first person to comment, 60 on this here. We have B200. I'll do B150 for the first person to comment. B150 on this silver shining beauty from Turkey. I'll do C100 for the first person to comment, C100 on this beautiful Middles Atlas Mountain Morocco piece. Also, it's so deep and heavy. Look at the cool backside. Some pretty dang cool features on the backside. C100 going to Surf. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. And on E450 and F750, I just don't really have much room. Well, maybe technically I do, but I don't want to give the room because I think they're worth more than what I'm offering these for. Oh my gosh. Even look at the botryoidal shining through behind that layer of like tiny little quartz crystals. This is such a beauty. All right, that's what we have. We have A60, we have B150, we have E450, we have F750. Now's your time to get the pieces you'd like. B150 going to Laurie Nimkamp. Thank you so much. Take some screenshots if you can't decide right now, but be quick to let me know later, Turkey. To let me know as soon as you can or want to commit to one of these pieces, because especially for the better ones, typically they do sell off screen. So with that in mind, act accordingly. Right, A60, E450, F750. Let me see what other deals I can get you here. Oh, there's some pretty dang nice stuff coming up. Let's do a few more Turkish and Moroccan that I have here right now. Oh, I see a Royal Imperial Jasper. And a couple more Turkish. All right, I'm gonna move those nice ones out of the way. Pour le moment. Alrighty. Alrighty, let's do Morocco. Those quick first. That's a pair, I think. Yep. Ooh, that's very affordably priced. Then we have a Turkish agate. Wow, that is nice. Do we still have Rock Dog in the chat? I'm just curious because I have some nice Pseudomorphs coming up. Oh, there's another one. Yeah, let's do that and then that Royal Imperial Jasper last. All right, first one, Moroccan agate, super unique. Oh, 50 euro cap, sure, let's do that. 50 euro cap going to Caters, thank you so much. You will love it. I really enjoyed just having it lay around in my storage for a couple of years. Brasilien tatsächlich. All right, back from lunch. Here's a Moroccan agate. Let's flip it over. I have this at 150 euros, and this is such an odd color. I wouldn't even know how to describe it, but really one of the most unique colors I've ever seen anywhere. So weird. Such a weird piece. A150 Moroccan agate, High Atlas Mountains from around Aguim area. Next one up is a pair that is B240 for a super wild eye agate. This is loaded with eyes, and probably if I zoom in, I'd probably find some parallax somewhere. I don't spot it right now, but such wild pieces is what can form in these Moroccan agates. Just loaded with eyes all over through these tiny tubes that are kind of cut in a cross-cut angle. And these are pretty big and heavy too. Let me just quickly measure that out. 9.5 centimeters. Let me just quickly weigh that pair to see where we were at with that. 2 pounds, 2.9 ounces. So this is a big, heavy baby we have here with beautiful wild banding. I priced it very affordable. Each half at 120, the pair for 240. I'd like to keep the pair together, so 240 for the B lot. The next one up, and this is the one that I was hoping that Rock Dog is still watching, because this is such a crazy piece. This is C160. And this is a Turkish agate, and typically the pseudomorphs in the Turkish agates, we'll get to that in a second, the pseudomorphs typically are so slim that they don't have enough room to agatize out and like create these little centers. But this is a little bit similar to the corals or Coemido pseudomorphs, for example, but in Turkish agates it does not really happen that much, that every single one of these pseudomorphs is actually agatized with a different center. And I know Rock Dog would absolutely love this piece. But of course, other people can enjoy it as well. Just look at those beautiful pseudomorphs. These are probably not formed after aragonite, but more likely after anhydrite is what I've heard, at least. And yeah, this is a crazy piece. You know, it's got so much going on. This would be perfect in a home where someone enjoys doing photography, especially detailed photography with. I mean, just look at that one pseudomorph down here from the bottom. And then the cross-cut pseudomorphs right next to that. Those are some serious details. Wow. And all that in one piece for just 160 bucks. That is a beauty. C160 for this one. Next one up is a pair, also from Turkey, but different location. This is from the Tokat locality. Let's, all right, we have a C160 really quick here from Robert Adams. Let's give it 5 more long seconds, calling it down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and sold. Going to Robert. Thank you. This is from the Tokat location, so this is a couple 100 miles away from that other Turkish location. You can learn all about the different Turkish locations if you watch my video that I published in December, visiting all those different places. And this is from the Tokat place, where this is one of the largest I've ever seen from that traditional place, at least. And let's flip it open. And now this is where it gets interesting. Tokat is probably the place where most commonly in the entire world you will see those membrane curls. Now you see these all over the bottom area of the piece, but also a bunch more inclusions that I'm very curious to check out under ultraviolet light. So, let's turn off the thing. Kannst du kurz das Licht ausmachen? Oh, that's the wrong side. All right, let me get that. Oh. Wow, there is some green in it. Wait. D350. All right, I have it at 400, but wow, is that pink in the calcite? Or what does it look like? It's hard to see when I'm like so close to it, but that looks pretty dang cool under UV. I don't even know what all the options are that I have here with my flashlight. Wow, that is so pink on the screen. That's crazy. Anyways, marked at D400. Let's turn it back on. Thank you so much. D350 is where we are at with this piece, and I would be okay letting it go. So I'll give 5 more long seconds for anyone who enjoys a good UV reactive piece, and this is one of the largest from Tokat I've ever seen. Then now is your time to chime in. I'm giving it 5 more long seconds, calling it down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and sold. Going to Robert Adams, thank you so much. Only 2 more pieces on board that we haven't shown yet. That is going to be E190. And now this is what I've been talking about. Typically, these needles are, relatively thin. So there's not enough space to develop a full agate banding unless you hit one of those bigger crystals. But most commonly, they're so thin that there's just not enough volume in those pseudomorphs to have a full-blown agate center in there. So here in this piece, you only have it in this section. But what is so cool about this one is that it has so much depth. You can really tilt it in any angle and really see the 3-dimensionality of those deeper pseudomorphs kind of, as I tilt it in that clear chalcedony, it looks so three-dimensional. This is also an unbelievably good pseudomorph agate from Turkey. I really picked the very few out of hundreds and thousands of pieces to really just grab the best ones. And that's really what also sets these pieces kind of apart from the regular ones that you see online, is like I really have a focus on the unique ones and most special pieces. Also, this one, isn't that strange that it kind of seems like the crystal broke and then in a slight angle kind of healed and grew back together. Crazy piece. E190, I think it is fantastic, and probably some of the Turkish agates also have a UV reaction, at least from what I remember. Some of these are pretty crazy in UV, but I don't want to turn off the light all the time. All right, E190 here on this one. We have a E170 as a bid. I would be okay with that. So let's give it 5 more long seconds in case somebody else would also like to get this piece. Calling it down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and sold. Thank you so much. Yep. And that's the last piece. A lone Royal Imperial Jasper. I don't think I have a lot more. I see there's one big one. But here's a very affordable one. F100. Super affordable. Cool looking from the outside, but also really pretty from the inside. Pretty affordable at $100. Also with that kind of turquoise greenish color. Very unique feature in this piece. Just that kind of corner somehow. And you don't really see anything like that from the outside. So F100 is the last one we have on board. Let us know, chat, if you want to get any of those pieces. We have A150 here on this one. We have B240 on this pair here. And I think Robert is giving a good example. You know, I'd rather make people happy than miss out on beautiful pieces they enjoy. So let me know, chat, if you wanna get some of those pieces. Just shout me an offer. I never feel offended, and if I feel like it's too low, I will tell you. F90, let's do that. Going to Robert Adams, thank you so much. Only leaving us with A150 and B240. And to round it up, make a crazy deal for these Moroccan agates here. I am going to lose my mind and give a 90 euro discount for this batch. So I'm gonna do 300 for all these three agates together instead of 390. So that brings it down to just 100 euros average per piece here. Like I said, these are pretty unique and big pieces. The bottom one, really one of the most unique colored Moroccan agates I've ever seen. I don't even know what this color is. Maybe mauve. Is that a color? Is it this color? I don't even know. It kind of has a greenish touch, but also a little creamy, yellowy. Very, very hard to describe for me. All right, 300 is what I would like to get for this triplet. Let me know, chat, if you want to find these a new home. These are at very fair value now. Also, let me know, chat, if there's anything in particular that you would like to see. I'm just gonna pull out another few very special pieces that I have lined up. I'm also wondering if we still have Steven Aliska in the chat, because there's something coming up that I think he might enjoy. I would also be willing to split them and do this pair here for 200 and this one here only for 100. So we're getting to the 300 euro value. This with 50 euro discount, these with 40 euro discount. So A100, B200 to keep it simple, or 300, AB300. I haven't done much Mexican material today, I realize, so maybe let me just quickly pull out a few extra things that I have. Or instead of 300, we can also just do 250 and make this one here 150 and these two together 100. So let's do 250 instead of 390. That is really borderline. AB 250. All right, let me see what. Yeah, all right. Just grabbing some random pieces that are next to me. I think I saw something else that I wanted to show, but what was that? I don't remember. Oh, here. But what is that? What is that? I wish I remember, but dang, I forgot. Well, anyways, okay, let's move the Moroccans out of the way below 250. Doesn't make sense for me. I'm running a little bit out of space in the back here, so maybe just let me quickly grab my phone. Whoop. And show you what we have here. If there's anything that you would like to grab on of these or get a closer look, then let me know so I can move some of it out of the way. So this was the Dietrich Meyer Moroccan. Then this here is the two Agua Nuevas. the face, then that insane condor agate. And we had a couple of those polys, that incredible Moroccan. Then we had the membrane curl pieces. Then three more of those insane Dietrich Meyer pieces. We have the Chinese pseudomorph. All right, we have that 180 poly. This one's going to Surf. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Also, here's one more for 200 that I think is pretty insane. Oh, 150. I think the prices are already so good that, especially on the polys, I just don't really have that much room. Okay, I hope you're fine with 180. Let's do that. Thank you so much. That piece here is so deep. I think it was like 4 inches or something. Pretty big piece. Small front, big piece, beautiful colors, great contrast. But yeah, let me know if there's anything else that you see that you wanna get right now, so I can just create a little bit more space for...
Jetzt bei 150.
Nee, 180. For other pieces to put there. But yeah, I think it's a pretty stacked field. All of these are pretty incredible that I have here. So let me know if there's anything else that you would like to get of those. Meanwhile, yeah, let's try to get back and ask if Steven Odisco is in the chat, because I do have something very, very interesting that I think he'll enjoy, because he's been asking about it. I remember that. Not today, but on previous occasions. Then let's put those here, and then let's put that there. Right, I also got to plug in my phone because I'm kind of low-key running out of battery. Yeah, just kind of a little similar with Surf. I just don't really have the room to go down on these. This is a really good piece, and 200 is a very fair price. And just on the polys, you know, with how I am certain they're gonna develop on the market, I just don't want to let it go for less than 200. But let me know, Robert, if you would want to do it for 200. But on the polys, I just definitely don't see myself giving that much room. Meanwhile, let me just plug in my phone, so I'm not gonna lose you. Whoop. Oh, that's okay. Gotta lock it in a little more tight. All right, we are back on charge. All right, here, this piece, I have been struggling. With the location of this one, and honestly, I still am. Maybe it's coming back to mind at some point. I know it's not a Botswana. I just don't know what it is right now. But it has an absolute insane parallax all the way around this entire piece. You know, all right, we have a 200 from Robert Adams. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Oh, let me think, but I don't think I'm getting there right now. Yeah, I don't think it's a Botswali either. I think it's neither Botswana nor Botswali. Also, the backside doesn't match at all. I don't know. I just really don't know. Maybe it was a Laguna. It doesn't happen very often, but I'm completely lost on this one at the moment. No, Brazilians don't have parallax like this, like never. That's, I would call, impossible. But the parallax is so nice, the symmetry is so nice. You know, maybe I'll get back to it, but you know, I can only sell it without location or keep it. and I think it's so amazing. I really like it. No, it doesn't match the Las Joyas. I don't think it's Moroccan. I also don't think it's Agate Creek. Maybe it's some South African location, but I also don't know. Well, I'll just say mystery because there's nothing that I can say about this piece right now. However, what I can say is that I really like it, and I would like to get 200 euros for it. The parallax is just out of this world. And I wish I could give you more information, but maybe it's coming back to me at some point, but right now I'm just puzzled. A200 on this absolute incredible parallax, really one of the nicest you will have in your entire collection. I'm absolutely certain about that. Next one up is gonna be a Patagonia agate. Let's flip it over. Also some just stunning parallax. This is from the Los Adobes location, I believe. Just mind-blowing. Again here, beautiful parallax, but also in combination with these great colors. We have the yellow, the pink, the bluish. So much going on. And at 200, this is so low priced for the quality it is. For Patagonian agate. Wow, just crazy parallax all over. Yeah, no, the for island agate that the husk doesn't match at all. But yeah, there's some beautiful island agates with parallax. I also don't think Timor. They also typically don't have as fine of a banding. Tough. All right, we have a 350 on both. That would be an insane grab. I also don't think it's Black Sea, but funnily enough, this right here is Black Sea. So we'll get to Black Sea in a minute. Whoa. I really like both of these, and 350 is a little lower than I wish they would be. So I'd be okay splitting it at 375 if you are. Both of these are incredible with the parallax. Yeah, Cater, so am I. All right, 375 it is. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Musst du halt aufsplitten.
Und was ist was?
Also der hinten, das ist Los Adobes, Patagonien. Und der andere...
Nämlich Island.
Maybe it's Patagonia as well. I don't know. Let's just do both Patagonia because we have to put something on the export thing. Yeah. Robert Adams, maybe refresh your browser. Oder kannst du kurz in den Chat schreiben? Because I think he's not up to date. All right, here we have a batch of 2. And that's the interesting part because I've sold a couple of those pieces from Bulancak location from the Black Sea in Turkey. And these are from that very location, but not from the original location, but tumbled down through a river system into the Black Sea and then found by collectors off the shore of the Black Sea. Isn't that crazy? I would like to sell these together, and actually 400 is what I have for the pair on these two. But the color is so dramatic with that fiery red in depth and intensity. And these are very certainly from that location. If you remember seeing a couple of those Bulancak pieces before, and maybe I also have some of the original ones from there. But I think it's so cool to see these kind of river washed down to the Black Sea. Also this one here, entirely smoothed out, and yet so colorful. Also here in the center core with that just silver shining hematite core. I mean, it is a blob of silver right in the core of it. 2 absolutely crazy pieces for 400 bucks, making it just 200 a piece. I think that is super fair. That's going to be C400 for these two Especiminos, and I'll try to find the two original ones that I have as a pair later. I think I remember having seen these earlier. I just got to figure out which box they are. So that's C400 on those. The next one up, we have a pair of Crazy Lace. Personally cut this one here so I can...
Schon kurze Frage, die Valentinien sind die Bärwinden?
Nee, Los Adobas.
Das ist dumm.
Personally cut this one so I can much more freely decide on pricing on this. This is one of the rare full face pieces. I think we're also entirely sold. Oh, maybe we have one more bag of the Crazy Lace. I think that can be on the website on the rough with those full face cutting specimens. And this is one of the pieces with beautiful full banding, a nice crystalline druzy. And I'm just asking 150 bucks for the pair. You can also see some beautiful crystal imprints here on the exterior. So 150 bucks the pair makes it at only 75 a half. Also some gorgeous white snowflakey platelets within that banding. Beautiful piece. Self-cut. Just 150 bucks. And I also see we're just 8 likes away from a 150 euro giveaway. So this would fit right in there, but I can also give another one away. If anybody of you guys would like to get this one here, just make sure to hit the like button. And in just 8 likes, we're gonna do a 150 euro giveaway. You deserve it if you hit that like button. So that's gonna be D150 on that one.
Ganz kurze Frage. Ja. Die hatte 375 geschrieben für was?
Für die beiden.
Für die beiden?
Genau, die beiden Patagonien.
Adams hat dann 175.
Ja, das müssen wir ignorieren, weil die 375 waren zuerst verkauft.
Ja, das hat mich mal der verwirrt.
Okay, ja. Ich bin da nicht mal drauf eingegangen. Ja. Alright. Then we have... Also du hast beide jetzt an Mississippi?
Ja.
Okay, sehr gut. We have a really unique Turkish agate right here. Alright, I see just 6 likes now for the 150 euro giveaway. Very unique Turkish agate. This is rather dark in color, but oh wow, that's a crazy one. Look at the red banding shining through with those flow channel areas, and then you have that red botryoidal opening there. Pretty dang cool piece. Fresh from polishing, you got that extra nice flow channel. I've got to get 400 here for the pair. And again, here you will need strong lights to bring out the colors like you're seeing them on screen right now. These Turkish agates can be relatively dark, especially from this locality. So better bring out a flashlight or put sunlight into your showcase because that's the only way when you're seeing those colors as bright as they are. Without the light, they will be a whole lot darker. So be aware of that. I had a friend who's been calling these agates hideaway agates because they're hiding the colors from you if you don't have that strong light. So just a little reminder here, but it is a absolutely beautiful piece, so wild. No, I'm pretty sure this came from a recent trip, but I don't think I personally cut this. Wow, but look at the flow channel areas also, like how stacked these are with like every kind of like layer they're going into. The different colorization had like a little bit of a flat shelf. Pretty crazy piece for sure. That's E400, very unique specimen. And then last but certainly not least is a Laguna agate from Chihuahua, Mexico. Absolutely incredible parallax agate, as fine of a banding as you're gonna get to see today. 200 bucks for this one. You know, talk about fine banding. You know, Laguna agates are just on a different level than most agates when it comes to this fine parallaxing effect. So that's F200 on this one. Zooming out again, let me know, chat, which of these you want to get. Let's get started with a Black Sea pair here. We have C400 on those two together. Let me know, chat, if you want to do those two. Then we have D150. Shoot me an offer if you'd like to. I also see we're just 4 likes away from the giveaway. 150 I think is fair, but you know, I don't mind selling these for less if you want to give these a new home. It's gonna be D150. Then we have that insane Turkish pair for 400. And then the Ojo Laguna for 200. So let me do a deal in case someone like Robert Adams or anybody else wants to go for something in here. I would do this batch of 3 pieces here, the, you know, day and night kind of collection. These 3 pieces together for 500. So that's 100 euros off the asking price. So 500 instead of 600 for the 2 Turkish, or the Turkish pair, and that insane Laguna right here. I would also do the crazy lace pair here for just 100 euros instead of 150. So that is a third off right away, off the bat. Just 50 euros a half. That is an absolute killer deal. That is, yeah, on the Laguna alone, like the price of 200 is super fair, but you know, we could include those and make it 300 if you'd like. Since we didn't have Robert Adams with the day and night batch together. Let me know if you want to do the 300 in those. All right, sounds good. Thank you so much. Laguna der Einzelne, Crazy Lace das Paar. Merci. So now we only have the Turkish pieces left. That dark pair with the red flow channel areas. This is so unique. Also with the red botryoidal, of course. Very desirable specimen. A little surprised this hasn't been snagged up, because this is really one of the more unique Turkish agates you will ever get to see. That's gonna be E400, and then we had C400 for those fiery red Black Sea agates. Okay, let me think of something crazy we can do here for those. They would be at 800, which I think is fair. I would go down 150 bucks and make it a total of 650 for those 4 pieces together. Let us know, chat, if you want to adopt these. Meanwhile, I'm going to pull out some more crazy stuff. Also, let me know what exactly you are looking for. That makes it a lot more easy for me to pull out of the boxes what I have. All right, there's an interesting one. All right, I'll even go down to 600 for this batch. So that is a 200 euro discount for all the Turkish agates that are on board, but that's as low as I can go. Let us know, chat. Is that the one in your pocket after the military left? I didn't have anything in my pockets when the military left. But yeah, it was a little bit of a scary moment. I would say it's, yeah, maybe like on the brink of top 3. There's been more crazy stuff, but that was crazy. Also, I just don't get people. Like, why? You know, I'm bringing business to the area there, and you know, they have like kind of an ego trip with whatever. It's been kind of weird. Anyways, All right, let's move these out of the board then. And now let's get started right away with that Bulanjak pair that I was talking about, so you can see it. Oh, where is it? Here. So you can see the similarity. All right, let's put that there. Let's put that there. Then here we have Agate Creek. That's yeah, let's do that. I don't know if we have any of the high ballers still watching at the moment, but there's a pretty crazy Royal Imperial Jasper fish coming up. All right, let's start with the Bulanjak. So here 400 is also what we have for this pair, but you can see it's practically the exact same combination of colors. This one here entirely washed out, and this one here super rough. Like you can cut your skin on the interior of those pieces. That's how rough they are. But just such unique and crazy pieces. Absolutely some of the most fiery agates you will see from anywhere, really. But they've also been pretty expensive for me to get. So on the 400, really not a lot of room that I have. But let me know if you'd like to get these. I think very interesting also with the different shades and like kind of the separation here. Flow channel, of course, very beautiful as well. So that's A400 for one of the very few Bulanjak pieces I've left. I sold a lot of these in earlier live shows. So really not many that I still have here. So that's A400. And also when these are sold, you know, I don't think I'm gonna go to Turkey quite that soon again. So yeah, you might want to grab these if you enjoy them. Next one up, another absolutely stunning and crazy piece. Probably one of the best plume agates I've ever seen come out of Turkey. That is the B specimen, and also at least at 400 for the pair, a Thunder Egg plume agate. Wow, these are so fine and intense. And typically those plume agates, they're not with that clear chalcedony. So those plumes are usually very difficult to see in the darker banded agate. But here they are so fine and abstract and distinct. This is really one of the best plume agates I've ever seen from Turkey. Absolute rarity. At 200 euros a half, this is a bare minimum I'll have to get for this pair. So that's B400 on this one. Keeping the trend alive with those 400 asking prices for the Turkish agates. But don't worry, we are heading over to Australia now, and this is a really nice and big specimen here. I'm pretty firm on the 400 with the plume agate. I really have to say that. If there's something else you want to combine it with, I'd think about it. But for that plume agate, I have a hard time letting it go for less than the 400. Let me know if you're fine with the 400 or if maybe there's something other you want to add with those Turkish agates. That will make it easier on me, but just for the plume, I'm having a little bit of a difficulty. Multiple development organizer. Okay, we have a Google Forms in our video description pinned up. So if you want to purchase, fill out the form first, and because we need to be able to invoice you and ship the specimens you're purchasing, so you cannot purchase before you filled out that Google Forms. So please do that. Multiple development organize if you want to get some of these beautiful pieces. Also, let me know which your favorite agates are, so this way maybe I can pull out some of the pieces you enjoy seeing. All right, 400 going to Robert Adams. Thank you so much. You will love that one, I'm sure. All right, Agate Creek, next one, that is gonna be C200. Absolutely one of the finest Agate Creek agates I've seen lately. And this came from an old stock collection. I just got it repolished because it was so terrible. More than 3 inches, 77 millimeters. 200 bucks, C200, and we are indeed just 2 likes away from a 150 euro giveaway. But also, in order to participate in the giveaway, you need to be signed into the Google Forms, so we can, you know, ship you deservedly the agate you will be getting for free if we get to the 75 mark, which I'm pretty certain we will get to. Oh, it's just one more like now. And Space Explorations is tuning in with the C200. I'll give 5 more long seconds to call this one down here from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and sold. Yeah, this is a banger. It's so big for an Australian agate. I see 74 on my screen, so maybe I'm just not seeing one person, but I have to go with what's on my screen, and currently we are just at 74. So we'll have to wait for one more person to hit the like button. But I'll already look at something. Ooh. I see some good stuff. Well, anyways, oh, we're at 75 now. Let me finish the board and then do the giveaway. Laguna agate coming up. This is D200 for a gorgeous little Laguna. So nice and bright white banded agate with no flaws, no fractures, absolute perfection. And then in the center, you get that beautiful light yellow colorization. It would probably even open up a slight little bit more, judging the banding. So if you are a curious kitty, then you could just grind down a little bit more or cut a thin slice off and see what's happening behind it here. But either way, beautiful and absolutely perfect piece. That's gonna be D200 on this one. Absolute banger for Little Laguna. And now, talking about absolute bangers, we're getting to the Royal Imperial Jasper fish pair. I know that's a long term, but it's a monstrous piece. Yeah, it's for 75 likes. Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right, Royal Imperial Jasper pair, as good and big as they get. 1,500 for the pair, 750 a half, but I'm not gonna split these up, so it's only a pair price. Do you see the fish though? Like the fin right here and then the body right there? Pretty obvious to me, and in all honesty, it's an absolute banger of a Royal Imperial Jasper. It's also huge in size. In Tucson, I sold a couple pieces that were in the high thousands. It was actually 2 pairs that were at 15,000 each. That was crazy. Holy shit. Anyways, these are just 1,500 for the pair. This is over 7 inches in length, so that's a pretty big boy. And just gorgeous, gorgeous banding. So that's EF 1500, because like I said, they will have to stay together as a pair. Also very interesting to see those color changes. Like here you have that more earthy tone colors and then that gentle shift to a more grayish blue. And then of course here the center with that eye going on. I mean, the eye is of course in the center of the fish and a little dislocated from where it would be if it actually was a fish, but it's a pretty big and stunning piece. You know, at the shows, people are loving these bigger Royal Imperial Jaspers. You know, the physical shows. So, if it doesn't sell here today, then I'm certain it will.
Sumatra oder Alpen?
Weder noch. Agate Creek.
Ach, krass, so groß.
Mm-hmm. Even Lauren was surprised how big the Agate Creek piece was. All right, we have 1,200. Oh, damn. You know, I'll make an offer again to split in the middle at 1,350 because these are the pieces that are very difficult to impossible to replace. I mean, this is a 7-inch Royal Imperial Jasper banded to the core. So finding something like this is, you know, close to impossible. We are at 1350 if Robert Adams confirms. I think one of the pieces has been stabilized with that fracturing line, but this seems all right. I think, yeah, here it's been like stabilized just to be sure. Doesn't have any problems. But yeah, 1325, you know, I don't care about 25 bucks. So we'll take that and give 5 more long seconds just in case we have a late decider. Calling it down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and sold. The fish is all yours. Oh, sorry. Thank you so much.
Für den Preis.
13,25, yeah. 13.25, thank you so much. All right, only 2 more pieces on the board. We have that original Bulanjak pair at 400. Like I said, really not much room that I have on these. Unfortunately, these did cost me quite a bit of money, but I really wanted to have those because the color is so intense. Let me just quickly put those back here and make the crazy offer of 600 euros for all the Bulanjak agates that I have here still. Just in case you want to keep that entirely. You just saved my marriage. So it sounds like your wife wanted to get the fish, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Anyways. 600 is the least I would take for all of these Bulanjak pieces together, and that's on the very brink of making sense. So 600, or it's a no deal. And then, but you know, it's awesome. Not every couple enjoys collecting rocks together, so it's awesome that you at least share the same passion. Because, you know, it's not always the case, and sometimes it's not good for the marriage. So I'm glad you both enjoy beautiful rocks. All right, who wants to get this Laguna agate and for how much? Because except for the Bulanjak agates, this is the last one on board, and I would be happy to give this one a new home. So let's just start this. Oh, actually, giveaway. All right. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's start this at 100 euros, and the last person to you know, place a bid before they're out is gonna grab this one here. So if you bid 100 and nobody else is bidding on it, then, you know, you're lucky and get it for a ridiculously low price. But maybe there's a couple more pieces and we at least get it up to like 180 or something. But start bidding now if you want to get this piece here. And in the meantime, it will give me the time to look for a giveaway at 150 euros. Let me see what I can pull out. I want to make it something special. What do we have here? Ah, that's some good stuff. Alright. Yeah, I think that's a good one. 120, the high bid. Come on, guys. You can take it higher than 120. Please, don't let me hang. This is such a beautiful piece. It's got great parallax. It's got incredible color. Great depth. It's not even that small of a piece. 120 is not okay. That's 7 centimeters, just shy of 3 inches. This is a decently sized piece. Oh my gosh, please don't do that to me. Oh, well, starting to regret this. But anyways, 120 currently the high bid. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that because 120 would have made me really sad. But I can't let that happen. I can't have you outbid yourself. It's I just can't. I just can't. So we'll cancel your 150. We're back to 120, but please give me a higher bid than 120. Please, guys. 120 is not acceptable. All right, we have a 140 by Mississippi. Let me know, Laurie, if you want to reactivate your 150. Just to be on the safe side, I'm asking again. But even 150 is lower than I wish this would be. This is such a good piece, honestly. All right, 150 the high bid. Let's just give a few more seconds to see if somebody is going higher than the 150, and I'm calling it on from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and sold. Going to Laurie Nimkamp. Thank you so much for 150. I could have just given that away. Laguna. Right. What I picked as a giveaway is an agate from the Middle Atlas Mountains. Hast du noch mal eine Klebezettel für mich? Diesmal suche ich die nochmal raus. At 150 euros. Yeah, thank you. So this time I'm gonna write the number. And right. Danke sehr. So from now, let me flip it around. You have about 30 seconds time to pick a number between 1 and 100. The person closest to the number is going to get this piece entirely for free, and you don't even have to have purchased anything else today. Everybody can participate. You only have to be signed up into the Google Forms document, so we have your contact information and address and can ship out this piece entirely for free to you. It is an agate from the Middle Atlas Mountains in Morocco from Kerushen. This is definitely one of the nicer ones you will cut or get, with some gorgeous platelets. And you have that light blue floater in the center core with these red dots, and surrounding the entire piece you have this gorgeous orangey red color. This is one of the very, very early finds. How can I tell? Obviously, because of those opalized areas. This is an indication for a surface collected specimen, and let me tell you, the surface on that place has been empty for like 30 years. So very, very, very early on find, and 150 is good value for this piece. So anyways, enough talking. You have 10 more seconds, and if you're after the stop, then your number will not be taken into account. I hope you're all refreshed and have your numbers head ready. Calling it down from 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and stop. Last one is Merete. 73 is the winning number. I saw a 75 from Brett Jones. I saw Opal Guy with a 72. And I think that is gotta be the closest. Yeah, that's awesome, Robert Adams. Also, congrats on 46 years. That's amazing. TOG. I think the Opal Guy has been crushing it with those giveaways. This one's going to TOJ. Sorry. Almost there was Brett Jones. Maybe next time. All right, what else, guys, do you want to see? I have one absolutely epic specimen lined up next. And, you know, I'm just pulling stuff out of the boxes now that I have next to me. but there's some pretty dang good stuff. So we'll continue to go through more until you get tired of it, or I get tired of it. But let me tell you, it takes a long time for me to get tired of beautiful agates. I hope it's the same for you. Alright, let me... I just cleared out that one box. Oh, sheesh, there's some more nice ones. Also, let me know, chat, if you want to see some more rough at some point. Do I have some more? Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, there's more stuff. Ja. Aber du hast ja gesagt, kein...
Nee, ich wollte jetzt nicht bis um 5 ersetzen.
Ja, nicht bis um 5, aber...
Langsam.
Also willst du eine Deadline setzen, oder?
Ich habe bis 1:30 Uhr würde ich schon machen, auf jeden Fall. Aber
Okay.
hat ja auch noch ein bisschen nachbereitet.
Okay, was hältst du davon, wenn wir sagen, als Hardcut 2? Finish mit der Show.
Du hast gesagt, eigentlich um 1 oder
Ja,
0
aber...
Uhr.
Ja, ich hatte ja auch gefragt, ob du einen Hardcut machen willst oder nicht.
Mach halt.
Okay, okay. Alright, we have words that we are allowed to go for a maximum of an hour and 15 more minutes. So let's see what we can get through until then. Alright, we have at A600... Sheesh. I think maybe even that's too low. A600, and there's absolutely no room for me on that. From that same Flow Rhyolite deposit in Turkey. This is a monstrous and absolutely beautiful piece. No way. Why did I say 600? This is worth way more. Well, anyway, it's too late now. This is one of the best I think I've seen in the recent time. Absolutely incredible piece for this Flow Rhyolite. With that blue, still so much contrast. The flow channels, you know, it's an unbelievably good piece. It's also very big. It's like 6 inches, just shy of 6 inches. Sheesh, yeah, 600 with absolutely no room to go lower than that. I started this as low as it possibly even makes any sense. So let me know, chat, if you want to give this here a new home. Now is your chance to do so. And yeah, this is really one of the nicest I've seen lately. So absolute banger right here to start it off with, the new batch. It's gonna be A600 on this one. Let me know, chat, if you see this one in your collection. Next one up from Turkey. Again here from the Chubuk location. Wow, at 200, another absolute banger. Oh my gosh, the colors are... I gotta zoom out here for the colors again. This is accurate. This isn't. I don't know why my phone keeps like over adjusting, but it has this beautiful dark blue chalcedony, and then these super nice ribbon red lines with these even like kind of sideways banded features. Absolutely crazy piece. An absolute stunner at just 200. Also a very good sized specimen at 11.5 inches. So we are talking 11.5 centimeters. That's 4.5 inches. So that's B200. Also this one just so fairly priced, in my opinion. Next one up, again, in my opinion, super fairly priced. This is one of the more classic Pseudomorph pieces from Chubuk. So you very often see these with these kind of very dark Pseudomorphs, and then this kind of, you know, yellow on top of it. Beautiful agatization in those Pseudomorphs as well, kind of making it appear like even some polyhedrons in between all those Pseudomorphs. Crazy cool piece. Also at 180, just a really good deal. Nice little driving board on that lake. I think you're probably talking about the previous one. Yeah, I can see that. Also this one here, great size actually. Let me put the measure on again. Again, 11.5 centimeters, 4.5 inches. All of these are fantastic pieces at fair prices. Let me know, chat, if you want to adopt any of those three that I've shown right now. These are incredible. That's B200, I mean A600. I would be so surprised if nobody's grabbing that very soon. Like, I cannot imagine this is not finding a new home. So A600, B200, C180, these are some stunning Turkish agates, and also that's covering most of the Turkish agates we have here today. Next one up, super cool piece from the backside. Look at that gorgeous druzy with those calcites afloat on this piece. I remember cutting this one here. At 180, we have a gorgeous specimen, both from front and back. Great parallax. Megalithia, that's a funny name. At 180 euros, beautiful banding, great details. The parallax I mentioned before, some nice eyes, but also I really like the backside on this. Yeah, beautiful colors. And that's one of those classic Tizarene pieces where you have that kind of light blue combination with like orange or yellow. So that's a classic combination for those, but the backside is so cool on this one. So that's 180 what we have on this piece. That's on the D lot. Next one up is gonna be E400, another absolute crazy item. Wow. Here we have another one of those just wildly banded multi-chamber pieces that you're never gonna get tired of. Get your microscope or magnifier, take 100 pictures of this agate and just enjoy. Rock Hounding 775. Good to see you on here today. So that is gonna be E400. If you manage to get another 19 likes in the next 70 minutes, then we will do a 200 euro giveaway. So keep on smashing that like button if you like a nice free agate. And then the last one on the board right now, that's gonna be F350 for an absolute killer condor. I know, hard to imagine that's a condor because most condors are just so dark. And this is the exact opposite. This is such an amazing specimen with this light icy blue color, then the black chromatography, the flow channel bringing in those platelets and red color with the chromatography atop here. Just a condor agate to dream of. Really a super, super special agate. Also pretty big in size. This is one of the older stock pieces also. This might have been from my dad's collection, but not 100% confident on it. It's 8 centimeters diameter in both ways. Whew, sheesh, 325. I think even 350 is super fair, honestly. This is such a good condor. But also I want to honor that you've been getting some great agates from me today, so I won't say no over 25 bucks. So let's just give it 5 more long seconds in case somebody else really enjoys this piece, since we do have that bidding concept for pieces over 100 euros. So I'm calling it down for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and sold. No, that's fine. You'll get it for 325. Means you have 25 more bucks to spend on something else. All right. So what do we have here on board? A600. Cannot believe we have gone the last 5 minutes without a claim on this piece. 300.5. This is such a good piece. Like, really? How can this not have found a new home yet? 600. I am so confident on the price on this piece here. It is just an absolute incredible piece. 6 inches long, absolute incredible colors. You don't even see the colors from the outside, but it is so nice. Where's the polys? We sold most of them. I think we sold everything except the two most valuables, actually. So, yeah, A600. I can show the polys in a second again. Ask Kyle. That's a good one. Yeah, Kyle got a good majority of them. B200. Love this Turkish agate. The board in the lake. Absolute beauty. And then we have C180, another absolute beauty. Robert Adams, I would love to, but I cannot go lower than 600. I feel like I should have marked this at like 800 or something. I just think it is so amazing. The blue is just so vibrant and intense, and the contrast and the banding as well. I cannot go lower than 600. But let me try to still make it attractive for you. So A600 if you just want to get that pair, but I would add the other two pieces for just 300 instead of 380 on top if you want to make an all Turkish board deal. So that would get you those two pieces with an 80 euro discount at just 300 instead of 380 and 900 for the group. But I cannot possibly go lower than the 600 on A. It's just not possible for me. And A is actually, so first when they were discovered, they were sold as petrified wood, and I don't know if it was intentional or if it was just a lack of knowledge, but these are actually coming out of a flow rhyolite host rock. I visited that location in December of 2025 and made a video about my Turkish trip right there. So check out the video if you haven't yet, because in that video, you're gonna see that exact place where those pieces are coming from. But to me, it seemed like, this place is not gonna produce much anymore. So, like I said, this is really one of the nicest I've seen in the recent years. Like the peak time was probably about 5 years ago. And since about 3 years, there's really not much great for what's been coming out. Oh, 850. Sheesh. That's a toughie, but I'm a nice guy, so I'll do that. 850 going to Robert Adams. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Josh is the agate educator guru. That's funny. All right, just two more pieces on board now, leaving us with that really cool piece here from the backside. I really like this one here. I mean, from the backside, I almost honestly like it more than from the front. But of course, it's so cool to have that double feature. I think 180 is super fair. I will drop the price to 150, first come, first serve. So first person to comment 150. Maybe it is gonna be serve. That would be funny. First come, first serve. It's getting a little late here, so the jokes are probably not as funny as I think they are, but I thought it's hilarious. Anyways, 150 for this one instead of the 180. Yeah, we're approaching 1 a.m. here now, so it's a little later here than for you guys. Next one up, we have 400 on this piece. And I'm gonna do another crazy thing and go 100 euros off on this one. So we'll do 300 instead of 400. Yes, it's 1 a.m. in the morning. Yeah, so 150 for this one, 300 for this one, and even more crazy, 400 for both of these, and make this entirely for free. That's my special offer for you guys. Let me know, chat, if you're down for those crazy deals late at night. I'm already prepping the next board. Yeah, I mean 400 is a killer deal. But even individually, 150, this is such a cool piece. 420, that's funny. But yeah, you save the 20 bucks and just say 400. Alright, let me see what else I can pull out here. Damn. Alright, let's do those. Sheesh. Okay, we have a couple more nice ones. Alright, Chad. Now's your chance to make the claim. Otherwise, I have to create a little bit more space in the back because I mismanaged my space a little bit. So I need to do a little bit of clearing the table. I also gotta drink a sip of water. I'm talking too much. Actually, there's something that's occupying a little bit of space on my table that I haven't shown yet, so let me get to that in a second. All right, 16 more likes. You have exactly 1 hour time to get to those 16 likes, or you're missing out on a 200 euro giveaway. Just saying. All right, let's put these out of vision. And now, I gotta do that. There's 3 bags with rough agates that I have. So we are entirely sold out of 1970s agates, but we had some, extra pieces that didn't fit into a 1 kilo bag. So this is really everything we have left of the 1970s right now. And with that export ban from Malawi, I'm also not getting any more out of country since about 2 years now. So this is the very last 1970s material that I have in rough. This is 40 euros for a 0.59 kilo bag. These run for 70 euros a kilo. That's $35 a pound. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pieces in here. So first person to comment 40 is gonna grab my very, very last 1970s rough agates. Let me know, chat, if those 40 agates are yours. They are served. All right. Same thing here. I would also just make it 40. 39 doesn't make much sense unless, I don't know, and unless you insist on it. I don't care. We can also do it just 39. Also this year, Gambiri XL, we're entirely sold out of this material. And also here, this is just the very last quantity that we have of that material. It's 2, 4, 6 pieces in here. Nice size. Probably not much windowing going on. Also not much of a reason to unpack it because it's randomly packed material. So 39 euros for this. Going to serve. Thank you so much. Let's do 40 then. Thank you. Really appreciate that. And now there's 1 piece. So again here, 1 piece, 0.53 kilos Laguna Agate L. So this is one of the large size Laguna agates. These are running for 400 euros per kilo. So that's about 200 a pound. $200 a pound. It's nice that it almost translates the same, but since this is a little higher value, I'm just gonna unpack this one also since it's just 1 agate. We're sold entirely out of the S size and I think almost out of the M size for the Lagunas. We maybe have a little bit more of the L size. I don't currently know what the stock is. how much we still have in stock. I just know it's not that much. But here you can see some gorgeous banding with some gray, possibly some purple or pink. So this is one big nodule that I'm certain it's gonna have some parallax. So it's 200 euros for a, let me quickly weigh it. 3.1 ounce Laguna agate. I just wanted to show it to you since these extra quantities have just been flying around, since this is not like a regular weight quantity that we're selling, since we're only selling them by the kilo. So these were just a few of the pieces that that didn't make a full bag. That's why we have had these separate, and they're like just kind of laying around and we're not doing anything with them. That's why I thought maybe give you the chance at the live show. So this is actually a little bit more. So this would actually, at exact price, this would be, let me quickly check. It's 546 grams. So this would actually be a fair bit more. I think it's either Alianza or El Arcoiris. These are like on opposing sides of the mountains, but produce relatively similar looking agates. So I assume it's just like one layer that's going over the mountain peak, and they're accessible here and on the other side. So that's kind of the situation there. What was it? 546 grams. Kannst du mal rechnen? 0,546 mal 400. 0,546 mal 400.
218,4.
Okay, so this should be at 218 euros, but we have it only at 200 euros. I don't know why my coworker did that, but that's the way it is. So you're saving 18 euros compared to the regular prices of pieces we have for material that you're not able to see on our website. We do not have any Persian agates here. I think I might have a few, but not at the show here today. I think you're talking about Iran, probably. Anyways, 200 instead of regularly what would be 218. So first person to comment 200 now is gonna grab that singular parallaxing Laguna agate. There's not a lot of Laguna rough on the market, and you can clearly see it has that one promising window with the parallax and great banding, so you at least know it's not going to be a quartz ball, which, you know, is a pretty good, you know, indicator and guarantee that something nice is going to be coming out of this. So 200 euros, first person to comment on this. And I'll already think about what I can do next. Let me know, chat, if you want to grab this one for 200. Surf, maybe. And in the meantime, I'm restocking some pieces that I haven't shown today yet so far that I think will get you interested. Let me know, Surf, if you want to take this here. It's already lower than the regular price, but I would even go down to 180 to have it out of my way. So let me know, Surf, if you want to do 180 or anybody else. Now we're gonna do a few more polished pieces. All right, 180 going to Surf. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. And right where we stopped, we will continue on. At 180 we have a Tizarine agate from the High Atlas Mountains of Morocco in all of its beauty. Look at those gorgeous eyes with orange up top here and a second chamber with yellow down there. Such a cool piece with those two different color changes and all those eyes in between. I think this is an absolute beauty, fairly priced, pretty deep specimen with a lot of potential to cut more slices if you're into that. It will cut incredible cabochons if you're into that. And at A180, it can be all yours. Next one up is the last one I have of that rhyolite type. I did check all of the boxes. And yep, I'm certain this is the last one I currently have. So no more of those pieces. And yeah, another beautiful piece here. We have this one at 500 for the pair, I believe. Yep. 250 a half. And another just gorgeous piece. Like I said, I've really been going through, it's got to be somewhere around 100,000 cut pieces when I went to visit Turkey. And these are some of the best hand-selected pieces out of all of the ones I've seen. Just absolutely stunning. Also here with that chromatography in that layer down there, flow channel moving out. More chromatography here in that rim area, like you see that earthy tone around here. And then the blue color tone in that section. It's an entire double floater. You have that layer of quartz in between here, another layer of quartz surrounding that center core. Just another absolutely special piece here at 500. And like I said, this is also the last one I have of that rhyolite type. Beautiful, beautiful specimen. Looks like petrified wood from the sides, but it is not. But I mean, I can see how, you know, it's easy to be mistaken by that. But if you have been to the location, you will very clearly know that it's not petrified wood. Unless you just have no clue. So 500 for that pair. However, now we are looking at petrified wood, and this might not even look like it. This looks like a regular rock, but this is exactly what it is, petrified wood. Here you can see a little bit of the remains, but it will be more clear. Wow. That is a beauty with that pink. Here you can see some of those wooden fragments, so that is already an indication with that green wood. But here on the other half from the outside, you can much more clearly see the flow structures of the wood going on. So this is actually an agatized limb cast from that location where I did have that police encounter in Turkey on my last trip. Here you can very clearly see the fibers of that wood structure. And that is an absolute beauty that I cut there. I really love that section right there where you can really see that structure of the wood over here as well. So these are, you know, partial mix. But sometimes you have those little fragments of the wood still in there. So two very clear indications with the exterior and this here that it was in fact petrified wood, but it is a limb cast because it is mostly just the cast of the wood and mostly a replacement with the agate. So that's what's defining a limb cast. However, in terms of agatized wood or limb cast, these are probably the nicest in the entire world. I mean, if you look at Yellow Cat Redwood, for example, a piece like this here, I think you'd probably somewhere around 2,500 or something like that. So we're looking at a fraction of the prices of other localities that produced something as unique as these. I think even 2,500 is a low ball for if this was from Yellow Cat Redwood. So 450, fantastic deal for a good quality specimen from that location like this. So that's one of them, and I only have one more I think I'm practically sold out of most others that I had. I did sell a whole lot of these. And that's a very special one. Here you can very clearly also see the wood structure. Possibly this was an area where you had a little bit of a split twigger, like one going here in that direction, the other one kind of broken off. And I mean, you have to imagine this, you know, probably already started some sort of rotting while it was embedded in the sediments. So, I mean, I think we're probably lucky that it still is so clearly preserved as it is, because that's not always the case. In most cases, the wood's just rotting away and you're not, you know, having any of that. So pretty dang cool. And this is about one of the nicest druzy pieces I have seen from that location. And in combination with some beautiful curly structures down there, possibly these could be fragments of the how do you say? I don't know. Maybe I'm getting a little too far with the imagination. But what I was thinking is that these could be fragments from the bark. But you know, I'm just guessing here. This is not scientifically backed up what I'm saying here. But it is a pretty dang cool druzy piece. And I'm looking at 600 for the pair here. So mark this at 300 a half. And druzes did not happen very often there. And this is just perfectly crystallized with both halves intact. With no visibility of a druzy opening at all. This was an entirely closed piece. So we're looking at 600 on this one. Also, it looks a little bit like a butterfly. Now, just two more pieces on board. We have a very, very beautiful Moroccan agate with, that is super cool, stalactite freestanding on the back side of the piece. This is another one that a rock dog would enjoy if he was still in here, I think. But also the colors, absolutely stunning with that soft pink, wild banding platelets. Oh my gosh, this is such a beautiful specimen. But also with that super cool feature on the back side of the piece. That is just so cool. That is pretty dang cool. Claim the Moroccan at 250. All right, sounds good. I'll just give 5 more seconds to see if there's anybody else who wants to have a say in that. Calling it down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and sold for 250 going to Mississippi Rocks. Unless you were talking about this Moroccan agate. Just making sure. Confirm 250, please, if you want to get that. And that brings us to the last specimen on board at 350. We have one of those beautiful Agua Nueva agates from Chihuahua, Mexico. It's going to be F350. Ooh, wow. And really, these Agua Nueva agates I've been showing today, those are top notch. Agua Nueva hasn't produced this kind of quality in, I would say, the last 5 years. So I'm in pretty close contact with the miner. And I don't know if they've just not been in the right zone or if they haven't mined material at all. But he told me that they haven't really found much good in the last 5 years. So these pieces that I've been showing today, they've all been found before that time. And 350 is a very good deal on that. That's F350 on this one. For an absolute beauty of an Agua Nueva agate. Like really, really good piece. Let me quickly just measure it out. So you have that handy just shy of 3 inches at like 71, 72 millimeters. 350. Beautiful flow channels as well, great depth, and just such beautiful banding. I love the rainbow colors. I love the sharp contrast that you sometimes find, or I would say it's a very clear indicator that it's an Agua Nueva agate, but not all Agua Nuevas have it. But this is what makes the Agua Nuevas desirable and considerably of high quality, is when they have that one very strong, yellow band, just setting them apart. And also the two other pieces I've shown today, they both had that feature, and that's an indication of very high quality. All right, let's zoom out, go over what we have. Let's find these pieces new homes, make me some offers. We have a 180, the beautiful eye agate from Morocco with the two different colored centers. That's a very nice one. Then we have that last rhyolite, flow rhyolite pair. This is almost fully agatized. So that's a very nice one. A lot of these have much more matrix than this, so this is one of the rarer ones where you have a lot of the agate in there. B500. Then we have that absolutely stunning pink petrified wood piece here. That's at 450. Then we have that killer Druzy butterfly pair, also with the petrified wood, at 600, D600. And the last one on the board we still have is F350. So let me know, chat, if you have specific desires for these pieces and I can get you taken care of. Also let me know, chat, if you have any last desires of what you want to see today. We're only going for 40 more minutes, and that includes the recap of what we have. So we're probably just going to restack the table one more time or 1.5 more times, because I'm not going to extend the time limit. So 40 more minutes is what we're gonna be having here at the live show. You have 40 more minutes for 16 more likes. I think it's getting a little more unlikely by this point. But yeah, do you want to see some more rough? Do you want to see more polished pieces? Let me know what you want to see. I have more affordable stuff. I have more high-end stuff. I have all crazy stuff that you could potentially like. All right, let me know, chat, if you want to grab any of these. Meanwhile, I'm going to drop some of the prices. We're looking at A150 for the first person to comment on this piece right here. Again, here, not too much room on this one. However, I'm not quite as attached to this one as to the previous one. So we'll do 450, B450 on this one. That's the last of the rhyolite pieces I have. I'll do C400 instead of 450 for that pink agatized limb cast. That is a killer deal. I think even 450 was reasonable priced with those very clear visible structures and just absolutely gorgeous colors of this specimen. Then in combination, I would be doing this butterfly pair for €100 discount, getting it down to D500 instead of D600. I don't have any tumbles here today. You know, maybe at some point I'll also get, you know, a listing up on my website for tumbled rough. But yeah, right now it's the tumbling agates. I get some tumbling done every year, but it's typically like stuff that I get for shows, that the tumbled pieces I sell for like $3 or $5, or I make some, you know, gift boxes or something like that. I haven't really figured out a system yet for tumbling, and also I don't just really have, you know, commercial quantities that make sense to pursue it. But yeah, at some point we'll get you some tumbles for sure. Then we have F350. Confident the price is right, so I'm leaving this one here at 350. All right, let me know, chat, if you want to claim any of the pieces we have on the board here with those reduced prices that I have put on these. I'll do one more crazy deal for all the Moroccan agates that are on board. These were at 600, 1,050. These were at 1,550, those three pairs. I would be willing to go down to, where were these? 1,550. I would do 1,200 for all these 3 Turkish pairs together. So 1200 instead of 1550 if we have a decider to give these incredible pieces a new home. That includes the 2 Turkish limcas, which are in very high quality, and that last rhyolite specimen. So that's a pretty crazy good deal. And now you have the chance to get any last wishes out. Yeah, I think we should do this one. We should do this one. This one here. Yeah, let's do that one. And this one. All right, I think we got our last set together. So let me know, chat, if you have desires for what is on board right now, or I'll be moving them into the back of the table. Yeah, I think it's about time to do that. Oh, actually, I remember I wanted to show those tube top polys again, just for you guys to see who maybe tuned in a little bit later. I sold every single poly except for the 2 best ones, which typically I sell most of the very best ones, but today we didn't have a lot of the higher end collectors in the chat to buy those more higher valued pieces, but that's okay. I like those good agates. I like looking at them. Is it possible to purchase one of the 20 euro Malawi agates that would be given away free with the purchase of another agate? Yes. Do you want me to just randomly pull one out for you? All right, these are the 2 polys that I showed earlier. 750, absolute perfection. And then 850, bigger and also absolute perfection. So these are 2 pieces that I got from an all-stock collection at the beginning of the year. Just had these repolished and they are insane. So these would come to 1,600 euros. And that's probably the only deal where I would give a discount for both if they were purchased together. And that would be 100 euros off, so they would be at... And where would they be at? 1,500 then, sorry. I'm getting a little slow here. All right, then let's... Gem specimens, are you already signed up in the Google Forms? It's just gonna make it easier for my coworkers to get in touch with you. I'll pick you a nice one. All right, let's get you this one here. I hope you're happy with that. So let's get this one here to Gem Specimens for 20. All right, thank you so much. And now the... Wow. Dang. That is some serious stuff that's coming up. Holy. That's crazy. In the most literal way. All right. Oh, that is nice. That is, oh my gosh. That is a 1970s agates from Malawi. It's pretty big in size, beautiful colors. It's got the, you know, regular fractures these just typically have. 95 millimeters, so just shy of 4 inches, but absolutely stunning parallax. I will have to get, let's say, 140 for this one. feel like that's a little lower than I would typically go. The parallax is pretty dang nice. Like these 1970s agates typically don't have much parallax at all. That's probably why I set it aside for the live show, because parallax just looks nicer in a video than on a picture. So that's a really nice one. That's A140 here for this one. The next one up is also gonna be really special. That is one of those smooth skin agates. And that is a pretty dang crazy piece with those tubes. And on top of those tubes, you have those little balls or crystals that just settle on top of the stalactites. Pretty wild. Oh, what should I get for the pair? I would say at least 300. That's also a really big one. So that's 150 a half, but I'm gonna keep the pair together. Wow, that's big. 11 centimeters, 4.5 inches almost. Yeah, I know you really enjoy those polys. You know, I'll probably have the chance to get more collections as people get older in Germany. I've been pretty lucky to at least get a nice collection with these once a year in the recent years, I would say. But it's definitely getting rare. So B300 on this one, so many eyes and balls are looking at me. Oh, that's weird. So many eyes are looking at me, and the tubes also. Pretty cool piece. That's B300 on that one. Also huge for Malawi agate. Next one is huge for Lamanea agate. And I am absolutely way underpricing this one here. Wow, look at the color here. The green in combination with that orange and red, beautiful druzy. It is big in size. It's got that beautiful backside as well. That is an absolutely showpiece for a Lamanea agate. Not many that ever got as big as this one here. And yeah, beautiful and rare color as well with that green. No fractures, nothing wrong with this piece here at all. I will do this one here just at 250. And it's really big and heavy. So that's gonna be C250 on this one. Let us know in chat if you want to claim this one. We are looking at just over 4 inches in diameter. Surf, there you are. Gets us started with the 250. Let's wait just a couple more seconds in case there's somebody else who likes a good Lamanea agate. We'll give a 5 long ones, calling down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and sold. Going to surf. Thank you so much. That is a good catch. All right, next one on board. We have one of my most favorite Turkish agates today, and this is from the classical location Çubuk. But it is so beautiful. So beautiful. That's D350. Oh my gosh. You know, if there ever was a Rick Smith agate here, holy granola. Look at that. That is crazy. The water level banding so pure white, surrounded with those ribbon red bands swimming in that deep chalcedony with moss structures over here. I'm sure Rick would love this one. Yeah, I don't think he's watching right now, but dang, this is such a good piece. 350 also, I feel like is so fair. It's a really big piece. Really, really big. Yeah, pretty much 5 inches, 12.5 centimeters. That is as nice as any Çubuk agate is ever gonna get. Just crazy beautiful. D350 on this one. This should find a new home. And just 2 more pieces on board, so we probably do have the time to restock one more time, because I'm gonna be quick with this batch. But let me know, chat, if you want to get any of those pieces so we can move on quickly. Now, crazy in the most literal way. Probably already guessed it. These are 2 very full face crazy lace agates. Look at the banding already peeking through. I got these directly from the miner, already cut. It takes hundreds of cuts to get one remotely close to the quality these are in. That's gonna be E. Let's say 450. E450 for this absolute stunner of a piece. You know, a crazy lace is not getting more beautiful with full banding like that. You have the red as contrast, then you have these tiny little pseudomorphs within that banding. You know, it's just a gorgeous piece, and it's so rare to get a crazy lace agate with that perfection on that level. Beautiful size, not too big, not too small. Probably also just right around the 4-inch diameter mark. Yep, right around there. That's gonna be E450 on this one. That's a beautiful piece. Also, it's got this outline of metallic inclusions on top of the quartz crystal floater. In between of the quartz, there's like 1 layer of hematite, that's shining silver, and then we have another layer of quartz, and then the agate is starting. Crazy piece. E450, and then we're getting to the last one, and this is like kind of museum quality level. Absolute incredible piece with those more recent grown calcite crystals surrounding the agate core. I mean, this is still millions of years in the making, but in some crazy lace agates you will have these as pseudomorphs, and here they are still intact as calcite. Flipping it over and just look at that. That is just absolutely crazy for a crazy lace agate. You have those imprints of those crazy lace agates. Then you have this kind of blue layer around it that turns into red all the way up to here, then goes back to blue. And then in the center, just absolutely perfect banding with parallax. You got the floater in the center here as well. You got the bubbles, but of course also those beautiful imprints of those sharp pseudomorphs that give the crazy lace its name for the crazy lace they display. I mean, crazy lace is about as fitting as of a name you can give any, you know, location as a trade name. 750 is what I want to get for this one here. So we're looking at F750 and E450 on the previous one. So that's the board restocked. We'll do one more quick, but if you want to get any of those, let me know quickly so we can get you taken care of and get those pieces in your collections. We had A140. No, let's be quick. First person to comment A100 is going to grab this one outright. Let's find this crazy parallax here, new home. 40 euro discount. 100 euros now. First person to comment A100 is going to grab it. A100 going to socks and sandals. Thank you so much. Also, next one here, we have this one at B300. It's such a big Malawi agate and so unique for Malawi also. We had this at 300. Let's do this one here at 240. Another beautiful and very unique Malawi agate that we have here. Let us know, chat, if you want to give this one here a new home at 240. That's another very good deal. And so big for Malawi. That was 4.5 inches. It's only 120.5 now. These stalactites, very rare. In combination with those, I don't even know what exactly is on top of those, but it looks kind of crazy. Beautiful eyes as well. B240 going to serve. Thank you so much. Then D350. Sheesh. I like it too much. I really like it too much. I don't really want to go below 350, so that's where we're at. Oh, I really like that one. D350. Then we have E450. And we have F750 on this one. So let me quickly think about if I can make a quick deal for the 2 Crazy Lace pieces. I would do 1,000. Oh, really? Shit, that's maybe a little much. Well, never mind. 1,000 instead of 1,200 for the 2 together. Very rare to get any Crazy Lace agates this good. These were directly from the miner, already cut. So he's keeping some of the best rough and some of the best cut pieces for me. Every year I meet him. So we've had this relationship for many, many years, and I would consider us good friends. So 1,000 euros for both of these together instead of 1,200 originally. Let us know, chat, if you want to get those 2 crazy lace, 2 crazy lace agates into your collection. And now I would do D300 on this one, or round it up to all these 3 together for 1,200 and make this entirely for free as the group with the 2 Crazy Lace pieces. So to make it a little bit more clear again, D300 if you just want to get this one, 1,000 if you want to get the 2 Crazy Lace pieces, and 1,200 if you want to get this entire crazy batch together. All three of these are very good options. Just let me know if you want to finish off with some crazy pieces for your collection and a really good deal for those. So at 1,200, like I said, for all of these together, this will be entirely for free. First person to comment on any of these options is going to grab any of those pieces. So now it's going to be first come, first serve. We have D300, we have 1,000 for these, or 1,200 for the group. In the meantime, we'll just pick one last batch together here. Let's do this one, this one, this one. Let's do one really affordable one too. Let's do this one. And let's do one more. Okay. We got everything together. Seems like you guys have been a little bit shy with what's on the board right now. So let's move these out of the way. And then just show these again in a quick recap. But now's your time to get these if you want to. All right. Gotta move these out of the way for the moment. Whoop. How many do I have? I think I have too many. All right, let's make it quick. There's 2 pieces that I'm gonna do below 100 euros. So quick fingers for you guys. Let's do that over here. Then we have 1 Chinese agate. That's a really nice one. And let's do this one here. Just cleaning off the surface a little bit. All right, then I can't show this one at the moment. All right, we have 2 pieces. First one is a beautiful Calandria agate, 70 euros, A70. Already get it typed in, so you're not coming short on this one. Pretty sure this one's gonna find a home in the first few seconds. That's gonna be A70. Oh my gosh, look at this beautiful piece. Definitely underpriced, this one. Some beautiful parallax here in this light purple center core. Then you have the pseudomorphs down here at the bottom. I should have asked more, but that's okay. A70 going to serve, thank you so much. The next one coming up, we will do B. Let's do 60, B60 next for a beautiful dendritic opal from Eskirchehir in central Turkey. 60 euros for this polished piece of a dendritic opal from Turkey. Beautiful piece. For a location that maybe not many of you have in your collection yet. So this is definitely one that's not as common to obtain. Also something that you don't always see offered. So at 60, that's a good deal for a beautiful piece. B60 on this one. Next one up is gonna be, it's gotta be a lot higher than that. That's a gorgeous piece. Same location. Here you can really see that kind of opal-y. Well, it's common opal, so it's not like precious opal, but it does seem a little nice with those reflections. Dang, that's a good one. Oh, those dendrites, holy smokes, those are fine in this one here. I gotta get 150 for this one. That's really beautiful with this piece and the depth it has. The dark blue, also not something that is that common. Typically it's only the black and white, so this one here has a kind of very clear yellowish eggy exterior, and then the blue in the center with those fine dendrites. This is everything else but common. So that's gonna be C150 on this piece. Let me know, chat, if you want to do that. Then we have one piece here from the Middle Atlas Mountains of Morocco. That is a wild one. Look at that. With those tubes going on from Auli, this is very much on the nicer side of specimens that have been found there. It also cost me a good penny when I got it. Oh, so I think without losing money, I'll probably have to get somewhere in the 500 euro realm, which is a little higher, but for that location, it is a very, very nice piece. With that yellow color, the tubes, the eyes, some red in there, some white. Beautiful mossy structure as well. So that's D500 on this one. Next one up, we have a California seam agate that's been cut the long way. That's something pretty unique and special. Wow, look at that. Also some iron inclusions throughout the piece here. And now I'm zooming in on all the details. So you see the fortification agate in between of the mossy structures of the seam. This is a nicer one from that location for sure. I also got to get in touch with a miner to ask what exactly the name of the location is. But this was one of the best he had. So E250 is what I have on this piece here. Let me know, chat, if that's something you desire. It does resemble those dinosaur bones quite a bit. So that's E250 on this one. And then a Chinese agate from the Dietrich Meyer collection as well. Early specimen from the traditional mine is where this is actually from. Wow, that's another striker right here. Pretty dang good. 350 is what I'd like to get for this one here. Beautiful float channel with that dark amethyst. Another little float channel down there. Great chromatography and just such a high color intensity. It's going to be F350 on this one. And then let's just quickly restock the A lot again. And that's a beautiful high atlas Moroccan stalactite piece. I really enjoy this one here. 160 is what I'd like to get for this one. It's very rare that you have those stalactites as distinct as in this piece here, just dripping down from the ceiling. And then also just super intense, colorful orange agate in the center core. But I really just enjoy the stalactites. 160, also pretty nice long piece, over 4 inches. Just over 4 inches. So that's a really nice one at 160. So let's quickly recap here and then just show everything that's on the table. And that's it for today. I really appreciate everyone tuning in. Just 8 likes short of the 200 euro giveaway, but you'll have the chance to, oh, Madub, that is awesome that you're tuning in. Just hang on with us for the last 13 minutes. I gotta show you some incredible pieces. I'm sure you want to get some of those. 160 currently the high bid. I'll give you 5 more long seconds in case somebody else wants to get this piece. Calling it down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and sold. Next one up on board, we had the B60 piece, Dendritic Opal from Eskişehir here in Turkey. Tesserine. Next one here, it's Big Brother at 150. Beautiful, beautiful piece. So unique for this Dendritic Opal from Turkey. The colorization, such fine dendrites, the dark blue. This one has a lot going on that makes it special. So it's going to be C150 on this one. We have the Aouli Moroccan, a kind of historic piece. This location doesn't produce, consistent good quality anymore. The good times were a while ago. B and C for 150. Oh, I honestly do think I paid more than that for these. Wow, that's a toughie. Let's do 170. Are you okay with that? I don't have a big margin on these. I got these from a fellow collector. 170, if you're fine with that, Robert Adams, please let me know. I'll be happy to give these a new home with you and your wife. All right, thank you so much. Going to Robert Adams. Eskişehir here, Dendritic Opal. That brings us to just the Moroccan agate on board that we have left here. No worries, that's awesome. Hiking is important, and you do such good photography as well. So I'm sure you'll send me some pictures over. Maybe some more bears. All right, D500 on this one. 7 more likes. You guys are running out of time here until we get to the 200 euro giveaway. Still worth trying though. You have 10 more minutes. Then we have E250 here on this one. The California seam agate cut in the cross angle. That's a beautiful piece from American soil. And then we have that beautiful F350 ex Dietrich Meyer collection traditional mine agate with some beautiful dark amethyst, some great chromatography and wild pattern in the core. Super striking colors, of course, as you want to have a good Chinese agate. So that's F350, and now let's show the last 10 minutes some incredible pieces. If you see something you like, let me know. I'll try to make it happen for you. Let's get started right here and put these back on the board. Boulanjak agate pair, 400 euros. These are as intense as the Chinese agate. And yeah, really one of the most intense agates of all. I mean, the Chinese agates are known for it, but this is a kind of sleeper locality that not many know. And also that not many pieces exist of. This is from the same location with that river or Black Sea washed backside. So the 400 is actually for the 2 of those that I have. And I was offering all of these Boulanjak agates together as a bundle deal with a 200 euro discount, which practically eliminates all the margin that I have on them, getting them down to 600 instead of 800. Then, no, back to the really cool and odd stuff. We have that agatized plume structure from a thunder egg. Yep. From a thunder egg in Oregon. I think they called it dragon skin thunder eggs or something. I gotta get back to the owner to make 100% clarity, but crazy stuff. I was asking 100 euros a piece, and I do think I paid $100 each for them. So I'm really just passing them on. This is like a feathery chalcedony structure. Look at those cool things. I was offering these now at 180 euros, so this is taking away all the profit that I would have made if I did offer these at 200 euros, but at 180, yeah, there's no money for me to be made on them. Then we have this Moroccan agate pair. I discounted from 240 to 200. Yeah, that is really about one of the wildest things I have on the table, that's for sure. So let me know, chat, if you want to grab those for 180. If you have those in your collection and show them to someone, people will be crazy about what they are. That's for sure. Then we have that piece. Wow, I discounted that from 150 to 100. That's pretty dang insane. So some crazy last deals here to be made. Then we have that Turkish pair here that I have at 400 with those red flow channel areas. If you see something you like, make sure to take a screenshot or let me know in the chat right away so we can identify which of those pieces that you liked. Then we have that insanely cool Chinese pseudomorph piece with that natural aragonite core. It broke naturally, and I think it's so cool in its natural state, but I thought it's also a cool idea to keep the pseudomorph natural and polish the agate around it. So we have that at 400. It was originally at 500. Then we have that other Chinese agate at 350. Then we have that membrane curl Malawi at 200 for the pair. So that's just 100 a half. I don't know if I discounted that already, but I do 150 euros for the pair here. So 50 euro discount. Then we have that German Waldhambach agate. And I'll do 250 for all these together. So also giving a 50 euro discount off that Waldhambach agate. To keep the curls together, that's gonna be 100 euro discount. That's a lot. Then, one of the big boys of the day, from the Dietrich Meyer collection, we have one of the largest Alhama agates that had been found with those metallic inclusions. Beautiful combination of the light blue, white, beautiful druzy with those hematite sprays, goethite sprays. Beautiful combination with the yellow. That is a big chunker. I think it was like 7 inches or something. Then, I don't think I showed this one. However, I did sell the other half as a bundle here. So I think Surf got it. I just had this on the table and didn't turn it around. At 250 is where this one's at. Surf, if you want to get the pair back together, I would do this one here for 200 right away. 250 is a super fair price, but I'll do 200. Then, where are we gonna go next? Oof, okay. Let's do the Turkish Limcast here with the pink super rare color. I did this one here down to 400. Someone wants to get this pair. Then we had what looks like petrified wood, but is that flow rhyolite structure. That is 500 for the pair, and it's 450 now. Yeah, just 5 more likes for the giveaway, but we only have 4 more minutes to go, so you're really running out of time here. Then we have that Algonueva agate at 350. Beautiful, beautiful piece. Then we have that Moroccan agate, discounted from 180 now to 150. Another beautiful eye agate. Then we have that Druzy Limcast piece from Turkey that I think is just beautiful with that kind of split section of that tree. I still have a little bit more, but I just sold about 500 kilos to another dealer, so I don't have that much in stock anymore. Just a little bit. Then we have that piece here. Unbelievable. This is at 1,000 from the Dietrich Meyer collection as well. Unbelievable piece here. This is in the Madub kind of quality, so if you're still watching, Let me know if you want to add this to your collection. This is from Dietrich Meyer. This is collection label here on the back side. Unbelievable piece here. Just an absolute stunner. This is 6 inches, so this is a big piece. Also from the Dietrich Meyer collection. I love this one here with the multiple chambers. I think it's so cool. You know, you get 50 agates in one. I think I also priced this so fair at 600. This has so much going on. Gotta zoom in a little bit more. Just look at that. All the different chambers, agatized in different colors. Absolute stunner of a piece. Then 2 polys in absolute museum quality. This one here at 750. Not flexible on those. This one here at 850. I would only make a bundle deal for 1500 for both. If you want to make a last killer deal on these. Then a condor agate, one of my favorite agates of the entire day here. Yellow parallax in a condor. Look at that. Do you see the parallax here over there? It's actually all around the entire piece. You just need to pay a little bit of attention. And also the chromatography here with the green in that area. Oh my gosh. Madu, let me know if you want to get this one here. That's at 800. Then we have an Agua Nueva agate. Absolute stunning beauty with that pure white druzy at 450. Super fairly priced for the quality. Then we have that unbelievably good Agua Nueva with that pink, yellow, light blue in the center core. 750 is the least I will take for this one here. Museum quality. Then we have 400 on this Moroccan. I let it go for 300 now. Also with many of those multi-chambers. Just not quite as intense in color as the other one. So this one's only at half price at 300. Yeah, just 5 more likes. Maybe we'll get to the 200 mark again next time. But I appreciate everyone tuning in, and I hope you had as much fun as I did. Then this one here at 150, I cannot believe someone hasn't claimed that. I think that is just such a cool piece. Cool druzy from the backside with the calcite top. Okay, Surf is taking that one. I couldn't believe someone didn't take it, but 150 I think is a great deal for that. So thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Yep. Then we have that crazy lace here with the beautiful red hose stroke attachments, just gorgeous banding. That's 450. And then that monster of a piece here. Absolute stunner for a crazy lace. This one's at 750. I was offering the pair of crazy lace for 1,000 instead of 1,200. So there's a 200 euro discount to be had if you're gonna take both of the crazy lace. And then we have that crazy Turkish agate, which I think is absolutely amazing. I gotta show that to Rick Smith if no one buys it right now. Discounted this one to 300 instead of 350. So I think, oh no, I missed just 3 more here in the center, I realized. Then this one here, also ex Dietrich Meyer collection. You know the story with the Rough Rock. Had been offered this for 2,500 euros when I was in Morocco. Now it's with me, and now just at 750 euros. Beautiful piece, super striking in color. Also so big and just a spectacular piece. We also have a cute little face agate for 1,200. We got this monster face, and 1,200 is actually for the pair. So it's just 600 a half, but of course it's gotta stay together. So 1,200 for both of these together. And then just one last piece here is that last Dietrich Meyer perfect piece. I'm pretty certain the other half is in Red Bluff in the Gaumer Museum. They have such an amazing display. And this was one of the very early finds from there. This is really just absolute perfection. 750 I think is reasonable priced. I try to hold the camera still so you can just show this a little bit better. I'm too shaky. But yeah, 750, absolutely perfect piece. Who's gonna grab it? Yeah, I think with that, I have shown it all. Take some screenshots if you want to send me an email in a minute. But now is your last official chance to get any of these pieces. I'm sure a bunch of these is gonna sell from people that watched the live show later or that tuned out and tuned back in later. So I'm sure a bunch of these is gonna sell. So now is your chance to make the ones yours that you want to have for your collection. I hope you remember the deals that I also offered. But if you want to go to back to any pieces right now, just comment what it was or the price. And now is your very last minute to let me know what it was. I hope you had a lot of fun. Thank you so much, Laurin, also for the help. Tomorrow we are actually gonna get the keys for the new facility that we're moving in. So we are moving out of the store. I'm moving out of my apartment, and we're moving to a new place. So exciting stuff coming up, but also a lot of work. So if the one in C is the other half of mine, I would take it. ABC. Oh, 150. Let me quickly go back to surf just to be 100% certain that... Do you have a box of surf somewhere? I just need to make sure that it's all that.
Mm-hmm. It's the second half.
Yes. Oh, yes. There it is. Yes. For surf. Yes, you did get the other half, but the one you have is much more shallow. So this is the full half of it, and the one you have is about this thick. So this is the much thicker half. That's the reason why we had also priced this at a higher price. So this was originally at 250, and I can't go quite down to 150. Yeah, I said 200 would be the lowest I would do, but because I also want to keep these together, let's do 180. That's as much as I can do. Let me know if you want to keep those together, and I can add it to your box. And all right, thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Then, all right, let's just quickly flip the camera, do one last scan of the table. This way you can take a screenshot and tell me if there's any more things. I think we have everything in frame. And I'll be waiting for your messages. All right. Yeah, thank you so much for tuning in. I will keep you updated about what's happening in Agate World and my life in those weekly YouTube videos. And I will see you next time live from Denver. There's a lot of stuff in between. I'm flying out to Buffalo next week. Because I'm participating in the Amateur World Championships once more. I finished 18th place last year. I think that was a pretty good finish. I don't know if I can get quite to that, but my goal is at least to get into the top 25% again, because that's the cut line for competing in the final day. So it's a 5-day tournament, and only the top 25% are gonna proceed to the final day. So that's kind of the goal I've set for myself. Yes, that's disc golf, and I'm excited for that. My game has been feeling pretty good lately, I would say. I haven't really had any terrible experiences or tournaments lately, so I feel like I'm pretty, weighed out, I would say. I have a constant level. I would say I'm not like breaking out of it too much, but I'm also keeping that level pretty high. So I'm excited for that. From there, I'm gonna fly to Tucson to get a property there, and then get started working on getting that US business set up. So it's all gonna be a little bit more convenient for you guys to order from Agate Bay if I have my US company fully running. And then from Tucson, I'm gonna drive to Denver. Hope to see some of you guys there. If not physically, then virtually in one of my live shows that I'm gonna do from there. And then I'm gonna go back to Germany to compete in the German championships of disc golf. And then I have the entire October planned out. I have most of the November planned out, so practically until end of November, I don't think I have practically a single day that I haven't planned out yet. So there's so much going on and happening. But anyways, thanks for tuning in. I hope you had a good time. I did, and I'll see you soon again.